Are you starting your stream?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna tag you in my stream title. I have the dumbest, longest title. It's Dungeons and Dragons and Diners and Drive-ins and Dives. I was like, because
Hey,
that's
you
what
gotta make it sound fun
I made that's what the channel is in the um
in the Discord.
in the
Yeah.
Discord. It's Dungeons and Dragons and Diners and Dive-ins and Drives. And I love it. Like it's so stupid. But it's so good. And I'll go
Yeah, I was honestly like the people that said they were gonna show were the ones I wasn't expecting to, and the ones I thought were gonna show are the ones that aren't. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I
you're
figured you, Tony, and Matt
Johnson.
might have been busy, and then you three were like, "Oh, we'll come," and then Johnson and Dave was like, they couldn't, whatever reason they couldn't make it, and I was like, "Oh," but
I'm surprised Johnson was not available.
right, 'cause usually it's like he said yesterday. He's like, "Man, I'm there every day." Okay, what about today? I'm Take it out of your character next week. If you see this later, Johnson, that's what's gonna happen.
just so you're aware.
Right?
See.
I know he always rewatches the streams.
God, roll 20 is like it's like making my computer lag.
Which browser are you using for it?
I'm using Chrome.
Yeah, I stopped using Chrome with Roll20 because it I always had the same issues. It just eats so much memory.
The same
Yeah.
happens to me when I'm using Discord
I
and
use
also
Yeah,
Roll20.
I use
Like many
Firefox instead for
many
Roll20.
many times I
Okay.
have to turn my camera off just so I don't get like lagged or
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I thought it was just me, but everyone in the forums of Roll20 was like, "Yeah, just use Firefox. Chrome's the worst to use with Roll20."
Idiot. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was posting in a few Discords.
Right. Yeah, well, when you get pretty
Yeah.
much pretty much when you get I guess your skills and you probably already have an idea of what you're grabbing anyway. I'll just pretty much start because I don't know what's up with Tony and Watson's being Watson.
Hmm.
He can be a real dick. We commonly always call him the blondest black man ever.
yeah,
Like, bro,
he's very aloof. Yeah,
it's hilarious. It's like you're so intelligent, but you can be so blonde. Like,
Well, that's like always like the smartest people. And they'll just be off somewhere on a different planet. And I'm like, I don't know.
he had his character and everything all set. He even wrote a whole background for the character. I'm like, wow, like, all right, you're really going in. Okay. He's like, well, in case I keep playing it. I'm like, okay, makes sense. And then uh I'm like, all right, he should have his stuff done. He should be here. And it's like, I bet you he fell asleep. He either fell asleep or he's still at the gym or he's doing something. And then he's like, oh, well, anime scratch the back of my head and be like, I'm sorry. Sorry guys. Uh, gives a Goku chuckle and that's Matt.
Mhm.
Oh man.
All right. Well, I'm going to. It's funny because
Well,
it tells
w-
me that I have excellent, like it's saying like it's saying my stream quality is excellent, so Imma just not touch it. Alright,
Well, you know the
here we
deal, Lou. You got to tell us to be here 1 hour before, but not let us know. So if it's
uh,
if it's
What I
9,
should have said.
you
Yeah,
gotta let us
right.
know 8:30.
That that's what I. Oh my, yeah. Because here's the thing. I say 9:30, but I know you always end up doing it like 9:45, 10. Because if I said 10, it'd be 10:30. If I, yeah. So I should have told them. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, by 8.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into my gameplay stream. Hello, friends. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are we're trying Dungeons and Dragons again,
Oh yeah.
and we got some guests tonight. Actually, technically, I'm their guest because I just was like, "Hey, I want to play Dungeons and Dragons." So let me. Here I come.
And I
Yeah.
said,
So
damn right. Let's go.
let's go. So you guys might hear a familiar voice down there. Our dungeon master for tonight. Who is that? Say hello, Raz.
Rasmeyer. Hello. What's up?
That's Raz. He is our friendly resident DM. You guys see him all over in the Discord. Very active. We very much appreciate it. And if you catch his streams, I believe, is it? I know it's every Thursday. Do you do any others?
Yeah, Tuesday and
Oh,
Thursday, and I did join with another DM, actually several other Twitch streamers. We do a Twitch a stream together collab on Mondays. So
oh, okay. You guys,
now it's Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays,
and Friday today.
and
You've
Friday today, right?
you've had a very busy week. You've had a very busy week. All right, and this is my new friend, so they're going to be your new friend too, folks. Who do we got over there? I'm just forcing everyone to be my friend. But maybe he doesn't want to be. It's okay.
He's focused
He's
very
focused.
Who?
He's building
intensely.
his character sheet.
See, yeah.
Oh, hi.
That's that.
How are you?
That's that lawyer focus. That's that intense lawyer focus.
That intense, just like locked in. Sounds good. Well, welcome, guys. I think we are waiting on one other person, two other people.
Yeah,
I don't
thank
know.
you for having me. Looking forward to this campaign, this quick
Yeah,
adventure.
I'm excited. I'm excited to be giving this another like earnest try because that was what I was telling Raz. I was like, scheduling, scheduling is the
That's the
number
hardest
one
part.
problem.
I agree.
And
Everyone has their
so
own
we,
schedule,
Oh
real life
God.
yep.
responsibilities. Yeah,
So it
Yeah.
did end up dying, but I've been wanting to get back into it, so I'm very excited. And Raz was nice enough to sit with me for like 2 hours to walk me through a character sheet instead of me just going on to D&D Beyond
not
and
because
trying to
he's my
follow.
not because he's my brother and friend. We known each other since pretty much junior high school, but
Oh, wow.
he's very very knowledgeable in everything D&D related. He's like a walking
Yeah.
encyclopedia.
No, literally, literally. I could
When
have
it
pulled
comes to
out the most
when it comes
random.
to D&D,
You got me.
instead of doing a Google search, I usually go like, oh, let me do a RAS search real quick. Send him a
Let
message.
me ask him real quick.
Send
You
him a
got me.
DM.
You got me blushing here.
No, it was very helpful. It was very exciting. I very much appreciated everything. So, guys, we have a character. I don't know if you'll be able to if I'm pulling my character sheet over. Nope, because I'm doing window share, not screen share. It's okay. You'll get to know him.
Yep.
Ideally,
Yep.
Jugga. So that means I'm gonna switch it over to desktop audio. Ah, I always try and get Discord audio sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And if you like don't have it selected just right. Oh, wait, you know what it is? I have to be in the voice chat. Try it this way. Test, test. Yeah, Jugga, why do you come in here and like cause problems off the jump? He's like, I'm literally just being a good mod. He's like, I'm literally just doing what you asked me to do. Hi, Jugga. How are you? How are you this
Hey,
Friday night?
what's up, Jugga? I got my. If I'm quiet, it's because I got the intense dungeon master focus. That
That's
will
totally
that
fine.
that will happen quite often, and then
No,
I will
Jugga.
get easily distracted as well.
That's
On top of
also.
all that, I really need to get a diagnosis because I'm pretty damn. I'm 100% positive I am undiagnosed ADHD.
Oh, I'm diagnosed. So,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. Oh my gosh.
My wife's been telling me, "You need to get diagnosed." I'm like, but I know it. She's like, "But you get diagnosed, so it's like on file." I'm like, okay, okay,
Okay,
I'll get
but
it done.
also the like paralysis, like the task paralysis of like going and doing something like that.
Oh my God, right?
Like you're like, God, I have to make so many appointments.
It's wild because like I never thought about it until a couple of years ago, and I'm my you know 'cause my son has it, and
Hmm.
and one of my stepkids has it too, and well, two of them actually. So my algorithm TikTok's showing me all this ADHD stuff, and I'm listening to all these people, and I'm like, wait a second, many of these sound familiar, and I was literally making a checklist, and I once I got to like the 40s of the checklist, I was like, holy it was
And
such
then
an
it's like,
eye opener though. Like I'm
yeah,
like 40 some years of my life, and I was living with this and didn't fucking know it. I thought
right.
that, I'm like, that, and it explains so much of what I
Yeah,
was able to do and what I was incapable of doing. I'm like,
right.
wow, that it was such a revelation.
No, it is, especially when I was growing up, ADHD was like, oh, you're overactive in
Mhm.
class and like you're the talker and you're all these other things, but it presents so differently in girls,
Mhm.
almost as like obsessive compulsive at times. Um, Jugga, can you I just put on desktop audio, Jugga. We'll run desktop audio. It'll be fine. Um, and so yeah, it was, in the 90s, they didn't know. They didn't know that we were those of us that were perfectionists was actually because we were like dying on the inside from anxiety.
Yep.
I do appreciate it though, Jugga. Thank you. You got a haircut? What kind of? I hope you got more than one. Hey, I had an English teacher who used to tell that joke. You'd ask him if he got a haircut, and he goes, "I got all of them cut." You're like, damn.
Okay.
Oh,
I
two
texted
habaneros.
I texted Watson. I don't know what's going on with him. Tony, it'll just be and which is perfectly fine.
I'm here to learn.
Right.
So,
Right. I just didn't want to start, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh wait, I'm here," and it's like, "Oh my God, we started like 5 minutes ago. You're ruining our flow." All right.
poster pics. I will make sure to check those out.
I should have made a cleric.
Right. Actually, I don't think Eddie. Well, no, she's got her druid. Although
Okay.
she didn't prepare cure light wounds. So
No, but no, I was expecting the other two to be here also. Safety in numbers.
right. Yeah, I'll just
Jugga, that was at
it's
a We No
okay
Money concert.
because I can always readjust the encounters on the fly. So um yeah, because a druid it would have been a druid, rogue, magus, and a vigilante, but
Yeah,
rogue,
perfect for a
right,
rogue to disappear and not
right,
be in the center.
right. You're gonna have to fight with the druid a lot, or druid's animal companion. He does have
Okay.
a badger, so
He does.
Okay,
so
good.
it'd be you and the badger gang jumping
Oh
on
boy.
enemies. Um. All right. So let's while you're still finishing up, we'll get this started.
All
So
right. I'm locked in.
I'll start with Zandak.
Okay.
Zandak, the 72-year-old ginger dwarf, with his trusty companion, the mighty badger, Cassidy.
Dave had been here, it would have been so good.
It would have been awesome. Dave, you suck. Anyway,
Well, I missed Dave. I missed Dave's song because I was in line for my concert.
we
So
saved that.
you did. Oh, good.
Yeah, so they're like, well, when she shows up, what are we gonna do? I'm like, I'll just do a flashback scene. I'll say, okay, flashback to when Cassidy was at this dinner.
Perfect.
A whole bunch of people came up requesting a song from him, and he can go on
Yeah.
stage and do that. And then
We gotta
I'll play it.
we gotta start with the session with the in the beginning with that, with the song, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Next Thursday.
Mhm.
but yeah, so that will be definitely taken care of.
Okay.
I've got a I like to plug in a little story of flashback.
Yeah.
You sure it's not retcon? No, it's flashback.
It's flashback.
God damn it. Don't do retcons. Anyway, try not to anyway. Um, so, and your trusty badger companion,
Mhm.
Cassidy. And you are in, you have traveled through, from the mountains to the forests, and they're both equally your home from all of it part of nature, despite the stereotype that it's always druids and forests. The truth is, it's druids in all of nature, whether it be the forest, whether it be the swamps, whether it be the cold tundra. And for Zandak, it's always been the mountains and the caverns and the woods. And you're in the wood, hanging out with Cassidy. And Cassidy's busy chewing on his latest meal. Um, and you've been in the forest. It's a peaceful area where you're at, and you don't know too much about the world around you because um you ever since you were a young dwarf you were always running off and exploring and interested in the flora and the fauna of the environment, and it got to the point where when you got to adulthood you were just much more happier side of the the crazy anxiety ridden hustle and bustle of the dwarven myths and the yelling and the just all of it. It was too much. And now and then you do go back, keep up with any relatives or friends but most of the time, you're out in the wilderness and slowly learning your craft as you entered as you were you found you found your calling, as a druid, and you had found fellow druids who had trained you and initiated you into the role. And as you're sitting there near a stream that's uh and filling up your water skin with the crisp clean waters, um you've been like a caretaker of the of the region, and it doesn't see a lot of hostility or a lot of danger. There is danger, but there, it's not constant. You haven't really throughout the few decades you haven't had to deal with anything too serious. Um, and again, you're not sure also what's going on beyond your region. Um, however, at a nearby tree, about 20 feet away, you caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure just like standing there, partially hidden by the tree. All you can make out is like their upper left shoulder, a bit of their head, and their and what appears to be like some kind of dark cloak. And the cloak looks it kind of twinkles as if there was like motes of starlight in the cloak itself. They're just standing there
So
behind that tree, and and Cassidy's just munching away, as oblivious.
dang it.
But you took notice, and so how this is where you can tell me what Zandak will do.
Okay. So they're like 20 feet away? Huh. Um, Zandak is, relatively comfortable in the forest, knows most of everyone around there, I imagine. Um, and also isn't necessarily on like his hackles aren't up. Um, Zandak almost sees this as like, hey, is this individual potentially do they need help finding something? So Zandak is going to be very helpful, potentially to his own detriment. um, and just it's 20 feet. Hey, Cassidy, stay here. I'll be right back. Um, just sort of mosey on over. Maybe when he's like 5 feet away, be like, "Hello, can I help you find something?"
And then they turn around the tree and suddenly just and as they're turning around from the tree, it's as if they just vanish. So you didn't get to really see
Oh,
like the full frontal. It's like you blink and they were gone, and then you hear a voice that sounds like when you hear it speak, sounds otherworldly and captivating. And if Zandak had the concept of space, it would feel as if they were melting into a black hole as they heard the voice speaking.
Zandak
And
knew about space.
and you turn to see this figure that was had appeared behind you,
Oh,
and you see this billowing cloak that it billows as if you were watching the night sky with all its constellations and all the cosmos beyond, and but it's the cloak. It's the a hooded cloak at that, and the face you see nothing. It's just pure. It's just an infinite darkness, and it raises what you think is a hand, but it raises some sort of appendage, and as if pointing at you, and then what it says is, "You must enter the door. There is a path for you, Zandak. And if you want to know what it is, that your life will lead you to and the desires that you have, going through the door is the only way to get to it.
I just wanted to have a normal day in my forest with my badger. Um, okay. I at all of 4 feet 2 inches, I imagine this being is much taller than me. Um, so I'm looking up at this kind of
Yeah,
billowy,
it's about,
misty.
it's about 8 foot tall. It
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
seems.
yeah. It's double my height. Uh, and I go, who are you? Why are you here to give me this like task?
We are beyond your understanding.
God damn it. Okay. Um,
And then with what appears to be like another arm, it from the on its right, and it turns, and as you look in the direction that it's pointing at, you can see one of the large trees nearby has a door on it
I was gonna
that you
ask where the
never
door was.
notice. Where you,
I'm
that
curious.
was never there before, but it is there
I
now for
know
some
these
reason.
woods. I know these woods like the back of my hand. Um, okay. So, okay. Um, well, I guess I'll call Cassidy. I'll be like, "Hey, leave the
After he comes
squirrel.
over.
Leave the squirrel carcass. I need you to come over here, bud." Um, little Cassidy, little badger waddles over. Um, I turn back to this guy or this being, and I'm like, I'm looking from him to the door and back to him, and can I do a perception check on the door? Or
Yeah,
should I just go through the door?
you can yeah, you can roll to see if like maybe Xandak notices any strange features
Okay.
or if it might be a trap. Um,
Honestly.
and a
Okay.
14 total. So as you inspect the door, you notice nothing unusual about it other than it's a door and it's made of wood, maybe the same wood that the that it's on seems to be made
Mhm.
from. It's got a handle on it
Okay.
uh, to open outward, and you don't notice any other strange features about it. Don't seem to notice any traps or any magic glyphs or anything of that sort. It seems to
All
be a
right.
pretty nondescript doorway.
Nondescript, mysterious appearing doorway in a tree. Okay. All right. Is the is the being still there, or did he just
So you turn the seat and
he's gone?
gone.
Dang it! I knew it.
And
All right.
then you hear it talk behind you.
Oh, jeez. No. Stop doing that. All right. Well, Cassidy, bud, you know,
You will meet others that will be on the same path as you.
okay.
For you all are to be tested
All right.
as a druid, a caretaker of your world. You must now you will come to realize that there are other worlds, and that you have been chosen, as well as the others, for a task that can make sure that all worlds do not suffer the fate that yours might.
Okay. All right. Well, I look down at Cassidy and I pat him on his little furry head, his little striped furry head, and I say, "Okay, bud. Well, we gotta save this forest. Otherwise, there won't be any squirrels for you to capture and eat anymore." Which I have talked to you about that. The squirrels have talked to me about it, and they wanted me to tell you, maybe chill for a second. Um, yeah, so I guess I approach the door and I grab the handle and is it a push or pull?
Pull,
It's a pull.
pull.
Okay. And so I pull the door. Cassidy is the badger, yes.
I thought he was really there for a second at the beginning.
Greetings, folks. Greetings.
Cassidy is just my little pet badger.
And you
Love
made
love
it,
it.
Matt. Matt made it.
Hello. And yeah, so I guess I walk through the door. Really feel like I should have gotten some more information from that guy, but
All right, and you enter through the door. And
Well, we're not using Discord for this one.
there we
Yeah, we're
are.
on Discord.
Yeah, we're in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Don't yeah. Don't forget to turn your voice setting off in roll 20. Otherwise there'll be an echo. Um
Tony's still not in.
Lemony. Huh? Oh, go to where are you? In Discord, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, you just entered. Okay.
So is Tony still coming?
There's an echo.
What, there is an echo?
Oh, I just muted Matt on roll 20.
Oh,
I
on
probably don't hear
roll
it there.
20. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still fixing that. My bad.
I don't hear it. Oh, that's
I
because
don't hear.
I changed my settings, that's
we
why.
Yeah,
changed our
you just
settings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right. I didn't, but now it's good.
All right. Lemony. All right, so you're from okay, you are from Toro. See, okay. And I did your background. Okay. Timor worshiper that all right. So, well, he's a gambler.
Hmm?
Lemon's a gambler.
Sometimes he's more of a comedian.
Okay.
Halfling wisecracker, huh?
Oh, it looks like you already put it in. So,
I did it
I
for
guess
you.
right, you did for me. So, um,
You can just do the summary if you
I'll
want,
just
just
do
to
this.
save
So
time.
yeah. So Lemony Quickfoot, a halfling that grew up on the road, never staying in one place for too long. His mother, Ketha, Shadow Whisper, a fierce warrior, was always ready to defend her kin, while his father, Darren Quickfoot, was a nimble rogue with a knack for getting into and out of trouble. Their unlikely partnership made for an adventurous upbringing. Lemony learned to fight from his mother and to think on his feet from his father. And from a young age, Lemony youth showed a talent for precision and speed, favoring throwing knives over bulky weapons And your mother tried to train you in swordplay, but you were always more interested in striking from a distance, letting your skill and luck guide your blade. Your father had encouraged it, teaching Lemony the art of deception and quick escapes, lessons that would serve him well in the unpredictable life ahead. Lemony's devotion to Timora, the goddess of luck, came naturally, and his father often whispered prayers to Lady Luck before slipping into the shadows, and his mother always thanked Timora after a hard-won battle. Lemony believes in making his own fortune, but he never turns down a lucky coin flip or a well-placed gamble. And now, with a quick hand and a quicker wit, Lemony roams the land, taking odd jobs, seeking adventure, and trusting in Timora's favor. Whether facing off against brigands, charming his way past danger, or throwing a knife with pinpoint accuracy, he always lives by his father's favorite saying: luck favors the bold, but skill keeps them alive. His latest adventure had started like many before, in a tavern, over a game of dice. A stranger, robed and smiling, had joined the table, wagering not gold, but a chance at something greater. Lemony liked the sound of that. Luck, after all, was what he made of it. And so, when the stranger gestured toward an ordinary looking door and said, step through if you're willing to bet on fate, Lemony didn't hesitate. After all, Timora rarely favored the cautious.
Hmm.
And
Ooh,
so that's awesome because now I can, that set you up. I can switch over to.
yeah. Oh, a magical door. That's my favorite kind of door. You see Lemony bounce up, happy, eager, his nimble fingers like twitching as he goes towards the door. I mean, who wouldn't want to go through a glowing, mysterious doorway, right? Could be treasure, could be trouble. Either way, it'll be fun. Let's see what secret you're hiding, little door. Your tempting little portal. And he looks back at that mysterious stranger and he winks at him. Be back in a jiffy. And then he jumps right in.
I think okay. Heard it for a second. It's gone. Okay. And we switch over to, and you're both from the same world, it appears.
What world is Zemo from?
Uh, insert name.
Yeah, we didn't get that to that part.
Hmm.
Didn't you hear mountains and forests?
Right.
One of the multiple millions of worlds out there.
Right. One of the material worlds that are out there. Um,
She's from Earth.
Yeah,
she's from Earth,
Middle Earth.
Middle Earth.
Middle Earth. There we go.
There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah.
You learned from the Radagast, the Brown.
Yep, that's what I was saying. I was
Yeah,
like, I'm
yeah.
basically
That's your
Radagast at
mentor.
this point.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh wow. All right. Um, we switch over to the vow. I don't know which alter ego am I gonna start with? Probably the vow, because that
The
would be the
Val, yeah.
one. That would be the one.
Mhm. His
Um,
history, if you scroll all the way down, is on the bottom for you.
all right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember you posting it.
Yeah, that's the same thing I posted in WhatsApp.
Okay. So the vow. Secret identity. That is. For you are actually Emerin Morningstride.
No, why would you?
Why would you just say it like that?
I'm a vigilante.
Well, that's
Ah,
only
Bru-
that's only if the NPCs know your
we
name.
know who you are, Bruce Wayne.
The PC shouldn't know either unless I tell
We,
them. But
we
now
know who
they
you are
know.
now, Bruce.
I already
Damn.
forgot.
Well, you put it in your background. I was
Yo, you tell my half your secret identity, it will not be a secret no more.
Damn, it's over.
well,
Cat's out the
yeah,
bag.
I was feeding Cassidy. What was that?
yo, bro. Her animal companion is called Cassidy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I named the badger Cassidy in hopes that he would be here, but
all right. Uh, so, uh, so what parts am I reading exactly?
All of it. You could just
All of it. Oh, okay.
where his real name is. You could just say the vow. But since you said his real name already, you might
Yeah,
as well
no,
just
I could just say the
read it
vow.
And
normally.
I mean,
Not like Patrona
we
didn't
don't know
read
this in
it, but
character. Yeah, we don't know this in character
yeah,
unless
it's
you.
all right. Yeah, you don't
Right.
know
I'm
the
pretty
character.
sure we're good at role playing,
So
like
the
being off
vow,
purpose.
the son of the fallen paladin, the son of the fallen paladin of Tyr. His father was given the task to lead his small knight circle on a raid of a corrupted noble house. This house was led by the vile Lady Zenobia, who was finally being brought to justice for crimes of kidnapping children for a cult ritual. But this mission had fallen apart, however, due to his father having given in to his carnal lust for Synovia, and not only did he break his vow to his pregnant wife at home, but he also willingly turned his back on his god Tyr, the god of justice, and forsaken his paladinhood and betraying his knight circle, abandoning his family. This man did not so much as shed a tear, as a mysterious sickness had then taken his wife and their unborn child, and left his young son to be his young remaining son to be an orphan. The surviving knights and priests of the circle used their remaining combined divine magic in a ritual to call forth an otherworldly being from a outer plane and the vast multiverse that's reliant upon bringing law and order to the multiverse. And from this plane of law came what is known as the inevitable. And one of these inevitables, a Koliarat,
Hmm.
and these beings are known to bring about the justice throughout the multiverse, making sure that no great justice goes unpunished. I mean, no great sin goes. No, is this the one for oath? These
Yeah.
isn't. This is the oath breaker one. Making
Mhm.
sure that no oath breakers go unpunished. And so they summoned this being to bring justice to this ex-paladin. But this tragic event had forever scarred his son, who had grown up with an obsessive hatred for those who break their vows and their oath. And so the vow became an advocate of justice, his ways too narrow and extreme for the Church of Tyr. And instead he took matters into his own hands, dedicating his life to training himself on his own quest to bring justice to all those who break their tenet. He became the promise that can't be broken. The reckoning returned. Came vow. And the vow, you are chasing a criminal, an ex.
Insert anything you want.
and, and
You said X, that's enough.
right,
Ex husband,
an
ex
ex,
Yep.
husband.
and an
He's
ex.
he's getting the axe. He's getting the axe.
an ex-husband, for he has broken his vows to his
Mm-hmm.
spouse.
Adulterer.
As you're chasing this guy after he had had a night in his town's red light district, pretty much red lantern district, I should say, and
Red Lantern. Let's leave DC out of this.
um, you can almost set you could easily set the fear and even smell the sweat off this guy as he's confusingly running away from you because not sure why the heck you're chasing him and calling out his sins, but he's freaked the hell out. And as you're chasing him, he had entered a building, and as you chase him in there, you're looking around, and this building was like an old warehouse that's not in use. And you see rooms with other doors on them, but you're not sure which one he had gone through. But you do see a figure in uh these robes, and the robes are definitely probably crafted of some sort of magic, but you get sort of hypnotized by the robes appearing as if the cosmos itself was roiling within its fabric. And the face you can't make out is just pure void in the face. And you can hear it speak to you as it points to the door and to one of the doors in this place, and it says, "What you seek entered through there."
You are not of this world, but thank you for pointing me in the way of the adulterous scum. You have the many thanks of the vow.
He throws his cape dramatically and then runs towards the door.
And you enter through the door, and I think the mic's a bit too close to your um,
Oh,
yeah.
here's
Um,
good.
yeah, that's good.
All right.
Um, you enter through the door, and the three of you exited your doorway simultaneously, and you each realized that you were entering into a strange establishment that shouldn't be here at all. Um, because where you walked into, it seems to be a tavern. And this this tavern seems to consist of a common room built around a central bar, and you can make out several hallways around the perimeter of this common room. And it seems to resemble a rather ancient tavern, it feels. The plank floors underfoot and the venerable wooden beams are overhead. The illumination seems to be coming from glowing fluted pillars scattered about, and there's a large shaft of light in the dead center of the common room. It's dominated by a large bar surrounded by exotic looking stools in the center of the chamber. Some of them round, square, or even octagonal. And in the center of the bar area is a massive pillar lined with shelves filled with all manner of exotic drinks. A concealed door leads. Uh, no, I read the wrong thing. As if coming from below, you can see um as if coming from like below the bar, you can see a figure suddenly taking flight. It appears to be some sort of fey creature, like a mix of a gnome with butterfly wings and carrying a tray with drinks on it. And when you look around at the other patrons, you see several, and you see many of the patrons in here are not are beings or humanoids or even creatures that you have never even heard of or seen.
Hmm.
You do make out some familiar humanoids, such as, you do make out at least what you believe to be like other humans and dwarves and elves, but there's also a mix of other beings here. And uh, surrounding the bar sit tables large and small. The long tables and booths line the walls of the place. And you can hear on one side of the common room uh, some cheering from a small crowd as they're looking down at the floor. And then you realize that the floor that they're looking down at is actually there's actually a pit over there, and you can make out sounds of battle. So they got a brawling pit in here. Clearly, people are making wagers. Um, the pit's ringed by a low wall on which patrons can rest their drinks and observe what's going on below. Uh, you can also see in this common room a massive pair of double doors, which looks like it might be the exit. Um, but but what's interesting is you've never been in that establishment that had so many like passages that lead to other parts of whatever this building is. Um, and when you look at one of the corridors, you can see that it goes down a bit before you can start to see just like a slightly hazy mist. And eventually, when you look at any of the corridors, you see the same things. Um, the atmosphere has an eerie, sweet-smelling blue mist that impedes uh, all forms of your vision. And that's the mist that you see in the those corridors. So, um, and it renders the far side of the bar hazy and indistinct, and it fills the air in this room. So it always feels as if you can never see the entirety of the common room at any one time. Um, and yeah, that's where the three of you are at right now. And if any of you three look back, like at the door you just came from, um, in case you had second thought, the doors are not there.
No. Sorcery of strict. Damn it all.
And his voice sounds a little muffled. He has on head to toe. He has on a black scale mail, and on the chest part of the scale mail, it looks like he just painted on um what looks like the body of like a Kalyarut, and then he has a mask on his face of a Kalyarut's face, um, and he has on an executioner's hood. and wrapped around his neck is a chain that's shaped kind of like a hangman's noose, and at the end of it is a symbol of the god Tur. And the other lasting descriptive feature that he has is over his back is a massive great axe, or at least it looks like a great axe, but it's definitely not sized for a normal medium-sized person. It looks like a great axe for like a giant. And right along the down the shaft of it says Oathbreaker.
And for those that don't know what a polariat is, I believe it's the one in the center.
Yeah, that gray
Okay.
one. Mm.
Yeah, it's the one in the center. Hmm.
So that face is the mask that he has on with the executioner's hood over it. And he turns around to the two of you. He Just says, as you see this halfling just go through a door, and
Mhm.
you see him like it looks like he's talking to someone, but use from what your observation, looks like he's talking to no one. Because he's looking back as he's halfway through the door corridor. He goes like to that stranger, with the hooded robes. He goes like, "I say after you, but I'm already halfway through, and adventures waits for no one." And then he goes through the door, and then he looks back. Come on, slowpoke, huh? Like his eyebrows goes up, like, where did that door go? He just shrugs, like, and then he looks at the vow and
Yeah, yeah, I'd
what
say that definitely the three of you are aware that you're all came through at the same time, and you're aware that you're all just as confused
Yeah, so
as
he looks so he looks so he looks at the both of you and he's like, "Whoa, what costume party did you come from?" And then he also looks at the dwarf and he's like, "Wow, okay, new faces. Pleasure to meet ya." You see Lemony, he grins with a twinkle in his eyes like he's excited. He adjusts his cloak, which is like brown, and he leans you see that he's like tucking away like his dagger, because at first he thought that, hey, where was I gonna go through, but he doesn't really see any danger, so he sleight of hands. You saw like there was a dagger in his hand and it just like disappeared. No
Mm.
idea how that happened. So and then he resumes. He goes like, Lemony Quickfoot at your service. Now don't let the size fool ya. I got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Ha! You see him pull out three daggers, juggles them, and then just as instantly it like disappears. You know, and in my pockets too, if you're not careful. And he winks at both of you. I'm here to keep things interesting, get the job done, and maybe help myself to a little treasure along the way. Don't worry, I got your back. It looks like you two are just as lost as I am. Maybe we should work together. And by the way, just a fair warning, fair warning. Don't worry. I have both of your back, and probably your coin pouch too. He says that under his breath, though. Hopefully, you guys didn't hear that. If you're not watchful, but seriously, let's have some fun, eh? Drinks on me.
I
On
don't
me.
drink. And you, what is your name?
And Xandax bends down and he picks up Cassidy first because he doesn't want him getting underfoot. So he's holding his badger, kind of patting him on the back. Uh, and he goes, "Well, hello. My name is Zandak. Just Zandak. Um, I was in the forest and now I'm here. And this is Cassidy." And he sort of turns him so you can see his little face, his little black nose. He goes, "This is Cassidy. Yeah, we there was a door in a tree and I walked through the door cuz otherwise I was told my world was going to die and I don't want anything to happen to my forest. Um so yeah, now I'm here, I guess. And did Lemony say drinks on him or
L- l- uh, yeah,
I
sure.
heard that. I could go for a pint. It's been a long day.
Or you see the vow. He folds both his hands behind his back.
Speaking of drinks, I'm gonna grab mine.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm still here.
He folds both hands behind his back underneath his black cape, and he starts to pace back and forth. He goes,
Now is no time for drinks, although we are in the establishment for such things. We are sent here. Who are you sent here by? Was he a mysterious person? Wispy robes.
Oh, yeah. Looked like he was made out of smoke and darkness, and his robes were sparkling like the stars.
I see.
"Hey, same here." But I didn't think he looked that mysterious. I thought he just looked cool and awesome.
So we are talking about a person in robes, able to exist in multiple places at the same time. Omnipresence. Hmm. And also a liar. I see no adulterer here. I was chasing a man, cheating on his wife. I intended to feed. Come on, Louis. Chasing a man, cheating on his wife. I intended to feed him to Oathbreaker for breaking his vows. And he lied to me, sent me through the door, saying what I seek would be here. That is what I truly seek, not friendship or drinks, but vow
Hey,
breakers.
a white lie would not be considered oath breaking, right?
Excuse me, Lemony?
Forget I said anything, chump.
I'm
Um,
not here for petty thieves.
But isn't that a little extreme? You gotta murder someone for adultery? Don't get me wrong. That's heinous. That's wrong.
I mean,
But
you'd think like one of those is worse than the other.
yeah,
I leave the authorities to deal with petty thieves. A vow is a vow.
um,
oh,
as your
that's a relief.
as your characters are talking, you hear that voice again, but it's nearby, sitting at a table about 10 feet away from your characters, and the voice is like, "If your conversation is done, then I would like to begin mine." And
Same dude
my
we encountered before.
and my bad, Matt. Like, no, great role play. It's just that that was said with so much fucking conviction, but it also sounded like it was like it was one of those like how do I explain it, like awesome but over the top craziness in a sense, like the conviction to like get that adult. Oh my God, I was like, oh man, that was the only reason. Like it was great. It was great. Like, but I laughed because it was like it was said so seriously. I was like, oh, I was,
Yeah, that was very serious,
I
man.
was like, damn, you got into this character, you just made him. You got into him real quick. You must have had this one on your mind for a while.
It
Just,
kind of was. It was. It
just
really was.
I like him.
he more extreme than Judge Dredd. at
But
least
in a
Judge Dredd.
silly kind of way, though, you know. It's
All right, pretty much. I'm sure the group knows never to make promises with him they can't keep. He take that. He'll take that literally. Uh,
very literally.
um.
Yeah, duly noted.
Oh, you know what's funny? Matt, look in the. You see the image, right? That's pretty much what the tower. That's pretty much what the common room.
Are those two Azers sitting
Well,
there?
yeah, there's
That's what
Azer
that's
sitting there,
what it
but
looks like.
look at the one in the dead center.
Oh, the
Is that a
inevitable.
Cali rock?
Yeah,
Holy
Is that a,
shit!
that's an
Is he?
inevitable, right?
that's the same one. I just
That's the
noticed it.
same one. All right. So is that real? Is like this all like
You're like,
actually
I'm
what's going on?
interacting.
Is that who been interacting with all of our characters like simultaneously? That same person?
Yeah, yeah, he's talking to the three of you, or it, I
Huh.
should say.
All right. So
They
if it's a Cali
transcend.
rut,
Right.
if it's a Cali
Definitely,
rut,
definitely it. You cannot tell if the voice is masculine, feminine, or any. It's all of it. It feels like, or none of it.
They're from the plane of Mechanist, right? Like machine like?
Are you talking about the Polariats? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
they're from Mechanus. they're part of the inevitables. They're supposed to be like pure planar magical construct that each one each one's duty is to keep the sanctity of like one of the laws of the multiverse. So like the Kalariat is all about making sure no one breaks their oaths. I think another one is all about justice, no breaking laws, and then there's one that's for death, no cheating death. Um,
Mm.
there's a few more. There's one where it's like mortals shouldn't be ascending to godhood. That's the realm of the gods. So there's one that goes after mortals that try to become gods. Yeah, there's different types. It's pretty
They sound nosy.
right.
Yeah.
Man, I almost sent that. I, I should have sent that one to the Shackle City group. The one that
Undead, the undead one. You
no,
know,
it
because he
was
got
it was an inevitable who goes after um beings or magic users or whoever that breaks the laws of uh
probability,
I think it was the laws of probability or like or fate or something
fate.
like
Okay,
that. I think
yeah,
it
but
might have been fate or
that's not night
probability or
watch.
something like that.
Uh, that was City of
No,
Shackle.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
where you
Shackle
said
City, yeah.
you want to
Oh
send out to the
All those
group.
times you guys casted a million alter fortunes, I'm like, you're
yeah,
gonna have this
people,
inevitable come after
yeah.
you. I'm
People
just
were
gonna
supposed to die left and right, but we changed fate.
Yeah, we did that a lot of times. We Doctor Strange the hell out of that so many times.
so yeah. So emo in that campaign,
Uh-huh.
there's a spell called Alter Fortune.
Fortune.
Mhm.
It's an immediate action. You cast it, you can grant someone a reroll. So
Oh.
it's like, oh, you rolled a two. Nah, I'm casting this. You reroll that. And they did this hit so many times.
Sounds like you could have Final Destination them.
Oh, that would have worked too. Fate,
Right.
fate eventually catches up.
Uh, I am being asked, is that a worgen in the front?
Oh,
That orange.
that hound looking,
Yeah.
that's a hound archon.
Mm.
They're celestial beings that live in the heavens. One of
But
them.
he's sitting now at the table with what looks like what you call it, fiend?
I see two
A
Azirs.
Barbazoo?
Yeah, I see.
A
Is that a
Babao?
Barbazoo? No, that's
Is
not a
that
Barbazoo. I think it's a.
is it looks like a gift Yankee, the one on the right.
Well, yeah, there's two Gith Yankees at that table.
But the one
There's a
right here
Kalaria in
looks
the
like a
back.
Babao
There's a
or
two
something.
Azirs.
Oh,
Oh no, it's the
Uh,
spine. No, the
some sort of
Babao's
duck.
not the Babao. I know what you're talking about. The Barbazu. Those are the ones with the beards, with the razor beards. The beards that
Yeah.
they attack you with their beards. Nah. Um, that's I think that's a spine devil. I think that's a Spinagon. I think it's a Spinagon.
I can see why he doesn't wear clothes. It would be. And these guys back here too, just poof.
Well, it's weird. They're both immune to poison, so I don't know why they bother drinking.
Well, they're
The
both
taste.
outside. Well, they're both outside. They don't need the drink, but yeah, the taste.
Mm.
They're both extra planar beings.
Hi guys, thank you so much for the resub dream.
But the Calia, yeah, the Val definitely goes over and takes a knee.
Oh, I just looked at my chat. Oh, what's up, giant rat guy? Here to save another character's life.
It's we might need it. We're level one.
Oh, we'll definitely need it at level one. It's anyone's ball game.
Yeah, emo.
Level one is so dangerous.
They there was a one of the characters well, actually had died, and giant rat guy here had saved him. He's like, no, give him a hero point and add to that roll, which ended up saving him. So
Yeah, he saved. Yeah,
audience participation had
Here you
saved this
go.
character.
yeah. He was
Divine
good.
intervention from the gods beyond. It was like, nope, you are fated to stay alive. Yeah, we were pretty upset because I'm sitting here like looking through everyone's feats and like, does anybody have anything that can give him another +2 bonus? Like, come on.
It wasn't even that much he needed. Yeah.
Oh, right, I know. That was crazy. I was freaking out as much as the players. 'Cause I'm like, oh shit. Um, because
So
we're
what?
not we're not trying to kill the players, but at the same time,
Oh,
it's like it happens.
I mean, there has to be some element, but
Right. There
like
has
you
to
said,
be an
it,
element,
and
yeah.
it boils down to rolling the dice.
Has
Sometimes
to
you
be
roll a
some
one.
character development. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Some new plot.
I mean, and
Um,
that character in question had an epiphany after that. Also, he had a near death experience, so it kind of changed his
oh
character
yeah.
from
Oh, I
yeah,
bet. I hope it. Yeah. I would hope
yeah.
so.
it's,
Um,
I hope you thought about it.
uh,
More wise now. Doesn't just go straight up. "Ah, I'm going in there. 20 people surrounding me. Don't matter. He's like, wait, hold on a second. Let me be more tactful now.
so yeah, so the figure calls you over to the table to begin a conversation that I'm sure the three of you are curious about.
So the vow definitely starts taking some stomping steps towards the table.
I'm I'm still trying to sort of wrangle Cassidy. He's a little overwhelmed with all the noise and the new sights and smells. Kind of just if you think of like when you pick up like if you just like a crazy dog, but he's also a badger. So he's got like teeth and claws. He's just wiggling in my arms and I'm trying to get him over there, but again, I'm only 4'2", so I'm sort of go, oh, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. But thankfully the vow kind of people sort of he cuts a path. So I'm sort of right behind him. Cassidy's scratching up my face. God dang it, Badger.
Is it just me, or is there a costume party going on? I see so many strange individuals here. I never seen those type of costumes before, and I'm underdressed. I didn't bring a costume of my own.
I don't think they're costumes, Lemony. Just so you're aware. I
Huh?
don't think they're costumes.
We can
The
only
vow
assume
the
that
You
they
vow might be a
came
sure?
here.
costume.
Well, Lemony, you
Yes, it is a
sure?
costume.
I'm not too sure. I'm gonna. You see, Lemony, he walks off, and that wolf-looking guy, the Archon Hound, he goes up to him. Hey, hi there. That's a
Oh
great
no.
costume you have there. And then like he tries to like you know pull like the costume off his arm.
Oh
Well,
no.
he's kind of short, so he tries to like tug. Like how you got this made? And he tugs at it.
I'm just looking up at the vow. I'm like, this is not going to go well.
He'll learn soon enough to stay focused. We came
He's
here for
gonna
answers.
he's gonna learn the hard way.
I know not what that creature is, but I know it's a creature.
Yeah, I've got all sorts of interesting creatures back in my forest. Would you like to hear about them all right now?
In your forest,
In
the
my forest.
badger.
Yes, the badger is from the forest as well.
What are you besides a dwarf?
Oh, uh, I am a druid. I'm so glad you asked. I'm a druid, and I take care of the forest where I'm from. This is Cassidy. Uh, and again, I kind of trying to sort of come here. He bites. He bites. So don't get your fingers too close if you want to, have fingers.
Ah,
Um,
a druid, I see.
yes.
Good of you.
Well,
Very good
thank
of
you.
you.
There's not a lot of other creatures in the forest who I can talk to on a daily basis that, thank me for what I do. It's a well-oiled machine. But it's important work. Someone has to do it.
I'm glad you think so. Remember that until you return to the earth that you came from. Isn't that the
Ah,
vow that you took?
yes. Yes.
Hmm.
That I think those might have been even the exact words in the vow. Um and Cassidy, stop nipping at his cloak. Sorry about that. The badger's like half the size of me. So it's like trying to hold on to a large squirming badger, I suppose. Yeah, no, I will go back. This is gonna take us what, like an hour tops.
Well, it depends on what this one has to say to us. I'm curious, for I am still looking for that adulterer.
Like really locked in on that. Okay.
It was a mission, just as yours is to protect nature.
Hmm.
Mine is to cull vow breakers,
Noted.
pretenders, liars, thieves. Well,
Not
not those who steal money.
okay. Okay.
Lemony is quite safe. Unless, of course, he decides to retire from his thievery.
But then he technically wouldn't be a thief anymore.
Exactly. And I will be at the end of that choice.
Hey, hey,
Whew.
hey there, buddy. That sounds like slander there. I wouldn't particularly say I'm a thief. An entrepreneur, perhaps, but not a thief, mind you.
Entrepreneur, I see.
I mean, I have my ways of making money when I'm short.
Hmm. So is
I'm
that what you are, an adventuring entrepreneur, a businessman?
and a comedian. Hey, you want to hear a joke?
No.
No.
Oh, all right.
That
Another
was on point.
time. All right, perhaps another time then.
I would like to get back to
Party
my
people.
forest. So, and I set
So,
Cassidy down, but I put him like between my legs, and I turned to the hooded, cloaked figure. And I'm like, okay, we're all here. Get on with it then.
your forest, your missions, your adventures, as he says, looking between the three of you. It says, um, all of those that you seek, it won't matter much if what will be occurring happens too soon. Where you are at right now is the World Serpent Inn. It is a tavern between worlds. That is why you see so many unfamiliar beings, creatures here at this establishment. As for going back, cannot happen yet. You see, it is entirely too difficult for me to explain to your mortal minds. But know this, you were chosen to perform a quest. But first, I must be ensured that you are even capable of such, that you are truly chosen by the fate of the multiverse. And so, oh, you will be going through the door that I present to you here, the World Serpent Inn. Through there, you will find yourself on a world that you know nothing of. There are many more worlds out there besides the ones that you are from. There, you will find a nearby town, a town that is in need of a plight that needs to be taken care of. You will use what you know and your skills to deal with it. Prove yourself. to move further beyond where you've settled in your lives. From here on out, no longer three of you just settling. No, you have to be more. You must be more. I'm doing my best to make your minds comprehend this. I'm trying to find the word, but I see yet more confusion on your faces. No matter. So,
You've let one escape me. And so I ask of you, when we defeat these trials that you have set before us, when we succeed at the tests you have, will you then deliver to me, in front of me, the quarry I was chasing, so I can finish that mission?
it concerns you that much. I can finish it for you.
Is that a promise?
Will be done.
He reaches his hands out to shake his hand.
They have hands.
I'm the vow is
So
assuming
you
so.
go to reach out to shake its hand, and your hand goes through that billowing cosmic cloak that it wears, and like you just feel this sudden surge of this of some form of power that, and it was just too much. Your hand just recoiled right back.
He starts holding his hand.
The cold touch of something netherworldly. You should have warned me.
Lemony jumps in. Well,
Then you wouldn't have learned through experience, and that is what you all need. Experience to rise to the next level.
I am looking forward to that. But since you're helping us and we're helping you,
I went so
maybe
meta
we
there.
maybe we should get ma- maybe we should get an advance, a token for our cooperation and continue work relationship.
Just silent.
Ah, don't be so stingy.
So it stands up. And and it kind of glides towards one of the corridors, and it motions down the corridor. The door I speak of is at the end. Enter back through the same door. It will bring you back here when your task is done.
Guess you never heard of the concept of a reward. We'll have to make do with whatever we find out there.
Worry not, Lemony. You'll come to find that honing your skills is a reward in of itself.
Cassidy, this day just got a lot longer. Hope we make it back in time for the squirrel harvest.
So,
Also, Cassidy is hissing at this thing.
Lemony goes real quick to the barkeep. He's like, again, any of you want a drink before we depart?
I I just kind of, I feel as though we've been given an important task.
All
And I
right. I
really
mean,
don't want anything to happen to my forest.
I'll get a mug to go then. I'll be right back. He goes quickly to the barkeep.
They
Orders
give him to go now? That's-
he orders Lou. He orders a big mug. You know, the coldest brew they have there. And then he tells the barkeep, that fella there, the Hound Archon looking guy. He's like, hey, he said he'll cover me. He'll and then you see Lemony once he gets his drink, he'll head to the door and bounce.
The Val
Well,
just
I don't.
shakes his head.
The barkeep also. Here's the barkeep.
Oh, those
This
are
man has a
scary.
Medusa beard, my friend.
Okay, it looks like Lemony probably failed his bluff check, so he's definitely probably gonna double speed.
He appears to be a tall, fat human male with a long white beard, rosy cheeks, has a booming laugh as well, a face that's perpetually split in a wide grin. And but as you notice, his on with close examination, as you were speaking to him, you notice that his beard is revealed to be a thicket of thousands of miniature writhing white snakes, and his eyes have ornately
Snakes.
carved jet black doors in lieu of irises. And he goes, "Ho ho ho, little one!
Mhm.
You don't even need to worry about that. Have you read the sign?"
He squints at the sign, reads it.
And you see what appears to be rules of the establishment. And one of them is the drinks are free.
Ah,
The
that
food
works.
is not. That you have to pay for.
No time to eat at the moment. A drink would suffice. Glass of milk, please. Wait, he's the milk. They're from goat or cows, right? Not from some strange outside of this world creature.
Oh, you didn't say which kind of milk.
Huh? Cow, please.
You didn't say which cow. And he hands you, he pours you a drink of cow milk, but you're not sure.
He takes a little sip to make sure. Yeah. It looks white though, right?
Very, very light red.
All right. It doesn't smell spoiled or anything, right?
No,
Hey, he'll take a sip. Why not?
smells a little spicy. Drink it. It's got the flavor and creaminess of milk, but there's definitely a mix of what feels like spice and a very, very small, slight hint of brimstone. Like
He wouldn't know that. Not bad.
that there, that there. Did you like that? Yeah, that came from the nine hells, from the udders of a hell cow.
Oh well, I guess I could consider myself not just a world traveler, an interstellar traveler. This is pretty not bad. He keeps drinking the rest. And and the nine hells, they have such a bad rap. They got some good delicacy there. Perhaps one day I'll find an archmage that could help me get there. That'll be fun.
These doors go there. Maybe the door we're supposed to go through.
That'll be fun. Yeah. I should get a bathing suit first. I hear it's pretty hot down there. You see Lemony joins back with the crew. Oh, I'm ready whenever you guys are. Thanks
Put
for your
some
patience.
pep in your step, Lemony. It's time for us to go. We have trials to complete, skills to hone.
Yeah, that. Lead the way, oh fearless leader.
Who said I was the leader? I'm just
You are
eager.
the you are the tallest.
And the strongest.
Not necessarily.
Well, look at little old me though. By the way, like Lemony, he's like about 4'7", very short, slim. Um, although he's a halfling, but he looks almost like you could say like a human 9-year-old boy. Although he's older than that, but he looks almost like a slim 9-year-old human boy.
Mm. Yeah, I would definitely say being a vigilante, since it's like a charisma based class, I'm probably gonna be the face of the group for sure.
He got some social skills too, Lemony. So it could support you there too.
Good,
All
good,
right,
good.
so your character is head for the door that he was talking about. That it was talking about.
Head for the door.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Enter the door, and your characters, find themselves in a forest. Yay! But not
Thank
Zandex
aw.
forest, not Zandex forest, but a forest nonetheless. So,
A forest. Cassidy like runs through and he's like rolling in the dirt and like chittering happily.
Zandak,
Yes.
Lemony, before we engage in whatever test lies before us, we should go over our abilities, our skills, our strengths and weaknesses. Lemony, from the looks of it, physically you are the smallest among us. When we get into battle, make yourself scarce and come out and strike, but just at the right time. Zandak, you look hardy, and so does Cassidy. I will be at the front to draw out whatever is physically imposing or trying to attack us. But at the slightest moment or chance, given enough space, you and Cassidy circle around to the opposite side of whatever I'm fighting, split its attention, and then I will put Oathbreaker to work, and Lemony can come out and finish it off. Amongst us, you said you are a druid. That is
Yeah.
good. What healing or curatives do you have at your disposal?
Well, funny you mentioned that. Oh. I unfortunately was never trained in any sort of healing spells or anything. But I can tell you which plants might help with wounds. Um, make I could make like a concoction out of mud and
Oh,
Cassidy's all tongue out.
we should have probably had the discussion before we left that inn.
Yeah.
I probably could
uh,
have. I probably. I probably could have grabbed us a couple of potions before we left. Those
It's
those
too
yeah,
late.
yeah, those
I
patrons in there look pretty wealthy to me.
I unfortunately, that wasn't really what I focused on. I focused a lot more of my skill set and my knowledge on just like learning the forest and how to survive in the forest. But
Well, that just means that we just need to strike first if we see any hostiles, or run away to fight another day.
um, the door you came from, it looked like you turn around and you see like these old, um, I mean, well, the ground before you can see is like covered in all this greenery and shrubs, but you can make out stonework underneath all that foliage and overgrowth. And turning around, you can see um, stone building, but like most of it is just decrepit and has fallen apart or eroded away. It seemed to have been like maybe possibly an old temple of some kind. Um, but the so and but the door that would have led into the halls of the temple is still standing at this as well as the arch that encompasses it. And And yeah, so that's the scenery at the moment. And you can see a trail that that leads away from these ancient ruins um into the forest ahead. It looks like a trail that's looks like a game trail.
I apologize. This is my first time I've ever been on an adventure like this. Um, I do have a healing skill, basic first aid, but um, not anything too impressive.
It will have to do.
Mhm.
Speaking of magic, Sandak, what sort of spells do you have at your disposal?
Um, well, I have detect magic was one of the ones I learned, and guidance and resistance. But this one's pretty cool. I can entangle things and characters and people, and I can also rest and change to a healing spell. I also have Long Strider because I have very short legs. So if I need to go a little bit further, I can.
Great,
Good.
good to know. Although
Cassidy can go much further than me.
although I'm short, but I'm actually don't let my legs deceive you. I'm just as quick as him. There, he points at the vow.
No, when you point out the Val, you could tell from the armor he has on. He's not that
Oh,
quick.
you wearing scale now, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm probably the quickest one here, besides Cassidy.
And your characters hear a loud feminine shriek as if in the distance, down the trail a bit, as if someone was in dire trouble.
The Val breaks out into a run.
To say he's gonna.
And so the adventure begins.
He
Last
yell,
one, last one. That's a rotten egg. You see
he,
Lemony also
he,
like
and he
runs over
yells
there.
out,
For those of you with crossbows, make sure they are loaded and at the ready. It's time to go to work.
Does throwing knife counts? I don't have a crossbow. Yay!
There
All
are
right.
plenty of rocks around here for my sling, so that's good.
You see Lemony like a little bit maniacally, like he's laughing while he's running towards there, like he's super excited to see what's
Uh,
going on.
judging from your
Zandak is
description,
behind everyone else.
Lemony is his speed higher than 20 feet. Lemonie's
30 feet, 30
it's
feet.
30
Yeah,
feet. Okay.
I switched it for short-footed, so he gets 30 feet movement.
Oh, the alternate halfling trait.
Yeah,
Okay. Uh,
it's normally 20 feet normally.
um. Okay, so and Xandak's at 20 feet, so it's going to make sense that Xandak's going to be behind.
Yep.
Uh,
so Xanax and I pretty much have the same movement speed, so because I'm at 20 feet with scale mail on.
all right, and you see as you go down the trail, you exit out into a small clearing, and you go to the source of the screaming, which appears to be this woman here. And she's prone on the ground with with a dagger in hand, as she's being assaulted by this creature.
Oh god.
I remember those.
Oh yeah. So
That does not look cool at all.
Uh,
imagine that face, s- um, Well, actually, upon seeing this creature, if anybody has a knowledge, arcana, yeah, knowledge
Nope.
arcana, or
Not let me.
knowledge nature, um, you can make a skill check.
The druid probably has a lot of knowledge nature, right?
Oh
I have
yeah,
knowledge nature.
Good.
get him, Zandy.
That's your forte. That's your forte. Anything with nature. Oh,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Yeah. Not bad.
How
Let
you
me
do that?
open.
Yeah, there's no dice rolled.
Yeah, no, that,
Oh,
I never seen that before.
It didn't roll. It's weird.
So
it
it's
I
just
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 put
like
saw
it
a
over in the
23 come
chat.
up.
Yeah. I might
Oh,
have
you
turned it
probably
off.
have, maybe you have it turned off. That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe like
it might be turned off. Yeah.
a plug-in or something. Yeah,
Yeah. It
that was
I
cool though.
yeah,
No.
yeah, you hover all if you hover over the number, I think it tells you what the roll actually
Let's
was.
see.
So yeah, it looks like
I
a
got
15 plus 8,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I see it. I see
yeah,
it. Oh
15
wow.
plus 8.
Yeah.
I'm
Inside
I'm
all
still
that
I'm still
inside all
I'm
that
still
coding.
educated.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do any of that stuff.
No, yeah, me neither. And because those that are like programmers, they can do all the extra stuff with Roll20 that I'm jealous of. I'm like, what the hell, Roll20? Can you make this like more user friendly? Oh man. I keep hearing boundaries better, but I've got so much stuff here on Roll20. I don't feel like having to re-upload everything. So
Dude,
Oh
we
yeah, I
literally
turned
been
off.
here for decades already.
right, I right. Shoot, I started Roll20. I think when they first started, like I think their Kickstarter had just finished and they had their site up and running, and that's when I had joined.
We stayed
Somebody,
at that same level.
yeah,
We haven't
somebody told me
progressed.
about it. I can't remember who told me about it.
If they had stock, and we bought some back then,
Roll20? Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah, because they did get a lot bigger over the years.
And yet they don't work on Chrome.
Right,
I'm just over here with my
right.
like 5-second delay.
All right, on a 23, what you, Zandik, sees before you, you've never had to face one of these yourself, although you have heard stories and you have read text whenever you were, studying your uh all things in nature pretty much. You had come upon reading about these creatures and even hearing about it from those who has encountered them. These are known as Krenjar. They are magical beasts. These are creatures that seem to combine the worst features of a wolf and a hyena, with a shaggy spotted coat, bristling mane along its spine, and a long bushy tail. It is a strange cat-like carnivore with extremely flexible skin on its head. And that skin, normally, well, the picture shows that the skin looks like it's peeled back. Normally, it's not peeled back, but that's because that's one of its features that it can do is it can just quickly pull from musculature, just have that whole skin get pulled all the way back to the back of its head, revealing all the musculature and bony structures of its skull underneath. And it's it's used to scare away opponents. Um, it will combine that with a loud shriek that produces a very unsettling effect that's supernatural in nature. Um, and the Prenshars are a magical beast that has much higher intelligence than that of animal intelligence.
Mm.
In case you were thinking of wild
Hmm.
empathy.
I was like, come here, little buddy.
No, they are far too intelligent for that. Their intelligence is comparable to that of some dim-witted ogres, even.
Oh, okay.
Um, they use that
So I can't.
intelligence to be cunning in their hunts They typically measure about 4 to 5 feet in length with a long, narrow head. The males and females do hunt together, preferring herd animals for food, but they attack humanoids when really hungry or if game becomes scarce. Um, the Crenshaws are very social among their own kind, and occasional attempts to domesticate their cubs have produced fierce and loyal companions. Um, they otherwise behave much like mundane great cat. Um, so yeah, this one is here. It must be pretty hungry because and
Mhm.
uh, there might be she might have been in this territory, or there might be a pack nearby. You only see this one
Mhm.
Crenshaw. Um, Sometimes they are solitary, but they you may also find them in pairs, usually as a mated pair, or even well, there are prides of them. And as you're looking, as you're looking around, you only see this one Crenshaw, and can just only hope that it's not part of a pride.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's she's prone on the ground over here, with her dagger out, trying to fend off this Crenshaw.
All right. Um, yeah, so I'll very quickly be like, hold on, hold on. There might be more of them, and this thing is gonna scream at us, but and it's a more intelligent creature. Um, so I think our best option would be, as the vow said earlier, is to try and split its attention.
Well, we could just let him, well, let the creature feed on her, and it won't bother us. Just kidding.
That's my initiative roll.
Yes. Combat has begun because it it definitely perceives your characters as you're running in, and it looks over, and you can start to see like yeah the flesh in his face uh uh vibrate. Um, and so with combat being initiated, this is where yeah initiative gets rolled. And let me open up the tracker.
I didn't realize I had to select my token.
And it is round one. And make sure this is not too loud. Get really low, just a little bit of. All right.
Yeah, our first battle. We got
Yeah.
this team. We got this team.
Okay. Somehow,
Okay.
let's see. Did that work?
Yes, yeah, we
Yes.
saw the blue
Okay.
die roll
Yeah.
Uh,
across and the
okay,
14 pop up.
plus 2 on initiative, so 16.
All
It
right.
wouldn't work when I was trying to click it from the character sheet, but
Oh, that's weird. Damn you, roll 20.
Luck, Lady Luck is inside.
Um, all right. Uh, Bandak is at 16. Oh, also, you can you can also roll for Cassidy. Um,
Yeah, see it.
Cassidy has if you want to look at Cassidy's stuff, if you go to the additional tab and all the way at the
Uh-huh.
bottom
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah,
it
yeah.
says notes, yeah, I got his stuff. And actually,
You got all of his.
I need to put his initiative in there, but it should be his dexterity bonus,
Oh, my
which
poor
I think
sweet
is
little boy.
what's it, dex 17, so yeah, plus 3.
Hmm. Okay. Stay safe, my son. Okay. Oof.
Initiative plus 3. Okay, now it's in there. 8. And that was supposed to loop. I did not have, there we go. Loop is now on. 8. And the Val has, damn, Lemony.
Emily was not playing, man.
Lemony's like, let me show you how quick my last name really is.
Quick, he's a quick foot for a reason. Lemony Quickfoot.
And Val's reacting a little bit slow. Maybe his nerves got to him a little bit with the facing this beast, or maybe he's just thinking about justice too hard. But yeah.
He's just locked in on justice.
He's still thinking about the adulterer he let slip.
I will roll for the Crenshaws. Okay. No, it's supposed to be. There we go. And so round 1. Um, typically you will be entering round 1 of combat. Um, should you ever be ambushed, or should you do the ambushing, there is what's called a surprise round, which I usually put as a round 0. Basically, everybody gets one action before the
Mhm.
enemies are even able to react themselves. But luckily for you guys, this is not a surprise round because you don't want one on you. They can, yeah, definitely a big advantage when it comes to combat. But with round 1 of combat, um, opponents are aware and everyone is um, reacting as fast as they possibly can to take their actions. And in the first round of combat, if your turn has not come up yet, you're considered flat-footed. And so you will be relying on your flat-footed armor class should you get attacked. But once your first turn in the combat comes up, you're no longer flat-footed. It's only for that first round that happens.
I
Um,
have I have a suggestion, Luke. When you got a chance, like in the handouts, put like a one sheet cheat sheet so Sandak could see like
oh yeah, yeah.
what actions
I
she can
I
do. Like
think I had something like that, but it's in the because it was for Johnson and Dave when they first started.
right,
But
something like that,
yeah,
because
I
it's hard to
I
remember.
I had
It's
yeah I
hard to
had wrote
remember
a whole
everything.
bunch of stuff like yeah I had done that for them. It's in the other uh
Of the group.
the other group room. There's a way I can duplicate that and bring it over here, and yeah, I need to do that. But all right.
I think I have something myself. Let me see if I find.
Yeah, they don't even need that anymore. Now they're like they've
Right.
been playing long enough where they're like, yeah, I know some of this shit
Oh
already.
yeah,
Okay.
they know more. They know more than we do
Yeah,
already.
it's learn as you go. All right, so Lemony, you are up first, and you therefore are not flat-footed.
Let me post this here. It's not the same as if Lewis did it. Uh, this should be helpful. A little bit. Sandak.
Oh, thank you.
That's what you could do as a full round action, and then as a standard action, and then as a move actions, like other things you could do. Oh, oops.
Okay.
Oh,
Ignore the stuff
yeah.
that says
Yeah. When
melee.
her turn came
I,
up,
I,
I was
I
definitely
usually
yeah.
use that for my other character, the paladin. Ignore stuff on the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, it's your paladin cheat sheet.
Yeah.
I see the lay on hands, and I'm like, huh, this looks familiar.
Yeah, because I was playing a melee character. I haven't played one in a long
Right.
time. We were level 1. Now I don't look at that no more.
All right.
All right, so all right, so he goes first, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he sees the Vow sprint ahead, and he's also running as well. Not as fast because he don't want to like pass him, but then he swiftly gets side to side of him, and then he pulls out a dagger and he launches it. He flips it, grabs the tip of the blade, and then he launches it at the creature that he sees up ahead.
All right.
So
Daggers got 10-foot range. So that'd be like
that's
uh,
within 30 feet, right?
within
So
30 feet.
point blank
Got
shot applies
yeah. You got the point blank feat, which grants you a +1 bonus to your ranged attacks with the enemies within 30 feet.
and
Um,
damage.
and the dagger has a range increment of 10 feet, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so he gets a penalty then, right?
Yeah, so it's
He's gonna
past the
he's
first
gonna
increment and on the second increment, so you have a -2 penalty. So
he'll get a little closer. He wants to be like 10 feet away from it.
all right.
Is that 10 feet?
Yeah.
All right,
He's like, I want to get
10
close
feet.
enough. I don't want that penalty with the so you get
Yeah, level 1 rogue, man. That's
you
pretty
get pretty
amazing.
close and
Okay,
so you're
since
rushing
he's
up
a
ahead, pulling your dagger out, and then you're like
he's launched it. Since he's a small creature, it says that he gets a +1 attack bonus to attack.
yes, you
Does it,
get +1.
is that also for range as well?
Yeah,
Range
yeah,
for
it's for range as well.
excellent,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah,
All right,
+1, yeah, +1 to your armor class and +1 to all your attacks for being small size. Um
being a small creature's not bad. I mean, reduced damage, but all right, better
and
have.
I think don't halflings get +1 with throwing weapons too?
Oh, I did not check. I did not. I'll check in a bit, but I think he probably hit anyways.
Yeah, I thought they did.
Hey, that's probably a crit. Let me
Oh,
refresh.
that's actually okay. All right.
Uh-huh.
So emo with weapons, um, a natural 20 is considered a possible critical hit. But
Yeah.
some weapons in the game have a higher threat range. With his dagger, if he rolls a 19 or a 20, that's a possible crit. Assuming he hits. So with the dagger, he rolled a 19 plus 6, which was 25. And that 25 definitely beat the armor class of the Crenshaw. And so now he's checking the second roll is to check to confirm that critical hit to see if that and so that's a 15 plus 6 is a 21, which the 21 does beat the Crenshaw's armor class.
Let's go. It's flat-footed, right? So sneak attack counts
And it
applies.
is flat-footed, so basically a turn to see your character's suddenly there, and before it could, before it knew it, um, you were dashing past the vow and threw a dagger at it. It didn't have time to react to the dagger throw. So
Right.
you dealt yeah, you deal sneak attack
9,
damage with it,
9
and
points.
9
Man,
points of damage.
Nice.
you rolled a 1 for the sneak attack. What the? Well, at least he hit.
9 points of damage. That dagger goes and hits it square in the top of its skull and sticks into it before it yelps in savage pain, and its head is just shaking like crazy all around. The dagger falls out, and and it uh and it looks at you like with these ferocious, angry eyes.
He was like, hey, mealtime is over. Go hunt a squirrel or something. And then you see him as a free action. As a free action, he draws out 2 additional daggers.
I get a quick draw too.
Yeah.
Oh shit, this guy. Yeah. All right. Um. So yeah, you do that, and then you quick draw your your two daggers and two weapon fighting. Oh, I saw you post your stuff. I didn't get a chance to really like look at it real quick. So
He don't he, he,
um,
he don't got two weapon fighting yet. Although I think he has an extra feat, and that will be it.
oh,
On
that's
strong
right. Yeah.
strong
Quick
arm,
draw. Yeah, quick draw. You could draw both of
yeah,
them. Yeah.
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 I'm
Um.
so maybe only one.
No. It is both. I think it is both. They both. I think it's a free action with even if you draw two. All right. Your turn is done. The Crenshaw looks heavily wounded, as blood squirting out that wound that you gave it. Um. And we go to Zandak turn. All right, Zandak. Let's ease you into taking your turn here,
Okay.
because he threw up a lot of lingo there. But all right. So every character's turn, you can there's a set of actions you can take, and
Mhm.
the actions are a standard action and a move action.
Okay.
Um, the move actions typically cover uh moving or doing anything that requires movement, such as drawing a weapon or going through your backpack and pulling out a potion, opening a door.
Uh-huh.
Those sorts of things will use up your move action.
Okay.
Standard actions is pretty much everything else. Making an attack, casting a spell, um, uh, using any other special ability. Those will standard actions will cover those. If for some reason you need to take a second move action, you can sacrifice your standard action to actually take another move action. So you can
Mm.
take two move actions if you had to.
Okay.
Um, but you cannot use a move action to take an extra standard.
Gotcha.
Um, and pretty much we'll leave it at that. There
Oh,
are, yeah. We'll leave it at
strong.
that. There are some actions that require a full round action, and what those are is it takes up both your actions. It'll take up your
Okay.
standard and it'll take up your move to accomplish.
Okay.
So obviously, if you had a full round action ability, you would use
Mhm.
it and you wouldn't be able to move anywhere or do much of anything else really.
Yeah.
They those kind of actions, they take up more time and but yeah, those are the main three. I don't think you're level one, and I don't think you have
Yeah.
anything that requires a full route action to use. So,
Okay.
um,
Casting a spell's a standard
yeah,
action.
yeah. Most spells is a standard action. The cast it'll say it in the spell description. Because there are spells that will take a full round, but there's not really a lot of those. Um, and certain other actions will, like making a charge attack is a full round action. Whatever you decide to do, I'll let you know what actions it takes up pretty much. So
Okay.
you don't have to worry about that. And um, and yeah, pretty much whatever you decide to do, I'll let you know if Xanda can do it and what action it takes up.
Okay. Um, well, I'm really far from this thing, and I don't think my sling has very good range.
Well, let's
I
see.
I was trying to find what the range was on it.
Oh, it's did I not write it
What weapon?
down?
A
Her
sling.
the
Oh,
sling.
Oh, is that where it is?
Oh,
I opened it there. Okay.
yeah, the little the gear thing
I
that
see that
yeah.
now.
I'm surprised they didn't have it like there. I thought they did, but they should have. Whoever put the sheet together. But range of
Uh,
yeah,
50 feet. Okay. And then 20. Okay.
yep, has a
And then I
range of 50 feet. Yeah, what do you know?
How convenient.
that worked out.
Oh, Um, but yeah, so I guess I'll use my move action to go 20 feet closer. Um,
All right.
so where would
Um,
that,
so you can
can I move diagonally?
yeah, yeah, you can move
Okay,
diagonally. Um,
so I can, nope, I
every
can go here.
every second diagonal counts as every
Oh,
square counts as 5 feet.
okay.
Um, so you can move a total of 4 squares as a move
Uh-huh.
action. Um,
Okay.
and every diagonal counts as every second diagonal counts as 2 squares. There was a reason they did that. I gotta find it, but it made sense. But anyway, so yeah, so you go one. So yeah, it was 1 square,
Okay,
and then
one,
that, and
two.
then that counts as 3 squares. So you've moved a total of, you used up a total of 3 squares of your movement. So if
You
you
got
have
one
one more,
square left.
if
I
if
have
if you want to, you
one.
don't have to.
You don't
You know,
have to.
if you're
Yeah,
fine, if you're fine there, you're good.
I'm good
Um,
here. And so then I'll use my sling.
all right.
Let's hope it works when I do
Um,
it there.
you know what? This is a good teaching moment.
Oh, why did I do this?
Um,
See, that's what you were saying, where
yeah,
I throw
that's what I
way
was
too many
saying.
dice
It
down.
was
I was like,
way too
I
many
clicked it
dice.
once.
Right. Okay. Um, with ranged attack.
Hmm.
Trying to think of a way to simplify this. Okay, with ranged attacks.
Can anything in D&D be simple?
With range attacks, the best way to make those is to make sure nobody's in your way.
Yeah,
And
well, he's
I've seen
annoying.
it, I've seen some of these guys, Mike. How many times has Mike gone to use his bow and he keeps trying to shoot through everybody? It's like, bro, you get to a better position. That's what shooters do. It's I'm like, you were in the military?
Okay,
Come on. But all
that's
right.
fair.
So and third edition of D&D, it they're more they're very heavy with like the simulationist aspect of the game with
Uh-huh.
like a lot of like, well, if somebody's in your way, it's gonna be harder. Um, stuff like that. So yeah, if somebody's in the path of your shot, it grants
Sorry,
the enemy.
Lemony.
It grants the enemy. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about hitting your allies.
Okay.
Unless you roll a one,
Right.
but a natural one anyway. But the what it will do is it will grant a bonus to the armor class of the enemy that you're trying to hit. So basically, it makes that enemy harder
Ah,
to hit.
okay.
Um, the way it's measured, you pick a corner of the square like I'm doing on the map right now,
Hmm.
and I go to every corner of the enemy square, and as soon as that line goes through somebody, yeah, they got cover. And in this case, Lemonie's in your way. Um,
Lemony.
so
I should have gone one square
it was a
further.
well,
I
no,
should have
so,
done,
well, no,
oh,
that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing you have one more square, so
yeah.
we can move you there. Yeah, we can move you there.
Okay.
Um,
I'm so sorry, Lemony. I almost took off your ear there.
oh, you're brand new, so all
Yeah.
everything's forgiven. You know,
Yep. Yep.
if you were
We're
playing
here to
for a
learn.
couple of years, I'd be like, yeah, yeah, you got to live with your mistake. But it's your first time, so you're good. Um,
All right. Okay.
but yeah,
So
so as I
if
do
I,
this, yep,
yeah.
clear shot, and don't have to worry about that AC bonus
Whew.
for the enemy. And on a 13, the here's where things get fun. So normally that tripling shot would have been a miss. It would have dodged it. But because it's flat-footed,
Mm.
because the turn hasn't come up yet in the first round of combat, it loses its dexterity bonus to its armor class. And its dexterity bonus to its armor class, I'll say it out loud, I don't need to hide it really, is +2. Therefore, so normally I don't let anybody know the armor class of the monsters. They usually try to figure that shit out themselves.
Hmm.
But you know, we're just learning here. So the enemy's armor class is actually 15, and it's getting 2 of that from its dex, which it lost. So now its AC is 13 pure attack. So you got right on the dot what you needed to hit it.
Means I hit it.
Hmm.
Yep, you hit it because you were quicker than it, and it couldn't dodge it. So it got hit with the dagger, and it's screaming, and it knocks, shaking its head, knocks the dagger out, and then before it can still react, Vandak's already like in place and swinging the sling and lets it loose, and it strikes, and you can roll the sling damage.
It goes both ways too. If we're flat-footed, our characters, someone attacks us before we get to act on the first round, we also lose our dexterity bonus
Oh
until we
yeah,
get to act. So it goes both ways.
oh yeah, and she look at full damage.
Ooh, wow.
She rolled a 4 on that, and add +2 because of your strength, and
Yeah.
6 points of damage. And
We don't see the HP bar, by the way.
good. I regret. I'm gonna change that next campaign. Honestly, I shouldn't even be. If you know, I realize I shouldn't even be showing that because there's a
you don't show
spell.
you
This
don't show us
spell
the
that.
actual HP. It's just to
Well, no,
let
I
everybody
know it
so that
shows
it
the
looks hurt.
life bar,
That
but
it
I,
looks
I,
hurt.
I don't. Yeah, I shows that it looks hurt, but I don't want the character to know how hurt it is.
Okay, okay. You're gonna have to be descriptive then. It looks like, oh
You know
man, it looks
why?
like arrow will kill it.
Well, yeah, you know why? Because you got the Death Watch spell, right? That kind of tells you like how wounded an enemy is. But there's also there's a vigilante uh talent that tells you um I think it tells you the hit point. I think it's a vigilante talent. I don't know if it's a vigilante or a slayer talent. Might have been a slayer talent. But it tells you the enemy's hit point. So I'm like, oh, well, dude, I probably shouldn't even be showing its life bar. Like that clues you guys in. Oh, hurry up and kill this thing because we know. Like I don't. It's supposed to be abstract. You're not supposed to know whether the guy with 2 HP is just as you know hurt as the one that's got 20 HP left.
Mhm.
They're both wounded. They're both heavily wounded. But yeah, so
Mm.
I'm gonna have to reconsider that on the Crimson Throne campaign. But let me show the bar. I'm surprised it didn't. Okay, now the bar should be there. Is it there
You
now?
you yeah, yeah.
Oh.
But
Okay.
you're right. You're right though. You do get kind of like biased a little bit because if you see it's only a little bit of HP left, it's like, oh wait, I'm not gonna go with my most powerful move. I'm gonna conserve that
Yeah.
resource.
Right, right. Because like just because the enemy looks heavily wounded doesn't mean because a barbarian could look heavily wounded, but that motherfucker that's because he's a barbarian. He took 50 damage. He might still have like 40 HP left. You're not supposed to know if he has 40 HP left or if he has 10 HP left. So the bar gives it away. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So that 6 took the Crenshaw down into negative hit points, and it dropped. As the sling
Nice.
bullet hits it square in the eye and goes through its eye, and
Let's go.
it uh
Sorry,
it
Cassidy. I know
drops.
you wanted to get in there.
It drops, and yeah, it's in it's at -4 hit points now, and it's dying. And yeah, that was Xandak's turn. I guess Cassidy we'll move Cassidy over by Xandak.
Yeah.
As Cassidy takes a move action, goes over to Xandak and is waiting, was hoping you see the little badger was
It's a
hoping to
little
chew to
thing.
chew on something, but
Grr.
a little disappointed now since it
So he just sticks his tongue out. You're mint.
you're right. Um, and we go to
Are there carnivores, badgers? Because
Hmm.
that's well,
I
there's
think they're,
dinner
I
right
thought they were
there.
omnivores, but you're
I
right.
think yeah, I think they're omnivores. Though,
Ah,
and I think they're mostly scavenger.
Mm-hmm.
there's some
I think they're like cousins to the weasels, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah.
fresh food for it.
um so it's the Vow's turn, and you just see this woman lying on the floor, nervously shaken from the attack, and She starts to, you notice that she doesn't seem entirely relieved yet, and she raises a hand to towards the and she's pointing in this direction, like behind
I'm
your
gonna.
characters.
Oh
Ooh.
Can
no.
I roll a survival check to see if there's any other tracks of like multiple creatures?
All right, so you spend your turn to like look around the area to see if there might be other Crenshars possibly,
Mhm.
and in your immediate vicinity you don't actually yeah roll a survival check. Um, so you're looking around to see if there's any might be any more than one Crenchar in this vicinity that has passed through here recently, or maybe have a den or like very close or nearby, and you haven't spotted anything of such yet. You know, he's only spent a few seconds several moments just looking around on his turn.
Mhm.
Um, everyone roll a perception check.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Um, so three of you failed to hear movement and failed to hear and notice movement in the bushes down here. And coming out of the bushes, very uh coming out of the bushes is another Crenshaw. It appears there's not but one but two, and you're hoping there isn't any more. Could just be its mate, or there might if there's more, there might be a pride of them coming. But for now, you only see this one coming out from those bushes. And since you all failed your perception check to notice this, it got a surprise round on your characters.
Ooh,
And
something
so
new.
it able to take one standard action as part of its surprise round, and it will use that to move. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here, I have the right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah. And the vow um you you immediately hear the 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 running of a Crenshaw on its paws, and as you're trying to as you're trying to your mind and body's trying to react to this, it's already upon you, and you know it's getting ready to take its next action unless you're quick enough to beat its initiative. So let me roll its initiative.
We keep
You
saying
guys, you
initiative.
guys, then
Oh,
you guys can keep
nice.
your own initiatives, and I got it. Okay. Um, Lemony, we circle back around to you, and you immediately see this Crenshaw um, about to attack the Val.
He as soon as he looks back at the vow, he sees this creature just like seems to like appear out of nowhere. He's like, "Whoa, you're a sneaky fellow there. I didn't hear you." So you see him like starts like eyeing the creature and starts moving towards a more favorable position. Um, Louis, there's no difficult terrain, right? Or is there? Is there?
Yeah, that right there would be difficult terrain, so that's going to cost 2 squares.
Ah, that's not good.
Yeah, emo certain spots in the map will have will have difficult terrain. Most of them usually it costs 2 extra squares of movement to enter the square with the terrain. If the terrain is particularly thick, like it's really dense, like rubble and rocks, or if it's like really heavy undergrowth, it could cost 4 squares to enter it.
Okay.
Um, but I'd say right here, Lemony, all this is I'd say it's light on the growth, so it's 2 squares of movement to enter those squares. And while you're in, if you know while he's if he chooses to be in it, he also would have concealment.
Okay,
So
so he'll go. That would be 2 square then, right? One diagonal. This will be 2 squares.
yeah, that'd be 2 squares. So you
Okay.
dive into the brush, making it harder for you, making it harder for your character to be seen, to be accurately attacked. Um,
Okay, that was another 2 square there. That's four,
and
and
you
this will be
have
no. That will be
um
normal right there, right? That's a
yeah,
normal square.
yeah,
And then
so
here,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yep.
perfect. All right, so you see him move into position. He's flanking the that creature with the valve, and he takes a stab at the creature, and he pinpoints at one of his vital organs.
Yeah, the two of you, Emo, he positioned himself in a flanking position, and that's when you and another character is like completely opposite of the enemy. That will make it, that will give you a bonus to your attack on an enemy when if you happen to get to position to flank them. Um, and for rogues, it's definitely fun because rogues get sneak attack, and they can sneak attack enemies that they flank.
That's what the vow was talking about when he was
Ooh,
talking about splitting the
uh,
attention of whoever we attack.
firm crit. What
You
the
got
hell?
you got another crit. Holy,
How did I get?
oh you,
That's
Let's
oh wait,
go.
you got 220.
Yes.
All right,
Nothing.
well, this might be an insta kill,
Yup. Yeah, I believe it is.
and it is. So you can have fun
Nice.
describing this.
So you see Lemony like he like jumps into the bushes there, and he's almost like at one point you see him, then at one point it's almost like he vanishes as he gets deeper into the grove there growing, and then he like pops out here, and then he quickly dashes like sliding towards you know right behind the creature and the vow, like having it like in a pincer position, flanking it, and then with pinpoint precision, you see like his eyes focus while he's like cowering a little bit, like, where? Ah, yes, there. He's, his eyes, his good perception sees almost like a thick bane popping out, and you see him just go in there, slash at it, and just cut that jugular vein off. And just as quickly as he like pulls back his dagger, you see him like just like go like this, and you see like the blood of the blood just whiff off the blade, and then quickly he throws his blade and shifts it, and then and then you see him like adjust his cloak. While all this is going on, you see like the creature just like all this blood just splattering out, and like after like 5 or 6 seconds, just like thumbs down and dies.
And Val goes, he says,
Small but deadly. Good work. Good work.
Oh. And then you see him like Val. Don't mention it. I told you I have my special set of skills. I'll be useful to you guys.
Oh, that took one down too.
Was
that was
wounded.
220 stuff.
I know.
Two
I'm just
kills
saying.
in one shot.
Well, I know he one shot it, but let's not overshadow that. um. All right. Yeah, the Kershaw doesn't get to do shit really. So, uh, character's got a total of 600 points split by 3. You each got 200 points,
Yeah.
and it's just 800 more until level 2. But yeah, they die within a matter of 10 seconds. Each round of combat is considered 6 seconds in game. So it's been about 10 to 12 seconds that all this happened. And so far, after that, your characters are like, looking around, listening, trying to say, is there any more? And after some moments, no other Crenshaws seem to be nearby or even appear or jump out of bushes or around trees or anything like that. Just it's quiet. You don't it's so it just seems to have just been these two only. And the woman over here, human woman, she stands back up. She brushes the whatever dirt, grime that she had on her from falling, and she goes, "That was close. That was uh, my deepest gratitude. I was not expecting that. We haven't seen Crenshaws here in quite a while."
Interesting words you said there. Here. Where is here?
Why, you're near the town of Falcon's Hollow. Where do you all from?
I. I am from Impelter, on the world of Toral.
She looks confused. She's like, "On the world of Coral. Is that where you come from? Do you call this world Coral?"
It is a long story. One
Uh,
that you do not have time for, I suppose.
I see. Because I have only known it as Galarian.
Excuse me.
Ah, I know that's Faerun. It looks like Faerun to me. I've been to a forest just like this one.
So this world is called Galarian. But Crenshaws, they look no different than they would back on my own world. Interesting. One would figure the seeds of creation would have different looks in different places. Zandak, do you think this was the only test?
Back checking on Cassidy, even though he wasn't involved in anything. And he looks up and he's looking around the forest and he says like, "No, no, I fear that that was too easy. And no, I don't recognize all of these plants. We are far from where I'm familiar with." Um and he turns back to the woman and he goes, "Is there maybe something other than Crenshaw you guys have going on around here?"
He goes, "Well, yes, to the north in the forests of Darkmoon Vale." Um, so she curiously she looks, she's looking between the three of you, and then she focuses more on Xander, and she goes, "Are
Zandak.
you?" I mean Zandak. I said Xander. Rick's character. Anyway, Zandak. um, focuses on Zandak, and she goes, Are you are you a druid?
I nod. Yes, yes, I am in fact a druid.
He goes, ah, well, man, maybe you can help with the situation that's going on at Falcon's Hollow. This is this is good for me. I don't have to be out here like this. My name is Laurel. I'm the town.
Hi.
I'm I'm the town's herbalist.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm Zandak. I am a druid. This is Cassidy. He bites. Um, the tall one over there is the Vow, and
It's
I'd be so happy to help you. I think this might be what the mysterious cloaked figure was talking about.
Uh, so she furrows her brow in confusion at that statement, and she
Hmm.
goes, "Well, whatever the reason, we're glad to have the extra help. I must warn you though, um, the the problem that we have in town and why I'm out here was I've been looking
For vow breakers.
for
No,
uh,
she's an
not
herbalist.
quite, but I am looking for something that can,
Treasure.
but I am looking for something that can break an affliction.
Aw.
Oh, all
We
right.
see, I was searching for ingredient to an antidote that I can make for the disease that has ridden our town.
Yeah. Speak to me of this disease
Well,
that fester in societies. Is it the disease of liars?
Oh my god. Zandak is just like, no.
from my s- from what studies I could have made with this disease, it is definitely fungal in nature. It,
Mm.
it is known to be called the black scour taint, and it is a malady that is not exceptionally deadly, but poor conditions and a lack of supplies, it can cause many to be sick from it, especially the elderly and the young,
Can you
and it's
can you share with
potentially
me your
lethal.
can you share with me your notes? Do you have
Yes, yes. Here, I'll guide you back to the town. I'm sure you all must be tired from your journey.
is it safe for us to go to this town where there is apparently a disease?
He goes, well, if you have any sort of equipment or magic or alchemical items, or if you're particularly high in your constitution, uh,
If you're healthy.
you're right. You will not have to worry so much. It affects the young and elderly the most.
Okay.
Um,
Sandak, aren't you a herbalist, you said? Plus, you're a
Well,
druid?
I'm
Whatever is going on there, I'm sure you can figure it out and you'll come up with a medicine. I'm sure of it.
I
Let's get going.
sure I sure hope so.
I know so. I believe in you.
which is why I'm relieved that a druid has come to a town. I use your expertise.
Yeah. Thanks,
I'm
Lady Luck.
sure.
Timora. It
But
was meant to be.
the ingredients that I'll need, that it's going to be in areas that are dangerous, which is where the two of you, and she looks between the Vow and Lemony, would be of most benefit because, as you can see, and she points to the Crenshaws and herself, it wasn't very wise of me to do this. But you took these two Crenshaws out like like it was just child's play.
Lemony did so. But I would not say your actions were foolish, for you are a doctor, and as such, you've taken an oath to heal the sick, the
That that's
hurting.
good. That's commendable. that's that's commendable. You putting your life at risk alone out here to help your fellow countrymen. I'll sign up. You actually see Lemony like instead of like joking around, he's actually serious for once. And he's like, I respect that. So you can count on me to help.
You're very brave for being out here, and yes, we will we will help.
Yes, we will
Well,
help.
thank you. Uh, at least finally I can get the townsfolk off my back. Keep telling them that I am no physician. They come to my door begging and begging for a cure. And so I am out here, unwillingly, doing my best because the local cleric is useless.
Useless, you say?
Uh-oh.
Ex cleric.
Useless.
Well, he lacks the divine power to actually cure disease and isn't trained in herbal
Uh,
craft as I am. So the best that Lady Sarthana can do is preach about Iomade uh, uh, to the people.
Strange. A cleric that cannot heal? Let us go to this town.
You gotta stop laughing.
Hey,
Because this
maybe she's
dude is
work.
so black and white, and it's like he doesn't even consider any other, like, maybe, he said
Maybe
she's
she
not,
works with
he said that she's not a strong enough cleric to cure disease. The vow is like, so she refuses to cure disease.
She took an oath. No, not
She should have
necessarily.
been level 3 by now. She failed in her oath.
She's an ex
And
cleric. That's why she can't heal properly. I've
and
been
an
trying to
oath is
find out.
practically a vow, so
maybe the
Oh
goddess
my
she
god.
worships is a goddess of poison and death. Therefore, doesn't have healing capabilities. Oh,
Damn.
wait a second.
well, let's all just see what's going on. Come on, Cassidy.
You journey forth to Falcon's Hollow. Do I have? Oh, yes, I do. All right. Let's grab this map and delete it. Darkness. Let's put this up.
Oh, cool.
Let me get rid of the grid. Back by grid. Okay.
Just to let you know, as a vigilante, I'm like occupationally obligated to go on top of like a rooftop if it's nighttime and overlook the town. Like I have to do that.
And
Do
you
you have a
also have to
you have a
be
cape?
like backlit by the moon.
Absolutely.
You gotta have a
Regardless.
cape. You got a cape, I hope, right?
Yeah, yeah, I got a cape. I
Yeah,
got
yeah, yeah. Regardless of the current moon cycle, it's going to be a full moon when you're on that roof.
Blowing
as
in the
close
wind.
to the earth as possible. Huge
Yeah,
ass moon.
just right.
I'm adopting a new town.
They actually have that for vigilantes. It's called renown, and you could only have like renown in like certain areas. And
Oh,
but you
for
could
like a
transfer it
community?
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you pick like a community that you're like famous in, yeah, and
Hmm.
you get like benefits because of that.
When
Or
you go
like,
to a
like
new town, you could take your renown there, but it takes about a week for you to like reset your renown in
Yeah.
that new location.
mm,
Yeah.
like
It's pretty
Gotham,
cool.
like
The,
Gotham City. You know,
Yeah,
the
go
class,
exactly.
on,
yeah.
go on,
The,
go on a
the the
Metropolis for a month.
the class is pretty damn fun, especially if the campaign's taking place in urban areas. It's definitely a hell of a lot of fun.
Mhm.
The campaign's taking place in a lot of wilderness. You better switch to a ranger, but
Yeah.
We're in the wilderness now.
The vow is just like he like senses a building nearby. He's like, hold on.
Finally, some civilization.
Uh, Hopefully they have like a skyline I could look through and then look down
A
at the
watchtower.
I would
yeah.
like to be silhouetted against a setting sun.
and here we are at Falcon's Hollow. And as you're traveling there, Laurel is uh basically filling your characters in on the town and the area and the region that you're in, and you're basically, whatever information that your characters are like interested in, she's doing her best to answer them so that your character's got a good idea of the town and what's in it and what's around it. Um, and feels like maybe about an hour has gone by before you start to before you start heading into the town. Perched at the edge of civilized lands, the small town of Falcon's Hollow has always had to rely on itself to solve its problems. Meanwhile, the uncaring lumber barons weave the common folk for every last copper, deaf to their plea. Matt, I know what you're thinking.
The city needs me.
Now, the hacking coughs of the stick are heard throughout the town. The plague has come to Falcon's Hollow, and the town leaders can't be bothered to stop it. And she also gives you details of what she knows about the Black Scour taint. And I have to try not to laugh every time I call it that. Uh, and it's an ingested disease that slowly deteriorate. Why am I having problems? De- slowly deteriorate those who are afflicted. Um, am I being rated? Yes, I am.
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
welcome
What's up? Oh,
in,
Slayer
Red.
Case. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Awesome. With a party of 30. Holy crap.
Hey, let's
Hey,
go.
what's up,
Yeah.
everyone?
Welcome in,
Oh, wow.
Raiders.
Mr. Crenshaw battle, but we're gonna turn up.
Cyber Suni, I just saw your message. You have to defeat the.
Ingest the
Oh my
taint,
You have
God.
actually.
been
Yeah,
ingested the
Defeat would
yeah.
have
tape.
been
Yep.
better.
Yeah. Oh, what is up, everyone? Yeah, we are running a game where we have uh Cult of Emo here, and how do you do a shout out on here anyways?
Actually, exclamation point, shout out.
And just I guess
So exclamation point SO, and then you should just then be able to type the not the tape. Yeah, yeah.
uh why is it not popping up? Okay. Uh I need to figure that out. I'm gonna definitely gonna do that tomorrow. But anyway, definitely tagged in my title of the the uh of the stream. So definitely click on that and check her stuff out, give her a follow, Um she plays a lot of fun games that I have a growing list of, especially those horror games.
Yeah.
Um It's been a long time since I played horror games. Shoot, I don't even remember the last one I played. Well, Last of Us, really. That was it.
Oh, wow.
That was the last. Last
Part
of
1
Us
or
was the
part
last
2?
one that I played. Part two,
Okay, okay.
which I love, despite the fucking naysayers out there. So,
I thought it was great.
right. Uh, the the reasons I've heard people didn't like it was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Most of it was, Joe, or I'm like, what? What? Really? Like,
Yeah.
stop, stop. He had it coming. Anyway, I mean, great redemption arc for him, but after seeing Abby's perspective, yeah, he had it coming. Anyway,
Oh,
spoiler alert if anybody hasn't played it by now, but it's been long enough.
yeah.
Anyway, the Black Wither Kate. Oh God, we're giving it new names now. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Yuki. Yeah. I think I do have to set that up. There is definitely some stuff I still need to uh add to my streaming stuff, but
But yes, for the Raiders, this is probably the slowest one shot you've ever been witness to because I'm learning.
yeah, she is very new to this, and the other two players here are in the Tuesday and Thursday games, and they've definitely got the championship belts when it comes to the game.
I have a
I think out of all
dictionary.
your, I think out of all your players, Pichardo and I are like the veterans, the most vetted. I
Yeah,
think we've been playing
yeah.
with you the longest.
It's yeah,
Yeah,
you two, yeah, the longest
since high
Then
since
school,
I
since
got the
eighth
best
shoot,
team here then.
since junior high.
since
Junior high
junior
school.
high, since eighth grade, pretty much. Yeah.
Hmm.
Aw.
Oh shit.
That's adorable.
It's good
Um,
life.
yeah, and it's awesome that we're still continuing this now,
Hmm.
especially thanks to technology.
Yep.
I think having friends this long, like in this current day and age, is probably unheard of. Like,
It's a rarity.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My friendship is older than my youngest sister.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I remember your little sis. You were
yeah,
like
by 1 year.
1 year old. You're already grown now. She married too, right?
She all
Yeah,
grown and
married.
married. Yep.
Yep.
I know. Decades has passed already.
Hmm.
Little Natanya.
Yeah, I know. I remember her as
Crazy.
a baby
All right.
still. Yeah.
Used to like give her extra slices of like our pizza when we were playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She'd come down, be like, "What are you guys doing?"
It was the Natanya tax. The
Right.
pizza and the Mountain Dew would come through while we were playing in
We'd
the
have to give
basement.
it a we have to give it a pizza and politely try to get her back upstairs because we
Yeah.
were way too mature what was going on down
Oh,
there.
Yeah, man.
Way too
Good
mature.
times.
so
Yeah. Good
the
time.
black scour taint was even. We were giggling about it even back then.
uh,
Oh man. So speaking of the black star paint,
You have to ingest it,
yeah,
I
yeah,
heard.
it's an ingested disease that incubates
Okay,
between a period of 1 to 3 days and
okay.
will waste away the whoever has the affliction. Um,
And the symptoms
it,
are coughing.
um, yeah,
oral
definitely,
taint.
definitely the coughing. Eventually the coughing turns to the coughing of blood and other fluid, and um, yeah, it weakens. Game mechanically, it weakens your constitution. It gets damaged, and when your constitution's damaged, that will drop the fortitude save. So the residents that aren't getting cured, it's getting harder for them to fight off disease the more that it's damaging them. There's very few that have fought it off, luckily, but others not so much, especially which is why the elderly and the young are exceptionally affected by this since both of their constitutions are not as great as a healthy full grown adult. Um yeah, they it the infected develop a hacking cough, and that quick. Oh, I like how the book tells me exactly what I already said. Cool. I could have written this myself, apparently. I'm reading the section where it tells what the symptoms are. And it's like a hacking cough that quickly turns bloody. I'm like,
Oh, you did a freestyle.
right. I first freestyling it, and then I find out that's exactly what it was. Okay.
It was their
Um.
intention all along.
um. Okay. So she does explain to you that she had brought up the cleric of Iomedae, who is um the goddess of, why am I drawing a blank? It's because I know too much. I get my campaigns mixed up.
The Rolodex of D&D is just
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. She is the goddess of honor and justice and
And she's the one
so
that
valor.
took over after the fall of Eridan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She took after. Yeah. She took after him because she was his herald. Not his herald. Yeah. She was his herald. Okay.
Hmm.
Now I remember. You know what it was? I sometimes, for some reason, I confuse her with Seiren Ray. But I know Seiren Ray is like got the fiery wings, and she's like the goddess of light, and a couple of other things. But for some reason, I mix Iomade with her. I have to keep telling myself Iomade is like Form from Toril.
Yeah.
That's basically what she's similar to.
Her story
Um,
is cool, man. She got her ass whipped and then became like a goddess.
fight
Fighting this.
she fought a lich, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right, I know the story. Yeah, I remember reading that. Um, all right. So yeah, so there is a cleric of that goddess in the town. Although, according to Laurel, um, the few cleric. Oh, I have it backwards. Okay, so the few clerics that Falcon's Hollow has doesn't seem to show any interest in stopping the illness, except for Lady Serthana. Okay, I misread that. Lady Serthana, the cleric of Iomedae, is actually the only cleric who's doing her part in trying to help stop the illness.
Ah, okay.
mm.
It's the
That
other
takes her off
it's
the
the
list then, I guess so.
Well, I heard the goddess of honor and justice. I was like, the vow is gonna be trying. He's
She's
gonna be
out there
trying to
setting
talk
the
her up.
example. Dude.
Oh man.
All
So,
right.
um what and so Laurel takes you to her shop, um known as Roots and is that the name of the shop? Okay. Yeah, it's known as Roots and Remedies. Um and as you're getting to the shop, you notice that there's a group of people waiting outside the shop, and they see her coming and they start rushing towards her. Some of them are like with like cloth masks over their face, and um he like stops and takes a step back, and you could tell on her face she's like, "Oh no, please, like, don't pressure me with this right now. I'm trying, even though he's not like she's doing what she can as an herbalist." Um, but they're like begging her, for her help. Oh, have you found the cure? Please, I need more of that root that you told me to take. And another one's like, where's? I need that tea. That tea, it helped soothe my throat. And she's like, oh, hold on. She's like, hold on. Like, I have guests. I'm I'm working through this right now. There- we there may be a lead. Let allow me and my guests to get into my shop, please, please. And so they part. They some of them are like, oh, thank you, and the others that are there also they're also like looking your characters over to like get a like see who you are because none of them recognize who you are. And but you can see like a hope in their eyes because they're like, oh, are we finally getting help? There are people here that can help us out, and you just see um uh and then nearby you can hear a father of a child crying as he's holding like his little girl who's like coughing, and you can see like blood coming out of her mouth. And
I go over to the father
all right,
and I say to him,
We're doing a good thing, a good service. Did the mother pass?
he looks up, his eyes are just like bloodshot from the tears and the stress and just the worry and everything, and he just slowly nods.
It's a sad thing to be left alone in this world. We will save your little one and hopefully restore hope to the desolate. Stay strong. Cling to the duties for father. We will return.
and he pats him on the shoulder, and he turns around and goes,
We have work to do.
Bringing you into the shop, which is you see creeping ivy and full window boxes cover the facade of this rugged-looking two-story shop, bearing the faded sign "Roots and Remedies." A line of, and you see about 20 some of the townsfolk that are around, some with pale, wheezing children, others seeming to be precipitously near tears. Um, and as you enter inside, the clutter and disrepair of the shop shows the recent traffic. And Laurel herself definitely appears as if she's overworked herself. And there's the smell of burnt earth and spicy incense that chokes the air of the cramped, mud-tracked shop. Bunches of dried herbs hang from the ceiling, along with dangling pots, presses, alchemical apparatuses, and glassware of more arcane purposes. Pouches of rare plants, jars of colored glass, and all manner of dried, preserved, and jellied animal parts fill high shelves and tables, doing double duty as displays and workspaces. In the shop's rear, um, in the shop's rear, Laurel heads over and she takes off the her spectacles and places it on a table. And goes between an overpacked rack of herbs, a table covered in stray powders and measuring equipment, and a pot that she goes over, grabs some flint and steel, and starts to try to start a fire underneath the pot to get it to start boiling. And as she does this, she explains to your characters uh, what it is that she's been working on. She goes, if it's not evident, I'm extremely exhausted and ill-equipped and low income as well. Let's add to that to help the people here out. And my best lead has been to turn to my grandmother's tome, where she's written recipes, cures, and there's even magic in there for aid. Although the book contains no actual magic, unfortunately. It is just the rooted wisdom of the generations of my family, including the teachings of the Witch of Darkmoon Vale. leaves me the. I'm not sure if you're really far from here, then you probably wouldn't know who that is. But apparently, my grandmother had learned from this witch in exchange for her sight. However, there's one last treatment from these cultic appendices of the tome, and it's written not in my grandmother's hand, and it's the only thing left to try. But I lack three of the ingredients. And so he she goes on to tell you that it's apparently a brew that can be concocted, and she hopes it's going to be real medicine. But she feels that she has a good feeling that it might be, but that the ingredients that she needs are some rare roots and concentrations. Now, most of them I do have here, but there's three that I don't. I need elderwood moth. I've never even heard of, but Granny says the stuff only grows on the oldest tree in a forest. I also need a specially pickled root called rat's tail. Again, doesn't seem real to me. And 7 iron bloom mushrooms. They're these stunty little things. They only grow in dark places, thick with metal. Or so I hear.
Zandak, do these jog your memory by any chance?
Yes, yeah, yes. Zandak even sort of pats himself down. He's like, I have all of these back in my home forest, but I can identify them, and I can find these for you.
How will we get to your home forest?
Oh, I use them for making cures and things like that, and sort of keeping them on hand.
The forest outside of this town, does it look similar to your forest? Hey, maybe we're lucky enough and we could locate it around here as well. She,
I've never heard of Falcon's Hollow before today, and I think I would know if I was living right next to a town this big.
While the forest was not similar to our own, the Crenshaw, I've heard rumors of such beasts back on my world. They were here, then the cures must be here as well.
And so Laurel goes, well, and she grabs like a few books and she brings them over to Zandak. She goes, I'll go over with you all the notes and the illustrations and I'll give you information on the area.
And you will also give me information on the clerics that have been sucking off the hopes of the people, draining them of their small, meager resources, like lamprey. I'll pay them a visit.
What do you mean exactly by that? I don't want to be an accomplice to any criminal actions.
Well,
oh,
you have nothing to worry about, for
that's true.
I am no criminal.
He only murders people that don't follow their vows. That's it. Nothing to worry
His
about.
morals are a little skewed.
And by murder, I mean like really murder. I mean just by breaking any vows. Hey, Mister the vow, will that also count? Like if a 4-year-old were to break his vow, will that put them in your shopping block as well?
That is a valid question. Is a child strong enough and wherewithal to understand what it means to make a vow, to make a promise? Hmm. No. One would have to be of the proper mind.
What's the cutoff age? Just so we know.
It depends on one's ethnicity and race. After all, an elf ages much differently than a human. Isn't that right, Zandak? You are dwarven.
I am. I am.
We do not all
And
mature at the same rate.
I just turned 72 during the last moon. So, yes,
Oh, you
I
quadruple my
understand.
age. So we
Right?
have a
Uh,
Well,
we have a fountain of wisdom here, so that's should be good.
I think I'll go over these notes. I'll go over these instructions, and if you can give me a idea of how to get to the Dark Moon Vale, and Cassidy, stop digging in the woman's herb stores. I'm sorry.
she goes, "Oh, sorry, that plant, it's like catnip to badgers.
It
Oh,
is. I don't keep it around my house.
Well, while you guys take care of all these boring business, I'm gonna go
Cassidy's
outside and explore for a bit.
Cassidy's high as fuck right now."
Yeah.
Cassidy's just like when cats do that thing where they just loop in and out of between people's legs, but he's doing that to the vow.
Right.
He's just
Yes.
standing there with his
Oh
arms
man.
folded, trying to ignore
And
Cassidy.
Badger just like purring and
So, so, so,
looping
so,
through his legs.
so Louis, Lemony's about to leave. He goes to the party basically. Well, while you guys get all these boring stuff sorted out, I'll be out there exploring. Uh, you know, I'll find you when you need me. Ta ta. And then he walks out
Oh
to
shit.
explore, talk to
Um,
people.
yeah, get your ranks up. Well, be in the process of like, explaining your future ranks pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, same, this is same with like, Zandak and
While he's
versus.
at it, while he's at it, he'll try to do some gather info around the town
Okay.
about those three uh plant things, the mushrooms, the rat tail, and the moss. So
All right.
even though he didn't disclose this to the party, but he's hoping that maybe he might surprise them with some information later on.
But she does before that happens, she does say, she's like, as for the ingredients themselves, elderwood mold, if my
Moss. Elderwood moss.
oh, it's elderwood moss. They changed. Okay, I see what happened. They changed it to mold in like the next paragraph. Okay. Typo. I'm gonna go with the first one, moss. Um,
It just sounds a little bit more pleasant.
right. I'm like, is it moss?
Mm.
Okay, that says moss, and then a paragraph later, elderwood mold. Okay, go with moss. So for
Maybe
the
you're supposed to
elderwood,
age the moss and then take the mold off of the moss.
right. So she goes for the elderwood moss. The oldest tree, the only place obviously I can think of is Darkmoon Vale.
Of
But
course, of
but she's
course.
like, damned if I know even where it is though. And she says this that she's grabbing a few a couple of scrolls off her shelf, and he hands them to Zandak, and he's like, these are maps of the region. This should help you out. And she goes, as for Rat's Tail and those mushrooms, those are even longer shot. Way north toward the mountains, people say there used to live a bunch of dwarves. Would
Zandak just perks
you?
up.
Uh, he goes, would you happen to know anything about that? She looks at Zandak.
Hey, I have not strayed far from my forest in my lifetime.
Huh.
Um, and this is the furthest I've been, and I don't know where I am. I walked through a
Interesting.
magical door.
Oh.
Um, and then a second magical door. Um, I'm a very long way from home, I fear. But I would love to meet these dwarves and maybe see if we have anything in common.
Well, unfortunately, those doors are not there anymore.
Okay.
But I bet their forges, actually, I bet their forges are. And so that would be the best place I can think of where the iron bloom mushrooms, since they mostly located around a lot of metal.
Yes.
That would be your best bet. And as for the rat's tail, who knows? Well, actually, who leaves me the witch that apparently my grandmother had got some of this stuff in the book from. The witch that lives deep in the woods. She might. Now she's a crafty, mean thing that knows all sorts of strangeness. So she might have one. I don't know what she might want for it, but I doubt it would come cheap. My grandmother had traded her sight to the old crone for a few pages of what she knew. And that
Mm,
was years and years back, and I don't know a soul who got any nicer as they got older.
right. Well, I'll I'll sit here and look over these tomes, try and gather as much information as I can. Lemony, it sounds as though you're going to go party. He just sort of looks at him. I heard that right?
Uh, uh, ah, busted.
All right.
Guilty as charged.
Can you at least take Cassidy with you?
Of course.
He's
I
just going
wanted.
to annoy me here.
I kind of wanted to ask, but I didn't want to impose.
No,
But
Cassidy,
yeah,
you're going to follow Lemony. Cassidy like hisses and
we gotta be
snarls at
pals.
Lemony a little bit. He's not very excited about it. And
As
the vow? What are you're going to look for the clerics?
as for me, I will go and listen to the cries of the people.
Oh.
I will go and scout out the alleys, the darkest
Mm,
ways.
hmm.
Laurel interrupts and goes, "Now, don't take too long. Uh, Every second that goes by, more people are dying."
Of
Oh,
course.
I won't be far. Just shine a signal in the sky.
I guess we do. Uh, doesn't look like this uh, place is in a party mood. I try to see what I could find out regarding the locations of those herbs you're looking for.
Yeah. There's parties. Well, you know who might be having parties? I saw a couple manors just up the hill across from us where we're standing. Some big fancy buildings, and you were saying something about a a lumber baron. I
Oh
wrote it
yeah,
down.
yeah. The yeah the. So from what I'm gathering, yeah, it seems to be like the rich elites are like in control of like the lumbering
Hmm.
uh companies, and that's the main economy of the this town.
Hmm,
I and how's the health of the wealthy elites?
very healthy, I bet.
Do
Oh,
they
so
have
Laura,
what we might call a
yeah,
united healthcare?
yeah. Laurel goes, well, can't do, we can't. She goes, those damn lumber barons. Yeah, you for sure. They're just fine, and
Mm-hmm.
their
Mm.
manners with their parties and their leeching off the wages of the people here and Falcon's Hollow, and I don't- it's like it just riles me up that they just so willfully ignorant of the people here. They only
Mm.
care about their pockets.
Well, I empathize with that. You know, in the small village next to my forest, there was a man named Luigi. And we don't have lumber barons anymore.
He goes, well, if the vow does what he says, he can be the new Vivi.
I'm just saying. So,
Now I want to make a vigilante character named
and he just has like deny, defend, depose
Yeah,
tattooed across
yeah.
his chest.
He'll have 3 weapons, each one named. Let's see. We'll have
Deny.
we'll deny, defend, the we'll have a bow that's deny, a long sword with the pose etched on the blade. What should the third weapon be? We'll get a shield in there so we can shield
Spike
bash
And
people
shield.
with it.
defend.
So we can
Spike
If
a
shield and
spike
defend.
shield. We'll have a spike
for
shield
defend.
for defense,
I
and
love
he
it.
flames the spikes the shield into the enemies. There we go. Character
There we
concept
go.
created. I need to put that in my note. Um.
All right.
So Laurel, she adds in, uh, for her final point, she adds in, if you're unable to deduce the locations,
Mhm.
she goes, unfortunately, you may have to go to the lumber consortiums that
Oh.
are at the, and she points on the map where they're at the edges of the vale of the forest,
Mhm.
and may need to get information from them.
All right.
Hopefully you won't have to, because those lumberers are, especially the managers and the foremans, well, the biggest assholes you could have ever met.
Mm. Mm. Oh,
And their
I
workers do
empathize
not
with
get
that.
fair enough wages at all. But it's work.
Zandak,
I made my check, by the way.
let me take a look at those maps.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna tell. Are you trained in local?
No, he's doing gather info. He's not
I'll
currently
gather
trained.
info.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say if he was trained in local, I would allow that as a check as well.
I intend to look at the maps
Here,
because
maps.
if there's a forest trail large enough for us to accommodate mounts, perhaps we can get horses and make the travel faster. These people they suffer. Expedience is important for this mission.
Um, let's see. So, let me see what your check was. Diplomacy, trying to find out whether to find the herbs they
Where,
need.
where,
These
where to find the herbs
where
they
to
need?
find the
Where?
herbs they need. These say, okay, you got a 20. Um, which of the ingredients of the herb you said, right?
All three of them. You could just ask about
Oh,
all
all
three of them.
three.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh?
Some
Okay.
people might know about one, some might know about two, and it takes 1 to 4 hours. So he's gonna talk to like a
I
lot
would
of people
say,
about
yeah.
it.
So after about an hour, um, the information you got is pretty much the same information that Laurel had given you. A lot of people were saying you could try the Dark Moon Vale's forests for the moss. Um, one of them does. You did find somebody that knows the exact location of that old dwarven settlement. They said it used to be apparently it used to be a monastery. Um,
Mm.
so starts to give you directions, and he's like, oh, if you have a map, I can pinpoint it on the map. And then
He'll come back to him because he knows that Sanda got a map. So he'll come back to get that.
And as for Zandak, you can roll a nature check.
Well, at least we know the exact location for one of the items, the monastery.
Nice.
We could start there.
Knowledge nature. 19. Um, oof. Okay, unfortunately, try as you might, you couldn't pinpoint where there might be Eldamar, a tree, where in this region the tree might reside that would have the Elderwood moss. Um, and nobody here's trained in geography, are they?
Oh, nope,
No.
not me.
No. Okay. So, the only information that you got on your own was the location of the Dwarven Monastery and how to get there. As for that tree and as for locating exactly where Lizmila's hut, the witch's hut, is located, um, you will need to um, either try to gather try again with the gather information, or go to the lumber consortiums and ask them there for because the lumberers definitely would know about where since they work in the forest, they would know where where you can find some old trees exactly,
Mhm.
and as well as possibly where the witch's hut is at.
I could do a knowledge local.
Oh, you have that
Yeah,
trained.
yeah, I'm training it.
Okay,
Oh, nice.
so as you're going about town, and from the information that you have gathered, yeah, roll a local check, and you got a total of 12. You cannot uh, recall or find any information concerning the exact location of the witch's hut.
Mm.
So the lumberers is your next lead,
All
or
right.
or you can go for the monastery, your choice.
I'm gonna shake down the lumberers and intimidates +6. I'll put it to good use.
All right, the vows.
Yeah,
Uh, his vote is to go to the lumber consortium.
I agree with
They,
that.
they've grown fat from the suffering of the people. You hear the city crying. We are the heroes they deserve.
But maybe not the ones they need.
We just don't know it yet.
Oh
I'm
my
glad
God.
somebody's on board to finish this shit off, man. I'm
This
glad.
this entire stream is so clip worthy. I feel like I'm gonna have like 10 of them already. Oh my God. Um, all right. Uh,
It was just you left it there.
I'm glad you completed the high five, man.
the
That was on cue too.
right, that just slid in there so perfectly. It was like,
I
um,
still like when Lemony asked, "So, do you guys want me to sing the song?" And we were both simultaneously said, "No."
Yeah, man, he was ready to say that joke.
Hello. Is that JP? Is that JP? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. We are playing Dungeons and I'm gonna try that again. We are playing Dungeons and Dragons. Over here, we are playing with Raz, who I have in the stream
what's up?
title,
What's up?
and you guys are Yep, you're playing all of my sound bits. I love it. What were you playing? What were you doing? How was your evening? Thank you so much for the raid. You're always raiding me, JP. I always appreciate it. But yeah, we are on an adventure and I have a pet badger. That's all that matters.
The distance to the lumber mill. Can I grab that? Yes, I can. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it looks to be about a 14-mile journey from Falcons Hollow to the closest um, lumber mill, or it's a camp. It's a camp, a lumber consortium camp, which is owned and operated by the local lumber consortium. All
Thank you
right.
for the
Well,
lurk.
your characters have seem to have agreed to just head in that direction, and it is on your map, so you know the way. And let's see, the Zandex got the speed of 20 feet. So on the journey,
I was figuring we could purchase some travel
trying to
horses,
get some horses. Well, what's how
ponies.
much gold you got?
Do we got money? Lemony
I got
has
like
three
I got
gold
like
pieces.
6 gold on me
I got three
left.
gold pieces.
3, 6. I think the druid has the most, but I
Hold
Which is
on.
ironic as fuck. This is the druid has the most gold on
Don't wonder about where I got my money.
it. You're not even supposed to even
Um,
like metal, druid.
yeah, I know it's on the. I know I wrote it on the character sheet.
is it on here? Dun, 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 dun,
It's
dun.
under.
Let's
Where
see.
did I put it? Oh,
Yep.
yeah, under additional tab,
Oh
money.
yeah, I have 34 gold pieces.
Yeah,
Lemony,
we definitely could buy some travel.
And
We
then
could
9
afford it.
silver. I don't know why I have that much.
Because you're a druid, you don't need that much equipment.
I think I started him with average, which was 75 gold, but then I used it to buy the hide armor, the buckler,
Mhm.
the sling
Mhm.
bullets, and the sickle. And then I got Xanax the Druid kit, and the Druid kit came with the mess kit and
Mhm.
the rash, a whole bunch of
Telling
others,
you.
the blanket, and that was only 14 gold pieces for like that bulk amount.
I'm telling you, dude, it's
So
you could
yeah,
barely
all
even
that,
wear
and
armor,
he
man.
still
Like
had all that, and he still had like 35 left over.
you
That's
wear
man,
like
fair.
wooden armor and like
I started
sheets
with
of
average too,
fucking
with just
gold.
140 gold pieces for a rogue, and I felt like it wasn't
So
fast.
a
Two
light
smoke sticks was like 40 GP.
so
Yeah,
a,
metal costs money, man.
so a riding horse, a light horse, which is a riding horse is 75 gold.
Ma- Maybe we should get a healing potion instead for that, in case one of us gets knocked out.
Um,
Jeez.
Pure
Is it
light
like
wounds potion, 50.
isn't that
That's
like
50
50
gold.
GP? 50 GP?
Yeah.
But before even spending any money, Lemon is gonna try and see if he could get some, from the
Oh,
female,
so
from the female lady.
Laurel does she goes for you as a thank you
Yeah.
for yeah, as a thank you for saving me from the Crenshaws, and
mhm.
she comes out of like a back room, and
Oh, really?
she has 2 vials in her hand, and she goes, since you're gonna be out there, and uh she goes, it was a good thing I didn't have to use these, but they'll be more useful for you. She hands you guys 2 cure light wounds potions.
Thank you so very much. This is
Thank
we
you.
appreciate this.
I feel ashamed taking them, but
Why?
unfortunately, we will need them on this journey.
Hopefully we don't need them, but it's good assurance that we do have them.
That's
She
true.
goes, if two potions is the price of getting everyone here cured, it's more than worth it.
In
Well,
the event that we do not use them, we will be returning them. For we are only fulfilling our tasks, our vows.
we might have more tasks through other doors where we might need a potion.
Hey, maybe we'll hit the jackpot and find treasure of our own.
Your
Then we can buy
your
one.
honor is admirable, but at what detriment?
Tur will find a way.
Okay.
All
Cassidy's
right.
still just looping between your legs, just purring and
Justice.
por fucking solo.
And but yeah, your characters make their way out of
Yeah, we're
Falcon's
hiking it
Hollow
off foot.
and
We're
hiking it
hiking it.
We're walking. We can't.
cue the cue the Lord of the Rings music,
Yeah.
I was gonna
travel
say
music.
Lemoney's singing songs as we go.
Yeah.
He's
um,
just so chipper. He's like, "Do you guys wanna hear those jokes yet?" "No."
This time
um,
I'm walking with Oathbreaker out. I'm not getting caught with that in the sheath anymore.
Mm.
Come on out, Crenshaws. I'm ready this time.
Cassidy's riding on my shoulders.
yeah, 14. Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to look up. How many hours it would take for your characters to get there? Overland movement. I had this open before.
You're back.
Okay, there it is. Why they put it there instead of overland movement is beyond me. But anyway, 20 feet every hour is 2 miles. So, and a typical journey is 8 hours. So your characters will definitely be getting close to feeling tired from the travels, just an hour before they reach the uh the lumber consortium.
Knowing the vow, he would opt for a forced march.
No, you'll reach there in 7 hours. Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah. So it's like a 1 day journey. A 1 day journey. Um, During that journey,
Any random encounters? Dun, 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 dun.
yeah, that's exactly what I was exactly what I was checking on.
Hopefully, in our journey out there, we don't encounter skeletons. Hey, by the way,
Right.
that reminds me of a joke. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Because they don't have any guts. Get it?
I thought you were gonna say because they had a bone to pick.
Ha! I like that. Quick thinker, you, huh? So you do have a pony bone in there somewhere, although it's kind of hard to tell. Need a microscope.
Cassidy audibly groans. "I know, I know."
Um, and let me give your characters a name because Laurel does tell you when if you do have to go there, you will need to speak with the foreman Mylon Radam. There we go. Posted in the chat. That is who you will need to speak with to find the answers that you seek as to for the locations that you couldn't find on your own.
All right.
We need to find two locations, right? We only have one so far.
Yeah, you got the Dwarven Monastery. You just need the the oldest tree, um,
The witch.
and the witch. Uh,
And we have to pay her something, right? Potentially.
Possibly, yeah. She said pot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's gonna be like
most
a trade.
likely. She's like, my
Yeah.
grandmother lost her sight for just a few pages of this book. So
Yeah.
whatever this rat tail, this pickled rat tail thing is,
Did she open to an IOU slip?
guess you'll have to ask her and find out.
Mm-hmm.
During your journey, you don't encounter. I mean, you see the typical things. You see the pass by various flora and fauna. You see uh, like a herd of deer at one point, on a small hillock, in the distance. You can make out just a wandering pack of wolves. They're not coming your way. They're just wandering, and you don't encounter anything of immediate danger or even possible danger up until let me get some uh either yeah, let me get some perception check.
Ready?
Lemony, you notice a strange track during your journey. They appear to be like a set of deep goat-like tracks. And whatever made the depressions, actually no, if you have a actually yeah, whatever made these depressions seems to have been walking upright.
I don't like that.
And I mean, do you, is this something you keep to yourself, or do you tell your fellow party members?
Yeah, he was just about to. He would. Hey, that's not unusual. That footprints there looks kind of fresh. Looks like a goat, but there's two hoofs missing. It's like if it was walking upright.
And now I can call for some survival checks.
All righty.
A goat on two legs.
Nope.
23 and a and druid once again proves
That's her forte, being out in the
right
wild.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
his
proves
forte, my
the
bad.
mastery of their role. As with your survival skills, you are able to determine that these tracks, whatever's walking upright with these whatever this is, it can easily you can easily follow the tracks. But what's strange about them is they only seem to persist for about 50 feet before mysteriously disappearing.
I hate that. Um, right. Are there and is this are we still just like out in the open, or is there like a tree nearby or something that this
Um, it's just out in the open. There's a
Oh,
few trees nearby, but it's mostly grassland and small hills,
okay.
and a few ravines here or there.
So
Um,
I might deduce that this is a flying creature?
that is definitely a possibility.
Yeah. Mm,
But
So,
right?
Zandak, what do you make of this?
nothing good. Um, and I'm looking up and I'm looking around and
We should hide by those trees over there.
yeah, I feel as
Yeah.
though we should get to cover now.
All right. So I will jump into some bushes and roll a stealth check.
Same
All
here.
right.
Stealth.
Your
Stealth.
characters dive into bushes or behind a large tree or in a small crevice, whatever, wherever wherever in the terrain your character's able to find.
That's my stealth.
And you do your best to hide, and you wait
Got a 27.
and wait and wait. Nothing.
That's a good sign.
And then
Or
suddenly
it's
there's a
waiting for us
flurry
to
of
come
things.
out.
And then suddenly there's a flurry in the bushes nearby.
We're hiding.
And running out mm, is a is a boar, and it just rushes across as if running from something.
What spooked that boar out? I'm sat in these bushes.
So your
How
characters,
how
you're
big
waiting.
are the hoof? Like are these like standard goat size or is this like large cloven hoof?
They about the size of a balled fist for a human or a
I have
dwarf.
very small hands. Oh, you're getting my hopes up. Okay. Okay.
So it was nothing but a bore.
I it the footprints disappeared.
What would do
And
that?
it was on two legs. It was not nothing other than a boar.
Man, that boar was running in four legs though.
Yeah, that boar was 10 toes down.
Could have been something else. We should wait. We should wait it out more.
I or Cassidy, my sweet boy. I'm not going to use you as bait because you can burrow. You can burrow down 10 feet. It's something I know you can do. I read it on your list.
Yeah, 10 feet per round. So yeah,
You
you can keep going and going.
so maybe sweet boy, he's just looking up at me with like the most trusting look on his face. What if you just went out there? You know, scuffed up some dirt, made a little bit of noise, and we see if anything comes out.
Objection's ears.
All right.
Make sure that Cassie doesn't go too far.
No, no, no.
About 20 feet is enough.
Yes.
Uh,
So Cassidy just waddles out.
Let's see. Waddles, let's see. Is that
and the Val lines himself up so that he can just charge straight out. So he makes
'cause
sure
there,
Cassidy's like
yeah,
right in front of him.
because
Yeah. The vibe
Cassidy's
is like
Cassidy has
within 20 feet. It's like the guy's started sleeping.
Cassidy has been trained with 7 tricks, and there's a lot of them. So I put down the ones that I can see that would be
Hmm.
used. Um, I gave him the attack trick, the come trick, not defend, I think I gave him heal, perform, and track. About the other one was, but it's on the sheet. Let's see. I guess
Track would track be applicable here? Track? Oh,
no. You just want Zandak to have Cassidy just burrow. I'd say that'd be a perform trick. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Heal to make a stay and
DC
then perform.
Yeah, that's
DC. Yeah.
go out and
Um,
then
Yeah, DC 15. You handle animal, and it being it being your animal companion, you have an additional +4. Um, you
Oh,
you will not necessarily need to roll, um,
okay.
because uh, this game has a rule called taking 10. Taking 10 basically means instead of rolling, you just accept flat 10 and add your modifier. Um, those are good in situations where you don't want to roll a million times. Like I'll roll perception here, I'll roll perception there. I'll roll. It gets to the point where it's like okay, just take 10. Like um, the rolling is definitely necessary if you really want to scrutinize something. But like
Mhm.
the take 10 rule is definitely like a time saver for those sorts of things. Especially if you know you're gonna especially if you know DC and you know you're gonna pass, like you don't need to worry about rolling because your bonus for handle animal, take 10, add the bonus, definitely beats the 15. So,
Okay.
And
um,
take 10 is only out of combat too.
yes, you can only take 10 as long as your character is not
Not threatened.
distracted or in a stressful situation or in combat, pretty much. Um, so yeah, the you don't need to roll for the to get them to do the perform trick.
He's gonna
You just get it done. Um,
go, sit, stay, perform.
right. And he does all that, and he burrows down, and I don't know how far you want him to keep burrowing. I don't know if you want him to go down about
He-
10, 20
Yeah,
feet.
he can go down like 10 feet.
Okay.
I hope that's deep enough.
So he just starts burrowing down, and you can see a little tunnel he left behind, and then he comes back up, perfectly safe, fine. Didn't seem to have found anything except for a yeah, omnivores, right? What you guys
Yeah,
said. Okay, except for
yeah.
a mole.
Good boy.
Grabbed a mole, a little snack.
But so he didn't bait anything out.
No, there didn't seem to be
All right.
anything underneath or under that spot. And
Yeah.
whatever it is, your characters don't sense it. Um, but it's now in the back of your minds.
Yep.
Mm.
And so you continue
Let's just get a move on.
your journey to the lumber consortium, luckily without anything terrible happening. And as you get there, it's about a couple of hours before the sun sets. The lumber consortium camp that you see before you cut an ugly scar of dump into a dense stand of proud darkwood trees. Five dirty looking log buildings, seemingly a bunkhouse, a meal hall, office, barn, and a smithy. They stand with numerous wide carts and sleds amid the sawdust covered clearing. And
Finally, we found the place.
the lumberers that are busy working there, some of them do see your characters approaching and they pause their work just long enough to like see what this is about.
Zandak has like a visceral reaction to seeing all the trees chopped down. He's stifling his emotional reaction, but he's quite upset by the sight of the lumbering. I just they don't need all of this. Disrespectful.
Val marches up to one of the lumberers, grabs him by his work apron, and pulls him close and goes,
Where is he?
Some of the lumberers nearby with their saws and their clubs. They arm themselves as they see you grab one of their own.
The Val reaches over his back, and in one pull, you hear a loud snap as the clasp comes loose on his back, and this large exotic weapon called a butchering's axe comes off of his back, and it has a huge blade about on both sides, about the size of what would be the propeller on like a flying plane. And etched on the blade, you see like rows of people kneeling with a executioner about to lop off their heads. And that's on both blades. And down the handle, down this long handle that's almost like 5 feet long worth of like handle on the axe. It says Oathbreaker. He looks up at the humongous axe he's holding, and his mask turns towards those that pull their weapons out. And then he looks back at the guy that he's holding.
And he goes, I'm looking for Marlon. Where is he?
Holy
That's
Amen.
my
shit. I've never seen this weapon before. This shit is 25 pounds.
yeah, man.
That thing does 3D60.
That
Oh
weighs more than
no,
my.
he has a large version of it. His does 46.
What?
Oh, so it's double the pound. It's like a 50-something
Oh,
pounds
because you
then.
got monkey grip.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That weapon weighs more than my character, man.
That's a 50-pound axe.
Yeah, it's a 50-pound act.
All right.
My
Well,
That's
you
why
character
gotta,
I
weighs
don't
like
got no. That's
you
why I
gotta,
my
don't care
character weighs
okay.
25 pounds.
You got
My
a
character weighs 25 pounds.
strength of 18. I guess you're gonna be, yeah. If you get to level 4, you're putting that point on strength. Because if the strength is less than 19, there's a -2 to the attack.
But I figure I was monkey grip. Because I have monkey grip that like
Oh well, then that's another -2.
That's
the
if
monkey
you.
grip is
That's if you wield
-2
it one-handed. No.
No,
if
no,
you will
no,
one
no.
handed, yeah.
In the weapon description itself, it says if your strength is less than 19, you take -2
Yeah.
because of its
Mm.
daunting size and weight. So then with monkey grip, I think monkey grip lets you wield a
It
large
lets me
version of
wield
it
the large version of
two-handed,
it.
but at a
Yeah.
-2 also though, right?
Right.
Okay,
Hmm.
so then yeah, for now it'd be a -4.
Like you're carrying your
Un,
own version of Gat's Dragon
right.
Slayer,
Until
but the axe
you
version.
get to strength of 19, then it'll drop.
Yeah.
Then it'll
The
drop
one
to
point is
-2.
just
Yeah.
-2.
All right. Just making sure I got all that uh squared away.
Squared away.
Right. Um. All right.
So
You
roll
can
a 19 for my
roll your
intimidate.
intimidate.
I got 19 total.
19 total. So few of them either stand there, another few actually start to take a step back, and the one that you grabbed, eyes widen, and he's like, all right, what the hell's is wrong with you? All right, you're looking for Mylan. I'll go get him.
When he says that, I let him go and shove him forward. And then look back at the other two, and I give him a nod.
I must say, I didn't think that was gonna work, but it did. Good job.
I've had
Zandak is now
practice.
visibly weeping over felled logs.
Don't worry. We will avenge the fallen.
So after a
I need
couple
to
of
put an
minutes,
end to this.
after a couple of minutes, you see.
I've been wanting to say this, but you're like the first dwarf I have ever met that prefers the company of wood. over stone and metal.
I mean, we all have our preferences.
Yeah, that's what's so great about this world. You could never make assumptions.
I do also love a good rock. But the trees remind me of my home.
I heard of mountain dwarfs and hill dwarf. So would that make you a tree dwarf?
Don't insult me
It's
in
not.
such a way.
Honestly, it's not. Right. The vow, back me up here. Have you ever heard of the mountain dwarfs and the hill dwarfs? I know you have. We're from the same world.
Devour shakes his head. He turns around to the man that was scared. He says,
Don't let their banter trick you into thinking the mood is lighter than it really is. I'll cut you down where you stand like you've done these trees. Take me to Milan.
That was not in, that insult was not intended at Lemony, but like his hair behind his neck still stood up though, like almost like survival instinct. Like, whoa, gotta be careful. This guy doesn't decide to swing that axe our way.
So the man named Mylan Fradam appears to be human man with graying hair. So he's uh very burly, and he's got the look on his face of absolute uh dinginess and just gr- uh what's the word I'm looking for? Grizzled. He's got like this very grizzled, uncaring, like just expression on his face. Um, but he walks on over and stands before the three of you, four of you. Gotta count the badger. Uh,
He
and
appreciates it.
he looks at the badger and he chuckles. And okay, would you say Cassidy's attitude to most people is like unfriendly?
Uh, So Cassidy's definitely like he gives him a little like her
All right.
snaps his teeth at him. Zandak goes, he bites.
So Mylan tries. He looks at Cassidy and he goes, "Hey, it's all right. I ain't gonna harm you none there, little one." And like he motions uh towards Cassidy. He reaches out a hand slowly, and you easily recognize that um from his mannerisms that he's doing what only a trained druid or a ranger can accomplish.
Mmm.
Indeed, he is all you can sense that Mylan is um has a bond to uh to the natural world as Zandak does. Um, however, his attempt at coaxing Cassidy to be more friendly failed as Cassidy snaps as a warning, and he doesn't. Mylan doesn't like pull his hand back or anything like that. He nods and he goes, "Feisty one, I see."
Not feisty, more like discerning. Even animals could smell corruption from a mile away. Isn't that right, Mylan?
I've no idea what you were accusing anyone of. I'm here get a job done and to make sure these men and women are safe.
You're here to make money.
Well, that
You're
happens
here
to
to
be
make gold.
part of it, yes. We
We're
all
here
need
to
we all
save
need to
lives.
live comfortably after all.
I know a town not far from here where children and old both meet graves simultaneously. Their lungs turned inside out, blackened by taint.
Yeah, the
They
Black
are not
Scourge thing.
living. Yes, so you know.
And what about it?
We're here to solve it, unlike you.
We're actually looking for a cure, you three.
We're actually
4 of
looking
us.
for a cure. Us four.
Ah, yes. 4. And he looks at the badge of Cassidy. Who picked the second. Now some of the workers like they go back to working, but they you notice that their pace is not is slower because they're trying to like eavesdrop. Um, he turns and he's like, "Get your asses back to work."
Like a
And he
true
starts to
slave driver, huh?
he goes, "Enough. Come with me." And he walks past the 4 of you about another 30 feet, and then he turns around and he nods for you to come over. And you could see that he's trying to talk to you in private.
Mm.
All right. So I walk over.
Same here.
He goes, "Listen. Seems that you all are serious about finding this cure. I'm with you on that." And he takes out from his satchel, he takes out some parchment, and he takes out charcoal. Or I guess it's charcoal. Whatever substance they use, that I guess it's charcoal that they draw on to draw maps on crudely. He goes and he starts to draw what looks like a rough map of the forest, and he starts to sketch. And then he goes, um, if you're looking in Dark Moon Vale for things that could help find this cure, has my assumption been correct so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. I will pray to the gods that you succeed. My nephew is close to death. Where exactly do you need to go to? Or do you believe that you need to go to find what you're looking for?
Well, Zandak steps forward. I There's a tree, and it's the oldest, largest tree in the forest. And there's a moss there that we need to collect.
I see.
Is there a tree that you would think is the oldest and largest?
Yes, I have a really good idea where. And he starts to like draw on he circles a spot on the map that he drew. And he says, this area has stands of very old trees. That will definitely be where you could probably find your elderwood moss.
And Zandak takes the map and examines it, looks at his party and also at Cassidy and nods and looks back at the man and goes, "Thank you."
There any other locations?
We look for a witch.
We're missing one.
Oh,
Ah,
you're
the
right.
witch's hut. And he he goes, "This is where it's at," and he quickly mark on the map where her hut is located. Hands it
Okay.
back. And he goes, "Good luck."
Do you have any advice for us in those woods?
Keep your senses sharp. Watch out for giant moor snakes, wolves, kobolds, tricky little fey creatures, giant mosquitoes, and he just starts going through a list. Uh,
Well, sounds familiar.
I have one question for you.
watch out for razor crows, flirt.
Xandex trying to think anything with like giant cloven feet.
Right.
He's like thinking of all these things.
We have a question for you before we part. On our way here to your mill, we came across tracks. It looked as if it would belong to some sort of hoovened creature. But the only hoovened creature we saw was a boar. But we reasoned it could not have been such. For this looked like it was left by a goat that walked on two legs, and then Xander found that the tracks disappeared, indicating flight. Does this ring any bells to you?
Can't say that it does.
Maybe it disappeared.
That is a strange sighting, indeed.
Yeah, sounds like a what did they call this creature back in my homeland? They suck blood off of goats, other goats.
He goes, I do have noticed these tracks now and then, but
The
cannot
chupacabra.
I could not deduce exactly what sort of creature would be leaving them like that.
Well, it was worth asking.
Well, I need to get back to work. Farewell.
We'll see each other again. And when we do, perhaps your nephew will have benefited from us passing our test, and you will be in better spirits.
Why does
All right.
One
everything you say
last
seem like a
thing, Mylan.
threat?
One last thing, Mylan.
And he pokes him in the chest.
Keep your greed in check.
And he turns around and walks out.
Mic drop.
All right. I'm going to mark. So these the oh no, you know what?
Oh, great job, team. Guess we have all the locations now.
let's use yellow. There we go. That's much.
Adventure time, yeah.
All right. Which oh, so C is the area where the moss would be at, and D is where the witch hut is at. And then did we get another? Yes, we did. Oh, you're reading.
Yeah.
I'm like, awesome. Hey, Evo, what's up? Thanks for the praise. This is
Hey,
awesome.
what have you been streaming tonight?
Oh, oh, we're just streaming some D&D and dealing with taint and dealing with taint and and
Damn it.
uh and Batman-esque like figures and Badger that has the stick its tongue at people.
And a tree dwarf. A dwarf with an identity crisis.
And a one-shot given halfling.
It's a crazy night. Sounds
Oh
like.
man. And well, it looks like the Dwarven Monastery is already marked on the map. So, yep.
Mhm.
How convenient.
boom, 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 and they are in a row.
So where are we on this map?
You are at A.
Right, A.
Oh,
Okay.
the
Okay.
star. I should say the star. This little star right here. So you're gonna have to venture into Dark Moon Vale, into the woods, go around the river lake place. I guess it's a lake
So,
slash river.
team, where are we heading first?
Well, if we look at the map, you know, it appears that do we want to go closest to furthest or furthest to closest? Same distance traveled either way.
Not looking forward to going to no witch hut though. You think there's an actual
Yeah.
witch living there?
I am, because that is the most difficult of the two, I believe. I'd rather get
Maybe
that out of the way.
maybe we should
Unfortunately,
maybe we should leave that for last. To see how we work together first. Go to the other two that are easier. I mean, just
the
a thought.
terrain, however, has made our choice for us. It probably would be too difficult to cross over the waterway between the roads, between the forest.
I hear witches eat children, and I kind of look like a human child. I don't want to be
Well,
witch food.
the vow makes a good point that if what she asks us for, none of us have, we might find it at one of the other two locations.
Well, then
If
again,
it's something that
She's blind too, right? So we could just sneak around and just help ourselves to whatever we need from her hut.
I
We not
really
even have
don't
to.
think we should steal from a witch.
Why not?
And, well, one thing is for sure, Lemony. She's not blind. She took the sight. She didn't lose her sight. She demanded sight as a payment for the information she gave for the pages in that book.
Ooh, I totally misinterpreted that. Ooh, oh, even the more I don't want to go there now.
Yeah. But
But we
I
gotta help the
mean,
people.
we got to help the people, and honestly, the vow's intimidation techniques worked really well.
Oh, seeing how you wielded that axe that as heavy as an elephant, I feel more confident. You'll protect
I
us, right?
I I also feel very safe.
So Dark
So,
Moon Vale it is.
we're headed to the witch hut, I suppose.
Don't worry, the vow. I'll be your boy wonder. I have your back.
You've done a splendid job already.
Cassidy like purrs and
Got
runs around him.
threw a little Robin as hint in there.
More like Damian Wayne, to be
Damien.
honest.
All right. So what was decided for the
Witch hut.
it's
Yeah.
going for the witch hut. All right.
Oh my God.
Uh,
I wish that was like the last spot.
be the 7, 8, 9. Okay. Looks like about 18 miles. And this is trackless forest, so that's gonna cut uh movement by half.
A lot of wilderness here. Glad we have
Yep.
a druid.
Bottom
Glad we
was
have a druid.
18 miles. And let's see, 20, yeah, characters go 2 miles, and so 1 mile, that's 1 mile an hour. How many in a day? 16 miles in a day of travel.
I
And
But
think
we've
we
since
already
it,
gone
spent
14.
7, right?
but since
A
it's
little
through
14.
trackless forest, it'll be 8 miles
Mhm.
of travel per day, and you need to travel, what did I say, 18 miles? Yeah, 18 miles. So it looks like it will take your characters through the wilderness of the Dark Moon Vale Forest. Um, 2 days? 2 days. 2 days and probably a couple of hours into the third.
And we're going to have to do some hunting in the meanwhile so we can eat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what, Rivenmore? Thank you for the follow. Saw the name real quick. I think it was Crystal something. I didn't catch it in time, but thank you. Oh, I can just look here. Crystal Meowie Yippee Bonkers. That is an awesome freaking
Same
name.
name. I love that.
That is awesome.
So, Zandag, what do you say? We hug the inner tree line that seems to go around that waterway, that lake, and that
Yes,
way we could fish.
I
Hopefully, they have
agree.
some fat salmon roe for dinner.
I I I will leave that to you and Cassidy, but yes, I agree we should stay as close to that water line as possible. That way we also, we only have one side that we're really having to watch through the dense old growth forest. I'd rather not have to be spinning in a 360 all day.
I agree.
And so you get to the edge of the forest where you camp you camp, you rest. If you want to keep the spells that you have prepared, you can. If you want to change them up, you can.
Good idea.
Um, and then you make your way into the woods of Dark
Oh,
Moon Vale.
I was trying to edit it, not the lag is killing me because like I'll move my mouse and then it'll like then decide.
Dark Moon Vale. Is that also the name of the forest? That sounds. It's a vale. The woodlands. Ah, okay. Dark Moon Wood, located between. Okay. I guess that's Dark Moon Wood. I'm surprised they didn't name. They didn't put a name of the forest here on the, or did they? And I'm missing it. Ghost Coast Crag, Dark Moon. It's Dark Moon Vale. Okay. So Dark Moon Vale. If I could share this since the characters probably, have been busy that earlier in the day trying to get an understanding of the people in the land for a while. But Dark Moon Vale is a frontier region, and it is located in a nation known as Andoran. It's in the northwest portion of this land, which you three know nothing about. It is not your world, but um, but you're learning. um, the the two main woodlands in Dark Moon Vale are the Dark Moon Wood, which is located by the River Foam. Okay, so then this must be Dark Moon Wood. Okay, I don't know why they didn't put a title on the wood, but that must be it then. Located between the and the Five Kings Range. Yep. Okay, so these mountains up here are known as the Five Kings Range. Also, don't know why they didn't put a name on it before, but the these lands have been known to do a lot of logging. Clearly. And it does create great tensions between Vale's human inhabitants and the native Fae protectors of the forest. Um, Darkmoon Vale is known to have been given quite a bit of political autonomy, which is a situation that benefits the Lumber Consortium. It's geographically pretty much isolated from the rest of the Heartland region of Andoran. The militaristic and tyrannical organization of the Lumber Consortium covets the region's large stands of dogwood trees. Yes, the forests also have an abundance of dogwood trees, which are highly prized and highly utilized. You can make armor out of them. In fact, it's the ideal material to use for druids to make like to make armor of things they normally couldn't wear because they're not allowed to, wear metallic armor. Um, and they're used, for many other purposes as well. The wild reaches of the Darkmoon Vale, the inhabitants that your characters are, trying to keep an eye on, making hoping you don't bump into them, are the place is rife with kobolds and werewolves and wargs and flame drake and several types of, fey beings. Could be pixies, could be dryads, could be near the waters. They say there's naiads as well, and there's stories of the waterfall in the hills nearby of there being a fossa grim, but as well as the wildlife that I mentioned earlier. And during the day of your first travel through the forest, roll
Uh-oh.
a
Perception?
that's as
After all these years, that's
yeah,
always
we're
been
gonna need a
supposed to be.
perception.
Can never get used to that. Roll perception.
Oh, well, you still used to the roll a spot check from three. Spot check.
No, no, no. I mean by like, oh crap, an encounter might possibly have happened or something. It's like, oh crap, shock. Even though I've been doing this for like a long time, but the anticipation is like, oh crap, what could that be? Uh, some animal game, a chicken to eat, some or actual like trolls or something.
What have we spent a night already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I prepared a new spell.
Yeah, you could do that.
You're gonna hate that I found this on the list.
No, no, no.
It's it's called Iron Bloom Sprouts.
No way.
Basically, I can transform any mushroom into magical iron bloom mushroom.
Is that what we need?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
Oh wow, that's godlike.
that's the W right there. Why would I hate that?
Yeah, right.
Not
Talk about thinking
you.
outside the box. Hey, no shortcuts. I want to go on an adventure.
Shortcuts. Give it to me.
He just he just needs to get fresh mushrooms, which is
Which
easy to find and
easy as hell, bro. That's a survival check that you
this
can put a
spell.
Wow,
10 on.
Okay,
this
let's
druid is
okay.
no
This
joke.
is this is where we read the details though. Okay.
Here comes the yoke. DM yoke. As come
So your
to the
druid we'll say has developed with has communed with nature and has uh developed a way to transmute fresh mushrooms into iron bloom sprouts.
Mhm.
However, um, this spell functions like Goodberry, okay, except as noted above, and that it transforms 2d4 mushrooms into magical iron bloom mushrooms rather than transforming common berries into magical berries. Alternatively, you may create twice as many mushrooms, but each has the nourishment of a good amount of the healing properties. Okay. The transformation of the mushrooms into iron bloom sprouts is not permanent. It
How
only
long does it
lasts
last?
1 day.
Oh, we can
Isn't that
pick
enough?
some up over at like A again on our way out of the.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
that
could.
enough?
Those
Isn't that
just
enough
just
to be used as a
But it
material?
but it turns regular mushrooms into magical versions of the iron bloom, whereas what's needed is a natural version of the iron bloom
ah
mushrooms.
okay.
Fine.
Hey, that was thinking outside the box though.
It
Bravo.
I
was,
was
Oh
it
yeah.
I
was,
was just
it was.
scrolling. I was
Yeah.
You,
just
Ah,
scrolling. I was
you,
like, wait.
you pulled off what these two veterans do to me all the time on your first
yeah.
fight. You should be proud,
I
definitely
don't think
proud.
I don't think she's a newbie. She's played before.
I would say, yeah,
Right.
she's hustling us over here. It's like,
a,
wait a second.
a veteran will
Wait a
come up to
second. You played second edition back in high school,
yeah,
didn't you?
That
yeah,
feels
man.
a little too
Yeah,
strong
I don't
for
know.
beginner's
I don't
luck.
Trying,
know.
trying to fool us, man. I mean, we have players that have been playing for 4+ years, and they don't come up with stuff like that off the bat on the first session.
Oh
It was
man.
on the list.
That's dope though.
Yeah, for
A
real.
lot of- this druid has a lot of potentials. Only
Hmm.
level 1.
Um.
All right. Well,
Okay.
what
Where?
was our we're doing a perception check.
Where? That's what I'm looking up. Needed.
I like that though. That was pretty clever. That's pretty good.
No, I need. I need. I got it. Okay. Let me type in forest terrain. I need. I'm trying to figure out the. I'm gonna randomly roll the distance of this. There we go. That's what I was looking for. We will. I would say this is definitely a dense forest.
Oh, by the way, since your character knew that that spell would not work, make sure to prepare a different spell.
Oh yeah,
In
no, I
that
did.
slot. Okay, good.
We have cure light wounds now.
Don't leave that slot
Nice.
open. Don't leave.
Yeah, I went with the other one that I should have had.
We're in a good position. 1 cure light wounds and then 2 potions. We should be good.
Mhm. So as a druid, you can do spontaneous summon nature's ally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right. Give
The flanking buddies right there.
me actually. Oh wait.
Yeah, I need
Okay.
flanking
I
bad
I I need
with
to roll
Oathbreaker.
this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need flanking also, big time.
Eight,
We both do.
9.
Yeah, the accuracy jump
Oh,
is very important.
Uh huh.
20
And then we also have Cassidy as well that could help with
Okay.
flanking as well.
Let
Hmm.
me get another perception check.
All of us.
Hmm.
Two perceptions. This is the second one.
And Cassidy can roll one too.
Little Cassidy gets to roll a perception check.
Cassidy has scent, right? Like animal scent.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, he
like
does have
lady
sense. So
dogs.
like
I'm
any
trying
was,
to remember what his
you know what? Let me see if it's even
he
listed.
has. It's on here,
Okay.
I think. Oh,
Oh, I see it. +5.
come on, little buddy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Um, what
It's a
did I roll
22.
again? Mm,
He did better than me.
-4.
He's so low to the ground. He just.
Lemony. I would say lemony, not Laval, and not Zandak, but the lemony and Cassidy, your perceptions have caught signs of um, some slight movement within a stand of trees nearby up in the branches. And lemony, as you're scrutinizing it, you can see that the movement comes from large serpent creature. And not just one, but you make out two of them.
So Lemony like screams out, "Th- th- there's giant snakes up there."
Cassidy chitters excitedly and then sort of spirals up Zandak's body to sit on his shoulder and like motion with his little stubby arms.
That's my initiative. As soon as Lemony says that,
This guy's straight to business, man.
I'll say,
it
you notice,
sounds
yeah, you notice snakes. They're not coming at you, but they're about 45 feet away, in a stand of trees that you'll be eventually passing by in the path that you're taking.
I'm trying to take a slight detour. She goes like straight to. I mean, he goes to the vow like they don't look like they're that smart. We could probably just avoid them. Let's just take a longer route around them.
Um, so now that everyone's aware,
Smart are
and
these
the snake,
snakes.
yeah, now that everyone's aware, and the snakes did not like
He go,
slither
Lemony
out.
goes,
They did not slither out right away and start attacking.
yeah.
Now the rest of the party is aware, and you see that they are giant moor snakes. That one of the animals that has been told to you that lives in the woods,
Mm.
and there's two of them, and they are giant indeed. They are how big are they? La, la, la.
Oh, they better not get close. We have a giant axe in the party, so with his
Yeah,
name on it.
they are as big. Yeah,
about to get some
they're like
snakeskin boots in
yeah,
a second.
they're like
Yeah.
anaconda size pretty much.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm not trying to get you know swallowed up over here.
Um, yeah.
Have you
Cassidy's
ever been
very nervous.
swallowed?
Um, you can anybody wants to roll that has trained in nature check can roll in nature.
Zandak.
Sandak.
That's me. Da, 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 da.
Hope they're not poisonous.
Usually big snakes are constrictors.
Ah, yeah, that's just as bad.
Nah,
Wow.
in the game, all snakes got poison.
20 total of 28.
Um,
Nice. Damn.
Th- Then that
Yeah,
goes everything.
I know everything about these snakes.
we got the
Yeah,
nuke
because I have
Blood
a
weapon.
plus
type,
8 on that.
everything.
Yep.
Social
28.
security
So
number.
these are giant moor snakes. They are constrictor. And in fact, during the day, which is what it is right now, they can be too lethargic to want to initiate any attacks. And will typically just slither away if approached. Although at night, their hunger is there. They've been known to slip into camp and constrict sleeping travelers.
Mm.
Camp here.
They are uh, medium-sized animals with the scent ability. Um, they have a climb speed and a swim speed as well. They they could attack with a bite attack, latch onto you, and attempt to wrap around and constrict the life out of you if they were being hostile.
Oh,
You
so guess we're good on these guys.
and you can only make out you make out two of them. But yeah,
Alright.
they are not
So from what you mentioned,
attacking your
Sandak, I
characters.
think it's best if we avoid them. We're gonna have plenty of obstacles and opponents to face as this journey progresses. We should conserve our resources.
After relaying all that information, my my vote is that, right now, as I said, they're much more lethargic, they're not on high alert. We can, just sort of give them a wide berth and continue on our way, I would say.
I agree. Our fight is not with the fauna, but with the Forsakers.
I have to tell me
Yes.
twice.
Let's Cassidy's like ready to go.
They're a sneaky lot, though. If we didn't catch them on time, they probably would have tried to snatch us and grab us up there. These forests here are very perilous. I miss the city.
Right. Other than that event, your characters make their way through until it's time to set up camp and rest. And you do so, probably taking shifts for
Hmm.
the watch.
Yeah.
And do I not have do I not have stats? Oh, okay, there we go. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay. Um, the next day, so you need to travel through this day and then rest again, and then I believe it's just a few more hours into the next day to get to the witch's hut. So on this second day, as you're traveling, your characters, uh, you guys can roll perception.
Oh, and my little buddy.
19 and 14. All right. The three of you can make out sounds in the brush nearby.
I was trying to roll for Cassidy too, but they were trash. So he was sleeping on my shoulder at the time.
Your down forward, okay. Your characters are alerted to sounds of, and it seems like they're not even making any attempt to hide their presence. But in some thick brush nearby, um, you can hear sounds of this something just shuffling aggressively, yet slowly through the brush nearby. And as you look over, you can make out what appears to be two figures, a small humanoid and a canine. Probably a wolf, but the way they're moving towards your group from the thickets, it appears to be like lumbering and slow.
Hmm. They haven't spotted us yet.
They
Let's
haven't.
jump on some stealth right quick.
You have to tell me twice.
Val and I were having the same exact thought.
All this cover we got available.
We are
Oops.
Yeah, I'm
in some
going
thick.
to definitely grabbing a map. Yeah, here we go.
The
I'm
Val
dead.
got higher than me? What?
I'm dead.
You roll a 2 though.
I like tripped over something, getting in, landed on Cassidy. He went.
You see the Val walk behind a tree, but doesn't come out the other side.
You see Lemony hiding behind a tree like Chopper. You think he's hiding behind a tree, but half his body's out. I don't know if you got. Sorry, One Piece reference.
Alright, I'm gonna drag the characters here. And I'm going to grab this map. Just page size. Yeah, we'll keep it that. Oh, I should probably grab the tokens as well. And page. Where are your characters? We will put them here. Um, all right, so your characters dive to make spell checks.
Hmm.
All right. All right. Let's dive into here. You dive there. You go here, and do I have? No, of course not. Of
We
course
are
not.
the shadow.
Cassidy's butt is like sticking out of whatever bush he's like wiggling into.
You see lumbering out finally out of the those bushes and into a more cleared up area. That the small humanoid figure was appears to be reptilian in appearance, small size, small as Lemony, and you recognize it as a kobold. Although, unlike other kobolds, which would have their scaly skin intact, this one has some of it either ripped off or chewed off or decayed off, and it is lumbering about with lifeless eyes. And alongside it is a similar thing, but with a wolf. It appears these two are zombified.
Zombified.
There's a crude wood sign that the zombie kobold is wearing that bears the word, who speaks Draconic.
Not me. I only speak common and Kandothan.
All right. There's a Draconic word on there, but you don't know what it
The,
is.
the magus that was supposed to join us was supposed to know this.
Right,
Tony was
right.
supposed to
Yeah, Tony,
join. I'm
if
blaming it
you
on
ever
him.
watched this. Did he even message in WhatsApp at all? No, he hasn't even replied to me. I am docking his XP. Tony, I'm gonna have like your gear's getting every attack on your character is gonna be a Sunder attack for the next session, I swear to God. You lose half your gear.
He was the party, quasi mage, arcane caster. I mean.
All right. All right. Yeah, so it's a zombie kobold and a zombie wolf. And they You don't seem to have what's yourselves.
Hey, how far away are we from the hut?
They definitely did not spot. And wait, hold on. Lemony's 14, Val's 23. Is Xandax stealth the six and
Oh,
the
no, we're 11.
oh oh okay.
No, those were the delayed
Oh, 11.
Cassidy
Okay, I
ones.
see it.
Yeah.
11. What did I roll? Yeah. Yeah, the characters definitely were not perceived by these lumbering
Oh.
uh
Nice.
undead that make no noise and it seem completely lifeless but animating and walking about under foul necromantic magics of some sort of origin. You're not sure what caused this and why or who, and the only clue would be if you could read that draconic word that was on the wooden
How close are we according to the map to the hut? To
um
the witch.
oh, to the witch's hut. You're just a few hours away from
Oh
having
my
the
god.
rest again before you then need to travel a few more hours to get and the next day to get to the hut.
Mm.
Okay. All right. I
So
was thinking it
yeah,
was
the hut's
probably.
not too close. The hut is good 5 hours
I,
away,
I was.
five to
I
six
was.
hours away.
I was asking because if we were by the hut, that could have been like a guardian to the hut. But I guess that's the
Yeah, I
same.
had the same thought, but I
Um,
was like, she's got some weird stuff going on out here.
but yeah, these are undead, and I don't know if anybody has knowledge religion. If you don't, you can still roll a check um to see if you have any common knowledge on these undead.
Lemony takes 10. 10
All right,
modifier.
and no modifier. All right, you got a 10.
Yeah.
Um, I do not have knowledge religion.
Oh,
All right. You two could also just take 10. And so
yeah.
you are positive, well, you clearly know these are undead beings,
Undead bad guys. That's it right now.
and that zombies are, you can tell that these are also, because there's many, many different types of undead, but these are clearly zombies.
Mhm.
Um, as for what type of zombie, uh, there are also many different types of zombie, but these seem to be the basic kind, although the wolf seems to move about with more seems to move about more with a, with more limber to its movements than the kobold. Um,
Hmm. Well, I vote same as with the more snakes. We just let them continue on their way.
I cannot.
Okay.
and these are foul, unnatural things that should not be a part of this world anymore.
They were once living. Now they are ex living creatures.
X life.
That is true.
I would normally refer to that as dead, but yes. It,
Well,
he
I don't
looks
know.
like he was just a boy. He looks like he was young.
Well, if some hapless, unfortunate travelers were to pass by here, those zombies will not hesitate to eat them or devour them. I'm not against taking them out of their mysteries, but we should be cautious though, or not.
When
You
they
see,
make their way between us, we jump
you
out.
see, yeah. Are
Finish
they
them
walking
off.
towards our direction or no?
Where in your vicinity? I'm gonna put them on the map. I'm just trying to get a quick
You're like, well,
uh zombie kobold pick.
Lemony's gonna start stealthing towards their direction through the woods, moving at half speed.
And let me grab this. I guess this wolf one. Save image. Oh, that is a dire wolf. Nope, we don't need that one.
No, we don't. Not even level 3.
I think we could take that dire wolf.
A zombie dire wolf?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
yeah, and
Uh,
they're
yeah,
slow. They're like slow.
it's
They're probably
slow.
slow.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can only take one action per
Yeah.
Hmm.
round
Zombie makes them
per
real.
turn.
Real direwolf tripping, full attack. Nah,
Yeah,
man.
that's a different story.
Getting
Okay,
pounced on like holy crap.
we'll use this one. All right. Let me upload these and then okay, there's that one, and then there's yeah, they are. Found the first one I could find. I was like, all right. Yeah, it looks like the Val's gonna get the jump on them.
Yep.
Because they do not perceive your characters. You are free to you have a surprise round. So you can take uh
Be, before we initiate the surprise round, could we like just like move around in stealth mode but not engage yet until we're like in position? Because we're not in combat mode right now. Could we move around half speed?
is that what Lemony? Well, I mean,
Yeah, that's what
if
Lemony was
that's what
saying.
Lemony wants to do, but is he able to, is he going to communicate that with the others?
Yeah, he'll whisper. He like, hey, let's get into position. And then you see him like walking at half speed, trying to get into like a better position. And he's still hiding there until everyone is like in place. Do I need to roll another stealth check or no?
Yeah, give me a stealth. Okay.
That was a
Yeah, he's good.
24.
He's good.
I forgot I could have taken 10 too, but I'll keep that in mind next time.
Goes there. Just gonna take 10 on my stealth.
Alright,
Just
so you guys are like, yeah, you guys are like getting into position, and they lumbering. They just, well, this one lumbers. This one seems to be moving with as if it was still alive.
Well, where I am, I would have to cross either of these
You're good where
two.
you're at.
So I'm
Everybody's
gonna
spotted.
stay.
Yeah,
You're good where you're at.
you'd get right out in the open, and they'd be like
Yeah. So I'm
walking
gonna
dead stuff.
stay where I am with Cassidy.
Yeah. So,
Since
like
he's
we're
right
saying,
there, the Val charges out.
yeah. So that's what
Wow.
Lemony's waiting for the Val to take the first move. Yeah.
Charges there. And which one was the one you said that was moving? The wolf, right? Like it was
Mhm.
moving like it was still alive?
Yeah,
The zombie wolf?
like it. Yeah,
Char- charges the zombie wolf with
Oh, we gotta roll
Oathbreaker
initiative.
out.
Can
That's
we roll
surprise
initiative already?
round.
Oh,
yeah. Surprise round. So you guys can roll initiative. Take one. You'll be able to take one action, and then we will begin. And then round one will begin, and I'll have to roll the zombies
jeez.
initiative.
Ooh.
Guess I'm running out of luck.
Lemony said 7. He was hesitant.
Yeah.
And that got it.
He's
8.
he's unnerved by these undead creatures. Like,
And Cassidy gets a +3. Yeah, +3.
Oh, do I? Oh yeah, I don't. Cassidy does.
what I don't like about undead is that
All right.
they're impossible to kill with laughter.
So Cassidy gets a 19. Did mine not go
19.
through?
Yeah, I think you got an 8.
All right, yeah. Yeah, you got an 8.
Oh, okay. It's weird because it's like not showing it on my screen. Okay.
Mm.
Well, Cassidy's balls to the wall with a 19.
Mm-hmm. Cassie's
Well,
about that
yeah, I'll
action.
say, yeah, Cassidy's about that action, but Cassidy, unless he's being commanded to do something, is just chilling
Force
there.
master.
Where's Zandak?
He's a force master.
Basically gonna wait to see, yeah, what Zandak commands
Yeah.
him to do. We will drop Cassie's initiative down to 8.
Cassidy wants to go, but
Right.
no, little buddy.
Um. Well, yeah, the vow, which you already said you were moving out and making an attack.
He
Okay.
said he was
Charge
charging.
this one over here.
Did you have 10 feet of movement to do a charge?
I was right here, so I only have
So
5.
yeah, you only have 5.
So you just 5 for that.
So you basically just like hop
Get
right out
that.
the bushes and jump on him and make that attack.
2v5 for the -4, so it should be +1. Ooh, smack.
Mickety schmack.
Smackety smack. What'd you get? You got a 20, which is definitely a hit.
Got a crit threat, or you need a 20?
For that I need a 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see how much fucking damage that shit does?
I know. There's no way they're gonna make it.
I don't.
They have to
Yeah,
use
shit. I didn't think they would give it a 19 through 20. That'd have been insane.
They
I'm
give it
glad they
times
did.
3 crit though.
Yeah, and a ×3 crit.
yeah, instant kill. You're about to see the Oathbreaker in action, huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh, look at that. That is insane.
And it is a slashing weapon, which
It's a horse
bites,
slave.
which
Yeah.
bites through, the damage reduction that the zombies have.
This weapon is not designed to chop humans' head, it's horse's head.
Wait, do they not have damage reduction? Yeah, they do. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, damage reduction, which is bypassed by slashing weapon, which is definitely what that is. So you deal a total of 16 points of damage, which takes it out because that was exactly what you needed.
Nice.
Nice.
So
Damn.
you see
Life.
the Vow jumps out from the trees, and he has a humongous axe overhead with both
I
of
was
his
gonna say,
hands. And as he brings it down, he like tomahawk chops it so that his entire body goes between both of his legs, split wide as he brings it down on top of the zombie wolf, and splits the zombie wolf in half, and then the rest of the axe digs into the ground, sending tuffles of earth and grass exploding out, kind of obscuring the view of him for a bit before it rains down on the ground. And then he turns his head up and looks at the zombie kobold, and he says,
You're next.
And we go to. You know what I realized? You couldn't charge anyway because that's a 4 round action. Oh no, wait. You could do it as a
"Nah, it's a
standard. You could
partial."
do it as that's right. You could do it as a standard during a surprise round. I forgot. Um.
Unless he got that what's it called? The obstacle in the terrain, rough terrain.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily,
Yeah, I
he
was
didn't have
only
to
5
run
foot
through that.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was moving out of it. Um. Yeah, into a clear
A-
space.
As a, sta- as a, when you only have one standard action but not a move, the rule says that you could do a charge attack, but
Yeah,
Arya has
yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying
Mhm.
earlier. Yeah. Vandak, it is your turn. And Cassidy.
No. Let's see. What can Cassidy do? Cassidy can attack. Literally has more HP than I do. This little armor. He's got a little armor
Yeah.
outfit on.
Badger's
Um,
natural AC is no joke.
yeah.
You know, we put leather
Uh,
armor on him too.
yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
gotta,
cool as fuck.
yeah,
He has a little leather armor kit.
gotta keep him alive. Need to boost that AC.
Plus,
Yeah.
he can't blend that.
Um,
He can't blend in that DC nature. Then he looks out of the ordinary with that armor.
and so
I'm messing around with that.
he can he can go 30 feet. So he can go like 5, 10, 15. So I'm gonna have as Zandak, I'm gonna command Cassidy to get right up in this thing's face. And he's gonna do his claw attack.
All right.
Or yeah,
Surprise round.
claws.
Surprise round.
Yeah, surprise round can only take one action.
Oh,
So what we can do is have Cassidy just make a charge attack.
okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Charge
Okay.
attack
Yeah.
is
I see it.
unobstructed straight line, which is exactly what he has. And at the end of the movement, can make the attack. And
Okay.
it the attack will be at a extra +2 bonus. The only drawback is his AC will be down by 2 until his next turn.
Okay.
But he does
All
get
of
an extra +2 to the attack.
+2 to attack
okay.
and -2 to AC for until the next
Yeah.
his next go.
Yeah. All right. I'm looking. Okay. So is it D20?
Yep.
Okay.
And then yeah, instead of 4, it'd
Yeah.
be +6.
Ooh,
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah, that definitely.
Nice.
19 plus 6 is 25.
Cassidy not messing around. Huh?
Because- Yeah, yeah.
I told
Normally
you.
normally 4, add another 2 for the charge. Um and claws are slashing weapons, so it does go through the damage reduction of the zombie. Um
Okay. And
Nice.
because
then
damage will be 1d4, 1d2.
4.
1d2 minus 1. So 1 point of damage.
He did it.
He did a point of damage on this
He got out
kobold.
there.
He did his thing.
He did
Right,
his thing.
right.
As you become like a higher level druid, you'll be able to cast like magic on it to like make him tougher.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
I
I told
wanna
it.
I wanna enlarge him and then I can ride him.
Mm,
I can have like a
Nice.
giant rideable
mhm.
badger.
Is he medium sized right now, or is he small? The badger.
Medium size looks like.
He's medium.
He's medium. Oh, yeah, just want
Badger?
more height. Yeah.
Small size.
Is he
Oh,
small?
Oh,
it's
it
small.
was taking up
Hmm.
5 foot square. I thought it was. I thought it
Well,
was.
so
Yeah.
yeah, well, small sizes take up 5 foot. So like Lemony does pretty much. About Lemony size, a little smaller.
Um, okay. Well, you got out there, little buddy. Good job.
Um,
He's in a good position actually.
on Cassidy's next turn, now that
Yeah.
he's now that he's now that he's right in front of this kobold zombie, he'll be able to do a full attack, which is a full round action, but he'll be able to do both his claws and a bite.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
all is
yeah,
considered
yeah,
slashing.
yeah. He's got 3 attacks. Um, Let me figure out this damn kobold hit points real quick. Uh,
Well, whatever it is, it's -1, little buddy.
Drop the hit dice, change it to change facial
I
hit
love
dice.
that little tongue out photo.
D8.
Uh,
Small size gets a bonus hit dice. So okay.
Open up a bar or a tavern and then name it the Cheeky Badger.
Yeah.
Do they get toughness also? Free. But it does gain toughness as a yes, it does. Alright, so then that's the hit points and that the damage. 1 point damage. Boop. And Zandak has given a command to your animal companion is a free action. So you still have a standard action.
Yeah, but now he's in the way.
And let's
Damn it,
see,
Cassidy.
1, 2,
Do
3,
you have any range? You have
4
your sling, but I think it would have damage reduction against your sling because the sling is piercing.
Yeah. Yeah,
cover.
my sling.
Cassidy's giving cover to the.
Mm,
Yeah.
Although zombies don't tend to have really high AC, so still a
That's
good
true.
chance. Still a good chance that you could hit it with the sling.
Yeah.
But
do you have precise strike?
No.
no,
Mm,
no, her feat is steel soul.
Yeah.
Zandex instead of a +2 save against spells and spell abilities, it's +4.
mm.
Pretty much
Well,
a dwarf with some pretty good resistance to mesh.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
could. Yeah. Because it's not. So I can't even do a charge because it's not unbroken.
Yeah, Cassidy's in the way.
God damn it, Cassidy. You got too excited. um.
Can,
Okay.
can he borrow and attack and then like borrow up and attack from underneath the ground or no?
Yeah, I guess you could burrow.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he took his turn already.
Yeah, he already took
Right.
his
Oh,
turn.
I mean like in the future. I don't know.
Oh, in the
Yeah.
future, yeah.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
never seen
yeah.
anybody
He
done that
can.
before. He
He
can. Oh,
can
that's cool.
burrow.
Yeah, he could probably do it on his go. So like when his go comes up, he could full attack and then burrow 5 feet as a
Yeah.
5 foot step.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Um.
that's
Yeah,
true.
that works. 5 feet is a lot.
Five
I mean,
feet
Well,
still gets him out of the way.
yeah.
it's true. So I guess I'll just take a movement then,
Right.
just to get here by him.
All right.
Yeah.
And Cassidy already went, and we go to Lemony.
So Lemony, he's stealth right now. If he were to walk towards down here, this other side of bush, would that break his stealth? Because he has to walk in this open, since there's like no bushes here, or he could still stealth down here.
I think when you stealth, there's a yeah, you can stealth between open spaces. Um,
Cool. He's gonna do that then. Let me see.
it's in the stealth skill, but I remember reading that.
What's the penalty to do to walk normal speed when stealthing? Is it a -5 penalty or
Yeah, that's right. At normal speed, it's -5 because you
-5?
normally you normally have to stealth at half speed.
He's gonna do that. He's gonna let me see if let me see if he has the
Okay, I found it. Breaking when you start your turn. When you start your turn using stealth, you can leave cover or concealment and remain unobserved as long as you succeeded the stealth check and end your turn in cover or concealment. Your stealth immediately ends after you make an attack. Okay, yeah, yeah, you can dive to the other set of bushes.
so he's gonna yeah, he's gonna stealth and he's gonna stay there. Let me roll again. So I
All
guess
right.
he'll take a -5 penalty. So that'll be what, +7? Yeah. All right. So yeah.
Nice.
Zombie definitely did not notice you.
He's yeah, Lemony's done.
So yeah, that's the stay. Okay, now we go to round one. We go back to the vow.
All right.
We are now in round one. Surprise round over.
Val 5 foot steps on the corpse of the zombie
Ah,
The Grim
wolf.
Reaper.
He brings Oathbreaker over his head, and the weight of it pulls his arms all the way back so that it's almost like hanging down across his back.
Lemony's taking cover in one of the trees. He don't want no zombie,
Yeah,
uh,
Cassidy and Zandak are about to just get like
intest-
splash zoned.
intestines and any like green blood going his way. He's taking cover.
oh man.
We are in
Oh
the
yeah.
splash zone.
Like,
Yeah, I'm
like
taking
yeah,
cover.
it's flanking with Cassidy too, so you got +2 from the flanking. That's with the +2 from flanking.
You got the flanking bonus in
Yeah,
there?
because
Yeah,
it's
that's right.
one
Because it
and then two
drops
from flank.
drop the +1 and then okay, yeah, 2 from flanking +3. Okay, that might have been a miss.
All right,
Let me
so he
check the.
brings it.
Hold on, let me check the. Let
So it's either a kill or miss, pretty much.
me get the armor class. The natural armor is based on the zombie size.
It's flat footed. Remember, it's flat footed.
It's a
Right? Oh
zombie. I
wait,
don't think it has much dexterity to AC
Yeah,
anyway.
it's
that's true.
dex. It's
Oh,
dex
I
is
got.
down.
Oh, does it still maintain its natural armor? I know they get like a +1 natural armor to actual kobolds. I don't know about zombies.
Let's see. Actually, I'm looking at the armor class of the zombie is small size, so it goes from 10 to 11, and yeah, the 10 was a miss.
All right, so he brings it down, and there's a loud whoosh as it like gets tangled up in trees that are in the trees and the bushes that was behind him, and then he sees just like pieces of wood get splintered and chopped as it frees itself, and it completely misses the kobold, slams into the ground over on this side of him. And he curses underneath his breath. He goes,
Ah, son of a bitch.
Hmm.
But I made you a promise, and I intend to keep it.
It is Zandak turn. And Cassidy.
Um, I'm going to command Cassidy to. Okay, what is his burrow ability? Because yeah, because now I'm like, what if he came up underneath this thing and did a full attack? Yeah. So he can burrow up to 10 feet. So yeah. I,
Burrows underneath, and then
yeah,
attacks the zombie from below.
he's like on top of it, behind it. I guess
See,
that's
I'll
like 10 feet ish.
probably do it like that.
Perfect. Okay, and so now he's
And
gonna.
yep, got 3 attack.
Okay,
Claw, and bite.
come on, little buddy.
So that's 4, 4, 4. Okay.
Oh no!
Oh no. So he goes and claw up from the ground, misses the zombie.
Two
Um,
attacks, right?
He
Two
didn't
more
get
attacks.
far enough out of the ground.
one another claw attack and another and then a bite attack.
mm-hmm.
Buddy. That was so bad.
That
Ooh,
hit.
That
Yeah,
hit. Point
that
of
there we go.
definitely
damage.
hit.
Okay. 1 point.
And the bite.
And
Chomp chomp.
That miss.
Yeah.
well, you
Chomps
know what?
on chomps on some bone but doesn't deal any damage to the zombie.
There's 2 hit points on that little on that fucking zombie right now, and it's all
Right.
Cassidy.
Um, yeah, now Zandak.
Yeah. So I am going to use my sickle. Is Cassidy at risk or is he like low enough?
Hey, you don't have to worry about, yeah, heading Cassidy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And what we'll
Well
do
then.
is uh move Zandak here in this spot so you could be flanking with
Oh,
the
yeah.
Val. And now you have an additional +2 to your attack.
Okay. Why does it do that every time?
Yeah,
So
it's so
many
annoying.
dice.
Total of 11. So as your blade goes to slice, it slices across the kobold zombie, but doesn't tear any of its body apart. The 11 was a miss.
Really, we took the wolf in one. The freaking
I know this kobold zombie.
those
It's
like
only got an AC of 12. That's what's crazy.
the Crinchars down in like 10 seconds. This one kobold zombie, we're all
Right.
like, miss, miss. All right, well,
All right, Lemony, you're up.
All right, so let me see. Okay, no flanking position around. So
And it's
Lemony,
and it's still flat-footed because I rolled a 1 for its
oh
initiative.
yeah, oh it's flat-footed.
Yeah.
All right, so if you don't got precise shot, you got a -4 penalty, right? If you shoot on throwing a dagger in.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All
You
right,
got
so
you got 3 of them like swinging and attacking and trying to beat the zombie down. Yeah.
all right,
So
so he has normally +6 with range attack with his daggers. So he's gonna take a -4 penalty for not having precise shot, and also another -2 because he's gonna do rapid shot. That's -2, right? Rapid
yeah.
shot. So he's
Yep.
gonna you see him like swiftly like throw 2 daggers quickly at it.
So it'll be +0, but then you still have point blank shot, so it goes up by 1.
No, that's including the point
That's
blank shot.
including point blank. Dang.
Yeah,
Okay.
+0 modifier. But I mean, hopefully I roll higher than a 11. Oh, there you go. That's 15. And then
Yep.
the second attack. So yeah,
All
he
right.
threw like daggers at it.
1 dagger goes into it and the damage.
Does it hit?
Yeah. Yeah. The 15 hit, not the 6 though.
Does sneak attack count, sneak attack count?
Yes. Sneak attack.
Okay.
Yeah. You can add that in.
Nice.
Oops. Forgot to put roll 20. All right.
3 and
Two
1.
ones.
Once, man. Snake eyes. What the?
Still, that's
4.
6
Yeah.
damage total piled on it.
So it
Right.
sticks into the body and just it's there. Doesn't look like it's done any damage because zombies have damage reduction.
Isn't a dagger slashing and piercing?
Yes, but you have to
It's
choose.
slashing. I'm going slashing.
But you threw it, so wouldn't it be piercing?
Why
I don't
does it
know.
say that?
I don't know. How do you
Yeah, it would be.
slash?
It's like if you threw it, then it's piercing. But if you held it and swung with it, it would be slashing or piercing. See what I'm
Right.
saying? Because like if you slash, you could go horizontal or you could go up. That would be a
But
slash.
but but they got specialty arrows that could do slashing and bludgeoning and also piercing as well.
Oh well,
Specialty arrow that does
I
slashing?
didn't know that.
Well, Sophia has a specialty arrow that does bludgeoning attacks. She never bothered to get the slashing one.
Well, yeah, I
I
see.
know there's a
I could see
slashing one.
that.
Like,
Yeah,
oops.
like beanbag arrows or something. But I mean, but
It's fine.
slashing.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we'll leave it as that then. Piercing then.
You know what?
I thought that we had.
I'll look it up. I'll look
I
it up.
didn't even think.
I'll look
I
it
didn't
up
even.
later. I'll look it up tomorrow, but
I didn't even think that you choose. I thought that they both applied. Like if you have piercing and slashing, I thought that they both simultaneously applied. Both
it'll say it. It'll say
because I know for the Nodachi, it's also a piercing slashing, and I always
if
assumed
it
that both
if it if it
applied.
says if it says
You could
like
pierce and slash.
if it says like slashing or piercing, then I think when you attack, you choose which one you're doing. But you know what, I'll count the slashing one for this. So you threw it, and as you're throwing it, it's spinning like a saw, and I guess when it hits the zombie,
Yeah, that could
it
work.
it curves into it or whatever. I'll look it up tomorrow. Like
All right. Let me know, and then we'll
if
opinion upon
yeah, if you
what we
throw
think.
a slashing weapon, is it considered piercing? I haven't, yeah, honestly, I haven't seen it or recall any rule like that. So I mean, obviously, if you throw a hammer, it's gonna deal bludgeoning. But and if if you throw a spear, it's gonna deal piercing. But long swords, or
Like like if you had like
us
a
or throwing axes.
let's say
Actually,
like if you had like a double weapon, let's say
yeah,
one side
it
is a
is
sword,
slashing.
one side is a mace, then obviously whichever side you're hitting with would apply, whether bludgeon or slashing.
Yeah, yeah, we'll say slashing. So I just realized hand axes are slashing, and you can throw those, and yeah. Okay, so four
Well,
points of damage.
that's true.
4 points of damage.
Hand axes are just slashing, and they're throwing weapons. They're thrown weapons.
Who am I grabbing? I don't want to grab the wrong. Is that the kobold? That is. Okay.
Cassidy's under
Right.
there.
I'm like, I don't want
With
to
his
grab.
tongue
I don't.
out too.
Right.
Yeah, put that
I don't want to
away.
grab. I don't want to take. I don't want to take Cassidy's HP down. I'm like, make sure I grab the right token. All right. So that slashes. The dagger spins and splashes into the gut of the zombie. And some of its body parts fall to the floor as the dagger gets stuck in the middle of it. And now the zombie goes, and the zombie, since it was facing in that direction, and they don't really have much intelligence to it, it it this kobold zombie takes its little zombie arms and it goes to like its wing at Zandak. And as it swings Zandax, you bring down your forearm and it hits the buckler and misses.
Mm.
Yep.
And that's it for the Humble Zombie's turn. And we go back to the Vow,
Alright. Miss.
who
Same
is
number.
like swinging the lumbering. He
Another
tries
7.
again, and he loses the momentum.
Lucky
He
7.
loses the precision of this momentum. Still a novice at this.
He's learning. He's learning. He's learning.
Level one blues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was another myth. And we go back to Zandak and Cassidy.
Okay. All right. Um, Cassidy's not giving up from his little spot,
You hear the
so
angry
he's gonna.
badger noises from where.
He just comes bursting out of the ground. And it's an 18.
With an
Nice.
18,
That's another point.
one claw hit.
Here we go.
That's the second one. And now for the bite.
One more.
Chomp chomp.
Just
Chompy chomp.
Bite.
get up.
Nice.
Bite is also considered
2
slashing
more
and piercing,
points.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
It's
bites
considered
considers all 3 actually.
all 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, 2
So
hits.
yeah, Cassidy, he just
That
you just
that
hear him down there, and he just
that
comes up, then he
that
sort of
DOT damage over time.
regroups. He misses that one. Then he just jumps up and he like grabs onto the decaying flesh of this thing's thigh, just rips it in his sh- sharp little badger teeth, and then back underground. um, and Zandex
Yeah.
watches that and he's like, yeah, little buddy. And yeah, so we're just gonna take another sickle swing at this thing.
Life. And it's just swing and a miss.
Gosh.
Cassidy's trying to teach Xander how to hit the zombie. I know. Like, damn it. Um, yeah, that's a miss.
Yep.
And we go back to Lemony.
He's gonna launch 2 more daggers.
All right. 2 more daggers. Is this game trying to give the zombie?
Ooh,
Ooh.
Ooh.
I hope I didn't stab someone by mistake.
Yeah, that might be a whole. Let's hope that's not a crit fuck up.
Let me roll. Let me roll to see if no, it's not a crit. Mess up.
Okay, I was gonna say your dagger lands on Cassidy. Was that thing? No.
Yeah, almost
No, you're good. So the
almost
14 hit, you can roll
damage. All right,
damage. Yeah, just regular damage.
just regular damage, not sneak attack. So, boom. Oh, there you go. Max die.
Nice.
Did more damage now than with the sneak attack.
And that dagger slices through the head and comes out the other side and drops it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Drops it.
Lemon is gonna go and pick up his 4 daggers that he used
What's
to.
the +2 for? Is that his strength bonus?
Now, one from the trait River, what's it called? River Rat, and then one from Point Blank Shot, +2.
Oh, okay.
Point Blank Shot and River Rat trait.
All right.
Nice.
A river rat. Uh, yeah. So these 2 wandering zombies in the woods for whatever reason has been taken down, and an abomination of nature is laid to his proper right.
All right. Maybe we should take
Uh,
that. Maybe we should take that sign with us. With the
I was gonna say
yeah,
Zandak picks up the sign
yeah, good.
and
I'm
like
kind of
looks
I'm kind
at
of curious.
it,
Kind of curious what it
looks at the
says.
front, looks at the back. He tucks it in his bag.
Yeah, we went through all this trouble, so might as well. I don't like
Yeah.
mystery. I like getting to the bottom of things.
And you need to travel where, as you're traveling, um, you're traveling through a trail. Well, not a trail. Yeah, like a small game trail. In the direction of where you're going towards it was the witch's hut, right? Yeah, the witch's hut. Um, you get close. You're closer to where the river bank is, and everyone make a perception check.
Ooh, snap.
It's getting the full. Let's see. I got 24. Cassidy.
Mm.
Jeez, Cassidy. Well, he's
Zandak,
covered in zombie guts, so he's a little shaken.
Zandak, and Lemony, the 2 of you hear a strange sound, and as you're tuning your senses to that sound, which seems to be a short distance away, some sort of whimpering, like from an animal. And you notice that not far from the edge of the forest shrouded riverbanks, you can make out a fox with large ears and bright orange fur that lies bleeding, its hindquarters caught fully in the jaws of a crude iron trap.
Ooh. Any of you guys heard that?
Sounds
Uh,
like a wounded beast.
Yes. Should
it-
we just ignore it and continue our journey, or should we investigate?
We should
oh no.
investigate.
I am freeing that poor little fox from that trap.
I
Oh,
had a feeling.
yikes.
I had a feeling you were gonna say that.
Yeah.
We got we got your back. Don't worry.
All right. Um, However, I don't want to touch the trap because I believe it's a
Hey,
metal trap.
I'll I'll take care
Oh,
of it. Just make sure that
you can touch or handle metal. I think you just can't wear
I
armor
just can't whip it.
yeah,
Okay.
made of metal. Yeah.
All
well,
Can't use
right.
weapons made of metal.
No,
Okay.
she's using a sickle.
yeah.
Oh,
This
Okay.
that's right.
Yeah.
yeah. I could
Okay.
actually I could actually safely remove him from the trap there. Just need you to keep that jaws of his away from my little hands though while I
Okay.
work. So you see
Um.
Lemony, he pulls out one of his many pouches that he has around his belt. Where is it at? Uh, oh, there's marbles in the way. Oh, here it is. And he pulls out like it's like bound in like in a cloth type thing. He opens a cloth and then you see like a couple of tools, lockpick tools that he has there. So he uses that tool, Lewis, and he'll try to use disable device on the lock on the trap. I mean,
All right.
And I guess at the same time, Zandak would do animal handling
Okay.
to try and keep the little guy from being too ferocious.
right, he got a 24.
And I just want to roll a survival for
14.
tracks to see if like there's any tracks of like trappers that
Mm.
are nearby.
I had no idea I was gonna use my disable device in the middle of the wilderness.
And I sucked at that. I've been rolling really low lately.
Oh, perfect. We'll use this. Need the map. Thank you. Delete this one. Out. Oh, I didn't see that there. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. Um, because that is not there. Lemony, uh, Zandak, fox is there. Do I have a fox image? Type in fox, it brought up foxglove. All the images I had of
Uh,
the from the Tuesday session.
that's funny.
Oh my God, of course it's premium. Jerks. Oh, here we go. Here's a free one. Yay, okay, fox.
Got
Mm.
it.
And this fox is a firefoot fennec. They're small foxes with large ears and wispy patches of flame-colored fur around their paws.
Just a baby.
And it's making that little whimpering fox cries. As your handle animal does manage to get it to just lay down and stop struggling, while Lemony is working on the trap. Let's see, where's Cassidy there, and the vow. You know, zombie, you're gone. Get out of here. He dragged the zombie with him. Uh,
I made a promise.
all right. As you're working on the trap and you eventually free the fox, the fire foot pathetic fox. Um, Everybody give me a perception check.
Wow,
Hmm.
finally.
Yeah, first 20, right?
Imagine a crit with this man.
Oh.
I can't wait to roll that.
What's
Times
that?
3 on a 4d6.
What, like 12d6 plus whatever?
Yeah, my strength is 18, but I'm holding a
Uh,
two-handed weapon, so it'd be a
12d,
6.
12d6 plus 12.
Yeah.
Uh, man, not even a level 6 character could withstand that much damage.
All right. So the Vow and Zandak and what's mine? It's 22, 14. I would say all three of you can hear something trying to sneak up on your group there, about 20 feet away. They you see a rustling, a slight rustling that you heard, and then a branch from a tree that had fallen, um, grabbing your attention towards where it happened. And apparently there is a humanoid figure that was trying to sneak up on your group,
Not happening.
and
We do the stealthing here. We
and
do the
this
So
is
ambushes.
right,
We the ambushers.
and this is what you where are you? This is what you see.
What is that? Oh, I thought it was.
a
It's a
bugbear.
it's a hobgoblin.
Oh, hobgoblin.
You
Hmm,
see this hobgoblin
that's not good.
with wielding a short bow, some javelins over its back, and it looks like clearly it was the one that set the trap and was trying to.
How cruel.
And now it's trying to sneak up on you, and it's got its arrow knocked into its bow, and it realized that it's been spotted. The hobgoblin um, looked pretty hostile. Doesn't say a
Hmm.
word, just raises the bow.
Well, roll initiative.
You know it. Don't gotta tell the Val twice.
Lemony with the 20 on the niche.
Oh, and you know what, Cassidy, maybe you should sit this one out. Cassidy and I both rolled 11s. Oh wait, but his is yeah, he has a plus.
And we add him to the. Okay. What we
Plus
get?
3.
Zandak got 11, and oh, Remedy's like, I'm gonna be first in every combat. 13 for the vow.
I mean, he got
All
the
right.
right last name.
Yeah,
Quick
since
foot.
it failed to sneak up on your character, there is no surprise round. It is the first round of combat. Um, and what Cassidy's initiative?
Plus 3, so he has a 14.
Oh, he has 14. Okay. Well, Cassidy has 14. What does Xander get?
I have 11.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that 11 was part of that 11. I don't
I
know.
know, it was so weird that they were both 11s.
Um, what did I roll? I roll. Yeah. Yeah. Here's every monster I've rolled tonight has had bad initiative,
I
which is
noticed.
killing them, right? Um, so the hobgoblin has this look like uh-oh, right, on his face, and but he starts to like raise uh the bow, which Lemony can spring into action.
Yeah, Solid Snake over here got caught. You see the exclamation mark. So Lou, he's oops, I don't want to move. It looks like he's 30 feet away. If he were to throw a dagger, that's a -2 penalty, right? Because the -1 penalty increment is after 10 feet. Every 10 feet after that. Is that how
Yeah,
that works?
so the first 10 feet's normal, and then 15
Then
and
minus
15, 20
one,
feet. Yeah, so from there, that would be a -3 penalty.
-2. All right, so he's
Oh
gonna
yeah, minus. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It's -2 penalty in the second range increment, and
oh
another
and the,
-2 in the third range increment. So you're
oh
trying
wait,
to.
so in the first range increment it's -1, and then the second range
No,
increment
no,
is a
no.
minus.
First range increment, the first 10 feet, no penalty.
Uh-huh.
It's -2 after for every increment after that.
Ooh, I thought it was
So yeah,
-1.
so throwing it from
So for
there
every
to
10
there,
feet,
it's 30
it'll
feet.
be
That would be a
20.
-4 to your range attack.
Man, that's a lot. All right. What is he wearing? What does Lemony see? Is he wearing armor? This creature?
Oh,
Or shield?
yeah. The hobgoblin has a short bow and is wearing what appears to be studded leather armor. And so far, that's about it.
Got it. He's gonna chuck one dagger at him. Standard action. So that will be -4 penalty, so +2.
Smack, I think.
That hit or no?
The uh, that's the total, right? Okay,
Yeah,
17.
total.
And let's see, its armor class. That is a hit.
He's flat-footed. He's flat-footed too.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and he's flat-footed. That is a hit. And you're within 30 feet.
No, not within 30 feet. No. So no sneak attack. Right?
Well,
Wait, is that
Nah,
30 feet?
where
it
are
looks
you?
like 30 feet to me.
That is
Yeah.
Oh,
30
it is.
feet.
Oh, on the dot. All right, even better then. He wasn't trying to get too close. All right, so 1d3. Um.
Oh,
Oh wait, so point. Oh wait, so point blank shot applies here too then, right? For damage, point blank.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, point blank because 30 feet.
All right, so 8 points of damage. He like
Mm-hmm.
launches that dagger real quick, and just as simultaneously as you see him throw that dagger, you see him start moving quickly, and he takes cover in these bushes here, right behind a tree. Is that a tree there, Lewis? He's trying to get full cover from that tree.
Yeah,
So how does he's out of sight? Can he do a
that's
stealth
and it
also
moves
since
it
he cannot be seen? Can he do a stealth as well since he cannot be seen? He's out of sight now.
completely, totally like no. There's no line of sight, no line of effect. Yeah, yeah, you could make one.
Going ninja mode right here. All right, and he's done. Whoa, 29.
Nice.
Even you guys don't know where he's at. He's like vanished.
Um, let's see this. Hit points is
So he could move
okay.
15 feet, half speed. One, two, so 15. He'll be here then. There, done.
Okay, that's four. We did, what's your damage? 8 points of
Eight,
damage. All
eight.
right. Well, with the hobgoblin getting ready to raise the bow, all of a sudden it wasn't able. They didn't notice how fast that dagger was flying at it, and it hits him up in the upper left shoulder, and he roars. "Ah, damn you!" I don't know if anybody here speaks Goblin. Zandak does.
Zandak
It
does.
screams, "Damn you, you worthless birds!" And says it in Goblin. Oops, why'd I close that? And Lemonie's turn is done, and we go to Cassidy, who's going to wait until orders are given.
Um,
Um, so yeah, because Zandak goes after Cassidy, so Cassidy will
yeah,
wait until that's thing from Zandak.
yeah.
So we go to the Vow.
All right, so after after Lemony throws a dagger and you see him dart over and leap into the bushes and completely disappears, the Vow starts into a headlong run, so much so that like his head is like leaning forward as he leans into the run and charges straight down with his axe, the Oathbreaker dragging along behind him, cutting
Alrighty,
a
there.
furrow into the
He was
ground.
here, so straight line, one, two, straight line, and we'll end here.
Hmm.
Mm.
And yeah, flat-footed
Is that
and
a charge?
roll. Yeah, it's charge. It's
Nice.
charge.
This is Sparta. Got the Spartan
That
joy.
17 hit before, so that means this 17 hits.
Yep. Roll that damage with that huge ass axe.
That's usually how we figure out what we need to hit. If someone else before hit with a 17, and then
Yep.
And so
19
after he
points of
screams,
damage.
"You
oh,
curse!"
he's
You
done.
see the Vow run. He goes, "Oh!" He's dragging Oathbreaker behind him, cutting a long line straight down, and he leaps over a stone, jumps into the air, and then brings down Oathbreaker. And he goes, "I
Scary.
don't know what you said, but it will be your last words."
So you slice a deep gash across its chest and abdomen that's going to leave a definite nasty scar. As it tries to dodge, well, not tries to, well, it was flat-footed. So it cut through its armor and left that huge gash. And this hobgoblin's pretty tough because even after that strike, it's still standing. Although
Mm.
it uh it definitely looks pretty heavily wounded. And Zandak and Cassidy could take their turn.
All right. Um. Oh, little Cassidy. What am I gonna do with you? Okay. That's one, two, three, four, five. Okay. So Cassidy. He's going to, let's see, one. Okay. He gets 1 point. I'm like, okay, bud. Um, can I get to here? Counting right? One, two, three, four, five, six.
3, 4, 5. Where at here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Um, and yeah, he's just gonna run up there and give one little claw worth Holly Scott.
Hey, I don't think he has damage reduction, so it may hurt him.
He's just a
Mhm.
little
Claw
He's
comes
trying his
out
best.
and tries to scrap, but like when he goes to like claw at the leg of the hobgoblin, the studded leather that was covering the shin had stopped the claw from digging in there. And
He tried his best.
that leaves Zandak.
Okay. One, two, three, four. How much? I only get 20 feet, huh?
Yeah.
There's not enough feet. Oh, did I get rid? I damn it! I got rid of my ability to move. Okay. Um.
He can also double move you if you want him to do so to get to a better position for like next round.
Yeah, that was kind of what
Yep.
I was thinking.
And then now Daniel get at least 8 squares of movement
Mm-hmm. You will get 8 squares.
instead
Yeah,
of
double.
4.
Mm.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, that will put him right next to Cassidy. 4 over, 4 down. That's that turn.
All right. Double move. You see Zandak hustling over.
Just yes.
The short golden leg,
Zandak Zandak watches all of this go down.
getting that cardio in.
He watches the vow just like pyramid head his thing through the ground before he brings it up over, and he watches little Cassidy give it his best, and then he just sort of like carrying all 175 pounds of him plus all of his stuff. So I'm like, okay, okay, guys, here. And he's all red faced, and he's already a ginger. So he gets there and he puts his hands down on his knees. He's like, you just, you take your turn. I'm just, you take whoever needs to go. I'm just gonna catch my breath for a second.
So by the time Zandak gets there, the hobgoblin is withdrawing,
Oh,
backs away from all three of you, and goes to move past uh this tree. So it went one, two, three, four, um, five, six, seven, eight, 9, 10, 11. Oops, no, I stretch them out. 11, 12. And as he's trying to flee, um, he uh sends a sharp whistle, and the whistle calls out these birds that appear and fly in towards your group. They two of them. They come here and they fly. They move over here. And what you can make them out as, these are razor crows.
Ooh,
Damn, that's an ugly crow.
I know. Looks way worse than the regular.
They are crows with overlarge rooks with distinctive jagged beaks and unkempt oily black feathers. And it appears he's had these two trained to make attacks as needs be, and he's commanded them to gave them the signal to attack your characters while he's trying to flee. We go back to top of the round with Lemony.
So, Sandak, what
mm-hmm.
about those birds? If they're attacking us, we're free to defend ourselves, right?
Oh yes, those birds. Those birds, you are welcome to defend yourselves. I hate Razor Crow. He says under his breath.
All right, so he let me see. One, two, three, four. Is that within 10 feet? No, he's gonna move more. Four, five, six.
Have some target practice.
All right, so yeah, so Lemon's gonna throw a dagger at this bird over here,
All right.
coming towards us.
Make the attack, and after
It should be
you
a.
is the
It should
vow.
be
Shit.
okay. That should be a full +6 because he's not doing rapid shot or anything else, and it's within range increment. Yeah, within 10 feet.
Yeah, I'd say the crow's like 10 feet above your characters, so it's definitely within.
Okay.
That's a
That,
hit. Then that takes the crow out because I know even your minimum damage is gonna go over its hit points, so it
it'll be
drops.
it'll be 1d3 +2. That's enough. 1d3 +2. It's not really a lot of damage.
1d3 + 2.
Yeah, because it's not sneak attack doesn't count. They're already active.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you know what? Roll it. Yeah, we'll see. See.
4.
All right, so it's disabled. It
Uh,
the dagger slices across its body, and you see blood dripping down on the floor from where it's flying, and yeah, it is disabled. It can only take move actions, and if it decides to take a standard action, it'll finish it and then start dying. So, uh, clearly
Dis-
that
disable
Razor
means that
Crow is going to
a full
be
HP.
flying away, huh?
No, let her know that disable means that when your character's at full
Yeah,
HP.
if you drop to exactly 0, you are
Oh.
disabled, and your
Can
character
do
can only,
2 things. Yeah,
yeah, you can
one or
only
two
do
things.
move actions. You can't do anything strenuous like cast a spell or make an attack. If you
Mhm.
No,
do,
you go, you go to negative
yeah,
one
you'll
HP.
drop to
Back.
-1 HP and start dying.
Mhm.
If you're negative if your hit points get to a negative equal to your Constitution score, so for Xanax -12, dead.
Gotcha.
So, uh, so yeah, you will not die at 0 HP.
So Lemony goes
But
to the squad. He's like, so what are we gonna do about that hobgoblin over there? Are we gonna keep him alive and question him, or take him out of his misery for what he did to Foxy over there?
So the Vow starts to run past Lemony, and he goes,
He thinks to call these poor birds as distractions. But I have no questions for the one who has already committed crimes that I have seen. He's felt the pain of the fox. He will surrender, or I will send him to Kalemvor.
so he goes right here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
What are you doing? Intimidate?
And he looks at him and he goes,
You! There is nowhere for you to run from the promise I've made this day to you.
what did you do? Double move? You double move 40?
yeah, just double
Oh,
move.
okay. Uh,
And I do an
you,
intimidate.
your speed's 20 feet. What do you? Oh, you got arm.
It's 20 feet
You got armor
because
on.
I got scale mail. Yeah.
Scale mail. Okay.
So he moves there and he goes,
There's no place for you to run. You're leaking like a stinking pig.
Oh, you're trying to demoralize? That's a standard action.
oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So he just says that then.
He could have done a regular move action 20 feet and then do intimidate. Right? Is within range.
Yeah, because it's gotta be
Yeah,
within
but I
30.
wouldn't be
It's
able to
within
see
30
him.
feet, right? Yeah, it's gotta be within 30
Yeah,
feet.
I would have been
Um,
too far away.
got
It's all good as long as I got the RP in.
it.
All right. Zandak.
All right. Um, so I'm gonna order Cassidy. So the crow that's already wounded, would you say it's like maybe lost a little bit of height? Or is it still flying at 10 feet?
You know what? I'm going
That's
to
a
roll a.
that's a
I forgot to roll a flight
that's a, that's a
check
good
on
question.
that. Yeah, that was a good
That's a good
question.
question. Yeah, it probably fell, falling damage, and probably died.
Yeah, 'cause I
Oh yeah,
remember.
and this one crow over here could take an attack of opportunity on the Val since I had to run past it.
Nah, I think it's flying. Isn't it flying like 10 feet up in the sky?
Oh, okay,
Attacked
never
while
mind.
flying. If you are flying and using wings and you take damage, you got to make a fly check or lose 10 feet of altitude.
How high is it? How high are they both flying?
It fly 10 feet
10 feet.
off
Okay,
All
the
right.
good.
ground.
So no attack of opportunity then.
Um,
Mm.
let me see the fly skill on this thing. Okay, yeah. Let me
Good.
roll a fly check. It might just drop to the ground. No, it stays aloft.
Mm.
The wounded one, anyway.
All right. Um, I'll then have still, I'm gonna make Cassidy. Ba, 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 dum, ba. You know, Cassidy's gonna go, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. No, that'd be an attack of opportunity. Oh, little buddy. Okay, so he can burrow 10 feet. So I'm gonna have him, he goes underneath and he pops up in front of Zandak and he's he can't reach this thing. Uh,
What were you scared of that was gonna make the attack of opportunity?
oh, I was thinking if I went south, because I was thinking if I got him like level with the vow, but
Mhm.
like south, it would go past that other bird. And he
Hmm.
can't burrow that far.
Ah,
So he would have exposed himself like down here by the like one square past the bird.
gotcha. Because I was about to say, Pritchard reminded me that that bird that isn't hit is 10
Uh-huh.
feet up in the air, so it's not within range to make an attack of opportunity of anybody on the ground.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's 10 feet up. So, and the razor crows are, let's see this size. They're tiny size. So for them to even attack, they actually have to enter your square. So, yeah,
Oh,
they don't have good reach at all.
okay. Well then
So yeah, yes, you're safe.
Cassidy's gonna okay, so that puts me so it was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, 30. He's here. Okay. I mean, he still can't do anything. And I don't want to get him any closer to the hobgoblin.
All right.
Uh, so Zandak, though, what? Okay, what is my range for entangle?
Oh, how far you can cast a spell? I think
Yeah,
it's medium range.
Oh, that's very long range. It's like 100
yeah,
feet. That's 100 feet plus 10 feet per caster level, so 110 feet.
Oh, long range. Shit. So
Oh,
Ooh,
you
even
can,
further.
yeah, you can center that anywhere up to 440 feet away.
Yeah.
oh,
Each
Um,
of these squares is 5 foot,
I
and
see
then
what
so
you're
that's
doing. You want to center it far enough where it catches
Yeah,
the
just
hobgoblin, but not
but
anybody
not
else.
yeah.
All right.
Nice.
You
That's pretty good.
guys hear Zandak spellcasting. Your first spell.
Yeah, first spell, first
Oh
magic.
shit.
All right. So, do I just
Um,
roll this like that? Did it work?
entangle. Um, oh, that's right. I didn't plug in all the. But it's okay. I forgot to plug in all the information. Um,
We're using
and
3.5 or Pathfinder for magic.
uh, the 3.5.
Got it.
I gotta go
Uh,
look that one up.
entangle. Grasses, weeds, bushes, and even trees sought to wrap, twist, and entwine as Zandak finishes weaving his hands and gestures. Speak magic words to bring forth this magic to transmute a 40-foot radius spread of all the plants in that area. Thought entwining and wrapping around any creatures that are in that or that are there, attempting to hold them fast and cause them to become entangled. So what happens is the hobgoblin will get a reflex save.
Mm.
The DC for your magic is 10 plus. I mean, it's on the whole. It's on the character sheet, but the
Hmm.
calculation is 10 plus the spell level, which is 1, so 11, and then plus your wisdom, which is 3, so 14. So the hobgoblin would need a 14 or higher.
Well, he has a choice to make. You could for spellcasting, you could keep it base, basically 10 plus 7. It will be 7 plus 14. Excuse me, 10 14 DC, right? Or you could choose to roll D20 plus 4 in your case.
Before, yeah,
So you could keep it at 14,
yeah,
and they have to beat the 14 with a reflex save, or you could choose to roll 1d20 plus 4. Of course, if you roll a 1, it's like a 5 total. But if you roll like a
Yeah,
15, if you roll a 15, it's a 19. So your
I
choice.
think I'll keep it at the 14.
Mr.
Yeah, so
Hobgoblin passed
he
the
definitely
reflex
passed.
Dang
save.
it!
But the good thing about
Right.
entangle is that his movement is still cut in half. So
He,
when
yeah, yeah. He instead of being stuck to where he's
uh
at
huh,
and being forced to break out,
it's a win-win spell.
yeah, he's extremely slowed down. Um, yeah, he can only move at half his speed.
Oh, he ain't getting away now.
Right. And
It's a 20-foot radius too. Is it? No, 40-foot radius. Oh boy, that is a
yeah,
big
he
area.
can only move half his speed. Um, but he's not entangled. However, each round on uh Zandak's turn, the plants continue to attempt to entangle all creatures in it. So basically, while the hobgoblin's in that area, every it's gonna have to roll that reflex save every time unless it moves to completely get out of there.
I did not know. It's every round. That is even better than I thought.
Oh yeah. So you guys see all these branches and the ground and the vines on the ground and every plant matter that's there is just trying to and the hobgoblin managed to like maneuver himself around out of like a lot of them, but like because he's trying to avoid so much of the vegetation trying to bend it's slowing he's moving through this slowly. And all right, yeah, Sandak and Cassidy's turn is done. We go to the hobgoblin who uh wants to move out of there. So it goes, uh, Zandak put it way down there. Okay, so it's forced to come back. Uh, moving at 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's entangled. It's double moving. 5, 6, 7, 8. Gets out of it. No, it's still in it here. 9, 10. Gets out of it here, and so it goes down. It tries to go this way. tries to go down instead of in that direction because now everything there is tangling whatever it comes in. The Razor Crow, this one flies off like I'm done with this shit. Uh,
Don't pay me no.
got a dagger that cut my gut almost entirely open. I think I'm good. The other Razor Crow, however, follows the Hobgoblin, to attack and comes down toward Cassidy. It has to enter Cassidy's square to even make the attack, so Cassidy gets an attack of opportunity.
Mhm. Go, little buddy, go.
And
Eastwood.
he
Smack.
claws at the hawk, dealing a
Get off
point
my
of
face.
damage
1 point.
and wounding it
Cow
as the
turn.
hawk tries to attack
Cassidy about to eat it.
Cassidy with talent. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, not looking good.
Catch
Beast
my boy.
Wars.
Is that a crit threat or no?
No,
19?
no, not for the Hawks claw. I don't. Yeah, no, no, no. No way it has improved critical. You need a base attack of plus 19 even to have that. Although some creatures do have augmented critical, but not the Hawks. So
Beast
it
Wars,
attacks
baby.
with its talons for 1d4 minus 2.
This is natural in the animal kingdom.
And it does 1 point of damage to Cassidy.
They just smacked each
It's
It
just
other.
a all-out primal wild battle. The National Geographic and D&D going on here.
-1 damage, meaning he actually healed Cassidy for 1
Razor Crow versus
He
Druid
healed it.
Badger companion.
And
Negative.
Zandak yells, no, really dramatically.
Go to round 3. Lemony, you're up.
All right, so Lemony, he moves. Let me see. 5, oops, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He goes like, hey, yo, hey, how are you? I will stop. And, he has his dagger out. And I'm like, I'm serious. You take another step, and this is going right straight through your back. He's ready in action to throw a dagger at him.
All right.
We have business to discuss. If you want to survive, that is. Oh, he's done.
So Radiant Action is is a standard action that you can use to pretty much hold off an action to occur uh, at a triggered event. So
Hmm.
if you go, I'm going to Radiant Action to cast a spell at the first enemy that comes past that door.
Okay.
So what'll happen is, your characters just sit there in the initiative order up until an enemy actually does come through. As soon as the enemy comes through, boom, your radiant action's been triggered, and you cast your spell. Um, what that does is it drops your initiative to like right before whatever triggered it. So
Hmm.
if you're at initiative 20 and an enemy comes through the door at initiative 10, your initiative will drop will to 10 as you take that action. Um, And yeah, pretty much all there is to ready in action. Very useful when you know uh, you don't want to use your action right away. You want to use it at a good opportunity. So okay, you're ready in an action. Let me put I usually put a green
So in
dot
this case,
to remind myself.
like if a hobgoblin actually surrenders, let's say, and he don't move, then that means Lemony's action will not trigger. But if he
Hmm.
does move, he basically said if you move another step, then that will trigger his immediate his ready action, and then he will launch a dagger, even though
Yeah.
it's his turn. The creatures, yeah.
Now the vow. It is your turn.
After hearing that Lemony gave him that ultimatum, the Vow jumps into the bushes. You hear him waging through the shrubbery and the bushes, and he comes out the other side, twigs and leaves falling off of him as he gets right there, and he
Um,
notices that.
no, go ahead. I was gonna say some of these are yeah, some of these are trees. So some of those branches look like bushes, but because it's a bird's eye view, so
Hmm.
so these are trees, and the green squares is where the trunk is at.
Okay, so he was right here, so I just double moved. So I was like 5 foot here, and then it
Yeah,
costs
this
two
is
squares of movement to go through here. I'm guessing, right? Because it's difficult terrain. These two
where.
squares.
Oh no, those are branches up above.
Oh,
Since since
okay.
these are
So
since these
then
are since these are
5,
trees, yeah, yeah, yeah,
10, 15, 20,
yeah.
25, 30. That's 30 feet of movement. So as a double move. So the Val goes there, and that would provoke an attack of opportunity from the bugbear if he chooses to take one.
Hobgoblin.
How? How?
Hobgoblin. I don't know why I keep
How?
calling him a bugbear.
How? You just got to his threatened space. You didn't
Oh
escape
yeah,
it.
I didn't move through it. You're
Ex-
right. I
you
just moved up
exit.
to him.
Yeah, you only move unless he had 10 foot reach. That's different.
No,
Mhm.
no, yeah.
So the Val goes there and he goes,
The fox, the bird. You've exploited these animals for your own gain. Now you stand here with a chance at life, the chance you did not give those poor animals. What will your answer be? Surrender or death?
And it replies, "No, just go away." It
Xanax shouts
yeah.
the translation. Yeah.
hmm.
He's telling you to go away.
Leave
Will
me
you
alone.
make the will you make the pain of that fox in your trap go away?
Do you need to translate that?
Of course, I'm not speaking for just my own
Okay,
brat.
okay.
Lemony starts like cracking up now, like laughing.
So then I yell that at Goblin, at the Hobgoblin, from where he wants to know if the pain from the. Sorry, what did. The fox's pain can't just go away?
The hobgoblin just looks concerned about its life. Doesn't want to deal with your characters anymore, and is trying its best to get away. And it looks towards the riverbank. Um, is there anything Zandak is performing as as he's yelling?
Um, no, he's just really concerned about getting to Cassidy, who lost one whole hit point.
All right, so as you're yelling, so you want to move by Cassidy?
Yeah.
All right, you can move action. You go to Cassidy. Free action. You're yelling to back and forth with the Vow and the Hobgoblin, and then you have a standard action remaining. If there's anything you want, if there's anything you want to do with that.
Oh. Oh, well, wait, because I
Could you
got
use
my.
Hannibal? Could you use Well, I guess they're already fighting, so it'd be hard for you
Yeah,
to use
but I do have my
animal on the bird.
sling. I could just whack this bird.
Oh, it's in melee with uh Cassidy, so you can hit it with your sickle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, it's
It had
toward
to
yeah.
come down a little bit lower.
hmm
All right. Well, I'm gonna just obliterate this. Watch me like a one.
He got an 8.
And it's flying about, trying to, it's flying about, going back and forth, trying to talon at get his biggest talons and rip apart Cassidy, and just as you swing at it, it like flies off and dodges it.
Hmm.
Never speak to me or my son ever again.
The hobgoblin takes another withdraw and goes 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah, that triggered my ready action.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, make your dagger attack. It's running.
I can't break my vow now here, right? I'm not, not trying to get killed. This guy's
You
putting me in a
you made a promise, Lemony.
right. Not trying to get axe that weighs 5 more pounds than like his actual body. You know, nah.
uh, dodges the dagger. 1, 2, 3,
He's not
4,
entangled no
5.
more, right? He's not entangled because
Yeah,
if
he
not,
moved.
then
He
Yeah.
moved
Nah,
away
he
from that
moved.
area of the entanglement. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jumps up onto these logs. Uh, 8. Jumps into the water.
he's fast.
Yeah, you can double move with a. You move twice your speed when you're withdrawing.
Mm.
It is a full round action though to withdraw. So that's all that he does. Um, we go to. Oh yeah. Roll Cassidy's 3 attacks. I forgot.
Oh
Claw,
yeah.
claw biting at the razor crow, the wacky bird. Bird dodges that.
Mm.
The bird did
Bird got
not dodge
spiked.
that.
-1 point.
Oh, plus 4, 16. That's another hit. So 2 points.
That was the bite too, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Just shaking it in his little mouth.
Tastes just like chicken.
It's still conscious, but barely.
Barely getting there.
Yeah, basically, yeah, one good smack. And the razor crow, um, being wounded that badly is like also withdraws. But it withdraws out of that space. But it's still within melee reach of um Cassidy and Sandak. And Lemony got a weapon in hand.
Huh? Yeah, it's on his offhand. He has one hand.
All right. The three of you have an attack opportunity on the razor crows. Let's try to fly away.
Oh,
One of us has to take it down.
oh, that
It
should
was
have been
gonna
plus.
be an 18.
That should be a +5, 20 total.
Okay, well,
I like how the dice says 4, but the chat says 15.
It was actually gonna be an 18 and rolled over to
Right,
that
I saw
four.
the 18 and it rolled over. Okay. That is a hit, and like so, like as the bird was trying to fly away, you turn around and just stab right into it with perfect precision, and it drops.
All right.
And Cassidy feels like eating bird. It's there.
yep.
Razor, some
Pounces
some
on it.
some razor crow. Yum.
Yeah.
Uh,
Plenty of proteins. Yeah.
all right, round 4. Lemony.
Uh, I still go
Oh, that's
before him,
right.
right?
That's right.
I
I
I ready
forgot
an
to
action.
change. Yeah, I forgot to change your initiative. Never mind. You're down at number 7, so we
I
go
go. I,
to the vow. Yeah,
I go after him now or before?
you go before.
Okay.
So the vow starts coolly walking, and he reaches his hand. He slinks Oathbreaker over his shoulder, and he reaches with his right hand into the depths of his black cape, and he coolly walks around the corner of this tree. And it looks like he's in slow motion as he pulls out the loaded crossbow and points it over at the hobgoblin.
And he says, "You've made your choice."
And takes a shot.
Ooh, it's a good
That's
shot.
a hit. So you can roll damage.
Right. So you're 1d8.
Eight takes 3 points of damage. Crossbow bolt hits into the lower back. Goes through the armor and pierces partially into his back. Still conscious. It's a tough ass hobgoblin. We go to Zandak.
Um,
You can see through the past the trees. You can see the Vow. Just you see him coming across and
yeah,
stop. You see him stop there and then shoot towards the south where uh the hobgoblin had ran off to.
I'm gonna go ahead and use um double move to get down here.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, okay, good. All right, double move there. Cassidy.
Cassidy's munching on this bird.
Hmm. Cassidy busy getting his reward.
Yeah.
Lemony.
Some KFC.
All right. Where he at? Okay. One, two, three, four, five. All right. So let me see. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven.
Yeah,
He's
so
gonna take a
that's
double.
that's that's a tree trunk. That's the green square.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let me start that again. One, 15, 20, 30, and he goes. Then he's gonna move over here. He's gonna double move. He's gonna quick. He has one dagger in one hand, and he's gonna quick draw a short sword on his other hand,
All right.
and then he's done.
The hobgoblin withdraws again. Tries to goes across this stream. Uh,
Cat and mouse.
right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like it's deep water, so it's 4 squares of movement per square through the water. Uh, and he's got cover there, so yeah, razor crows are out. I need to delete them. Round 5, that man, you gotta just chasing him down. You the Vow, your turn.
All right. See, I can still see him though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Move action, reload the crossbow, take a shot even though he has cover.
That's a 20. Yeah.
Well, you did call 20, but it's a
Yeah.
dirty 20.
Roll damage. A hit.
Huh?
About to get another crossbow in the back.
So you see him
Ooh.
put the crossbow on the ground, put his foot on the tip of it, and he yanks back on the trigger, slaps another bolt, raises it up, shoots another shot off, and he yells out,
I told you. You should have surrendered. You still can while you draw breath.
Zandak, you're up.
Um,
See
Man, this
Lemony
dude
in
has
the.
a lot of HP.
Oh yeah.
"For
Yeah, he
real,
was.
bro,
Yeah.
He
this guy's
got
a
hit.
tank."
He got hit with an oath breaker too before. Don't forget.
He did. He took like 19 points of damage in one swing and kept trucking.
Got hit with a sneak attack dagger too, and then two
Yo,
crossbow.
Um, Zandak is gonna come down here to stand on the edge of the water beside Lemony, and then he's going to give his sling a shot. Oh, and what have I done? I've clicked something. Oh, I was clicking the wrong thing. There we go. And it's gonna roll like 18 different dice for me. Oh my
And it
god.
splashes into the water. The dice are being mean. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, you Sling Bullet took down that Crenshaw earlier. That's it for the night.
Mm. It
It's
Yeah,
like
was
we're,
he,
we're
I was
retiring.
it was a whiff city with me against
The
that
zombies.
zombie.
Oh,
Uh,
this, yeah. Lemony, you're up.
he has enough movement to get to him, right? Because he is not
One, two,
risking
three,
using his
four, five.
dagger on
Yeah.
this river over here. Lemony, after he sees like that bullet like hit the water, he's like, I don't want to lose my dagger. It's not taking no chances. He's gonna go over there melee.
Well, no. Well, each square in that water is four
Bubble,
squares. Four
4
squares.
squares.
Four. Oh yeah.
If he were to throw
That's
his
deep. That's
dagger
deep.
and
Deep water.
if he were to throw his dagger and miss, would it keep going like to the bushes here, or is it gonna go to the
Well,
water?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It could do. Yeah.
All right, he's gonna like make it like like if it misses this target, it just keeps going straight. Like if
He's
he's throwing a
like, I don't want
football.
to lose the dagger. Right.
Nah, man, not trying to lose no daggers, man.
All right.
He's gonna do a full attack, a rapid shot,
Oh wow.
+4. Yeah. All right, that one missed, and then the other one. That probably
Both
missed too.
miss. Yeah, this hobgoblin
I know, man. It's getting annoying.
booking it.
He's a survivor. He's gonna make it. He's a survivor.
I don't even care about the rest of this
Right.
campaign. I'm just chasing this fucking
Look,
hobgoblin.
like Lemony, like he looks back to the Vow and Sandak. God, we prove our point here. Can we just let him go? And he goes like that, like unless you guys, I don't think he's gonna be bothering us anytime soon.
His bros attacked Cassidy.
Luckily for him, he has not broken any vows, or else the hunt would never end.
Oh, good grace.
Oh my
Fortunately,
Oh,
we
god.
did not.
Um.
oh man.
So we start making our way back to the Val
Yeah,
starts making his way back to the
So
fox.
yeah, you make back to the
Lemony
fox,
goes to Lemony go to pick up all his daggers that he has lying around all over the place.
and somebody have I think it was Zandak. Do you put a rank in hero, right?
Yeah,
I think
he has
so.
to
Hey.
cross. He has to cross
Yes,
over
I
the lake
did.
too.
Okay.
He's he's
All right.
crossing
Make
over there.
a heal check.
All right.
Yeah, he catches up to the crew after he collects all his daggers back. Cross.
All right. So as you're looking over this, oh fuck, you realize, um, where is it? That this fox is, yeah, pretty badly injured. The hindquarters have been slashed by that trap, and if left alone, it will die in days. Although it can be nursed back to health.
Take him with us.
Well, you know what we're gonna do. Cassidy brings over the last little remains of the Razor Crow and puts it in front of his new friend. He drops him in front of the little guy, and I Zandak pulls a few just scraps off of his tie and tries to bandage this little guy up as best he can. And he just picks him up. He's just telling him, "You're okay. It's gonna be okay."
And now you guys have an injured fox to caretake as you're traveling.
Just one more thing for me to carry.
And so after a couple more hours, it was time to camp. Pandak is giving some long-term care to the fox. Um, Nothing bothers your characters that night. You do heal 1 hit point per day of rest. Well, you heal your level in HP per rest. And being level 1, you'll heal 1 hit point. So, um, Cassidy is
Back at full HP.
back at full HP the next day, right?
Thank goodness. I hate to do this, but it is like 2 a.m. for me, which means it's like 4 a.m. for
Right,
you.
right. Actually,
Mhm.
this, funny you mention that because I was actually planning to actually,
Have like a long rest break.
yeah, have it stop here and stop it pretty much
Okay.
at you arrived at the witch's,
Oh,
the location of,
perfect.
yeah, of the witch's
Nice.
home, the
Let's
cottage.
get there.
This
I
was like
haven't
a
had.
mini. This is like a mini marathon. I haven't played this long in a long time.
I was about to say I haven't had a session this long since like high school. It's felt
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I
Right.
know.
Really?
Yeah, this felt great.
I was sitting here going like, how do they do this? Because I always go to bed before your
We
Thursday
we
is like
usually play
wrapped
four
up.
hours. We played today way longer than what we normally play.
Oh,
Hmm.
We usually play
Oh
4 hours.
yeah,
Today I
yeah.
think we played
oh.
6 hours, 6 or 7 hours.
We usually stop around like 1, maybe
Hmm.
1:30.
Are you
In
in
the
the West Coast? You're
I'm
2 hours.
West Coast, yeah.
yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm in the East Coast. So we're
Oh, it's
done at
even later for you.
yeah, we're done. Yeah, it's five, almost 5 in the morning for me.
I was
So
gonna say the sun's about to rise for you, but
right, right, right. It's usually yeah, I don't work today. I'm cool. So usually we stop at 2 Eastern.
yeah, I'm off
So that would be
tomorrow
like
too.
so that's usually 12 your time when we're done playing on the other group Thursday, for
Yeah.
example. Yeah, we're usually done by 12:30 the latest. Sometimes we get excited. We might push it an extra 30 minutes, you know.
Mm.
I can see because it's like every time it's like okay, so this next thing perception check, and it's like, well,
There's
shit, I
there's
got
always
to
there's
see it
always
through.
something to do. There's always something to do. Like it's like, oh, before you
I'm like,
know it, it's like 8 hours passed.
he just said perception check. We gotta see what happens.
Yeah.
We got a lot done at level 1. I
We got a
haven't
lot
enjoyed
done.
level 1 like this in a long time.
Same, same. And we haven't gotten hit. That's a record.
Cassidy's the only one that took damage.
Yeah, and even
Yeah.
that 1 HP, even that, yeah.
He gave out what he got dished though.
Mhm,
Too.
He put
Oh
True.
some
yeah.
work in.
mhm. He was doing solo one-on-one Beast Wars there, couple of rounds. Got his reward. He got to eat his food after he
Yeah,
defeated.
he did get a mouthful of zombie cobalt thigh,
Mm.
but he got a treat and now he has a friend.
He
I
he
think
ca-
he I
he
think he like I think he likes
he
the vow too.
he,
And see, guess what? I've already forgotten that man's name.
he
6 hours later. No idea what your
Yes,
name was.
perfect.
So so what do we think?
Get us to the hut. I will just stand outside.
setting up camp.
Yeah,
Right.
setting up camp.
So what do we think of I don't know, what do you guys think we could
Oh wait, why don't we just take the Hobgoblin camp? It looks like look, it has a tent over here already, a
is
fireplace.
this something we want to
We took over. This is our place now.
this
Look, a little
camp
boat.
is
Continue.
this a campaign we want to continue? Like I don't know, every other Friday or even once a month or
That's you
Uh,
guys' choice. That's you guys' choice.
yeah.
I'm down for
I
whatever.
I'm
I'm
down.
definitely down.
I'm down to make it work. It doesn't always have to be a stream day for me.
And,
Like
and, we, and we could shorten the hours too, by the way. We could do like
we
three,
don't
four
have to
hours
play for
tops. Yeah,
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 yeah. First time we're gonna go all in, but we could definitely have a more like stable
yeah.
schedule thing
W-
All
and
right.
A
I
couple more
mean,
into
for
that.
future
Yeah,
sessions, right?
I had
yeah.
a
And it don't
blast.
it, it don't have to be that frequent
Mhm.
either. It could be every 2 weeks or once a
Well,
month
yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Your
Yeah,
choice.
I had a lot of fun, so I
Yeah.
definitely want to do it
It was
again.
it
I
was
had
it was very fun. Yeah, I never played a
I
rogue
had a
before. It's my first time. So
Right.
I
Shoot.
had a ton of fun. I love it.
Mhm.
Zandek was just kind of created on the fly, but I'm glad he's here now.
Same
Yeah.
here. I was working on my character sheet while I was logged on with you guys here. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
crap, let me do my thing real quick.
Yeah, you
It's
busted
a
it out real quick. Yep.
it's a nice blend of comedy too.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was pretty wild. I like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to stretch my winging skills. Half a lot. Shoot, yeah, a lot of this I was winging it. So
Hey, I
It
didn't
didn't
know.
it didn't show at all. It was
No,
pretty
Not
nice.
at all.
not at all.
all right.
Ugh.
All right, everyone.
So till
By the way,
next
pleasure
time
meeting
then.
you. It was fun.
It was so nice
Yes,
meeting
it was
you.
a lot of fun, Emo.
I had a
Thanks.
blast. I think I'm hooked. Oh no.
Hey, that's not a bad
We'll
thing.
we'll try to
A good
we'll
D&D
try to
game will do that.
we'll try to
I,
peer pressure Cassidy to join
I
us
mean,
too. The other
look at us here since eighth grade, right?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
there's a reason for it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All
you guys
right,
have a
guys.
wonderful night.
All
You
right.
too.
Have a good
Thank
night.
Good night.
you.